suggests there are does behind every tree. That isn't the reality. And in
Okay, so I think I've muted the NRC. I am back on live, or we are back on live. Just doing a radio check. Sorry about this, guys. We should be using a streaming service, as we've been told, and now we are not.
We had Joe Davis, though, so say that. Make Joe talk.
Yeah, Joe. Somehow Joe messed this up.
It's Joe's fault.
There you go.
All right, so we're going to turn the NRC very lightly in the background.
Someone's really salty about $1 in APRs over right now.
Really?
that works for everyone.
All right, here we go.
Few large landowners who want
Hey,
to
Nate.
stop the agency to
Nate, thank you. We're gonna disconnect unless you want me to put you in the other microphone right here on the speaker.
There you go. Yeah, well,
It's a rarity.
hold the phone.
Shoot it though while we're at it. Keeping the tag is
We're
about
listening
that
to one
100.
feed up
Not
his
guaranteed.
truck, so it'd be a little off.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. They've got the speaker right up there. So, yeah, no, I appreciate you. We're helping us through the technical difficulties. You are live on the air, so.
Please stay the course.
Good deal.
All right,
Well,
thanks.
hopefully it works for everyone. Thanks for everyone that's listening.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks,
I'll interact on the live.
All right, man.
Bye.
Implement DMUs that make sense for local documents.
And we are back live again. Sorry about these technical difficulties. We were all set up nice in the Michigan room up here at Treetop Resort in Gaylord, Michigan for the NRC meeting, and then they asked us to move. So we did, and it has not worked correctly since. And I believe we're back.
Well, I think I talked to most of you already. But,
Can you hear the
good to see
NRC
all
over
ya.
there? Okay.
I
We
got
coming
a whole
through
bunch of
over
stuff I'm gonna
top
try
of
to
them?
cover in these 5 minutes, so I gotta
Fantastic.
get going here.
So that's the way we want it. We've got
we all know we
our
had a
audio
terrible
is a
winter
little
this
bit
year,
louder
along
than
with
the
Clearwater.
NRC. The
Unbelievable
NRC,
lot.
if you would like to know exactly what they're
Things were
saying, you
really
should be
rough
able
on
to
the
see the
deer.
closed captions at the
Um,
bottom.
I haven't found anyone that starved to death in the past.
And I
week,
know that it is annoying
but
that we've
I
had to
was
restart
finding
this
deer
thing a
that were
couple of
still starving
times.
to death after the snow.
But thanks for
talked
hanging
to,
in there with us.
Bill Scullin, one of the biologists up in the UP about it, and he said it's probably going to keep going on for a couple more weeks. So it was a really tough winter on our deer.
All right, so we got
Um,
some sounds
The first
good.
commission meeting I ever come.
And people are
I've
finding
ever
out where
went
we're
to
at. They're
was
refunneling
over
back
30
in.
years ago.
So
And I talked to him about.
how you feeling about
habitat.
this?
More about habitat.
No expectations.
No
We're all
expectations.
really complex.
Oh, about the day in.
Yeah, go ahead. Introduce yourself to.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Jared Erdody.
Try to get
I currently
habitat
live
in
in
there every
Plainville,
time.
Michigan. I've been a
But it
Michigander all
doesn't
my
seem like
life.
we're moving
Grew up
we're not
in
moving forward
middle of
very much on
Michigan,
this. I
moved
mean,
to
we just
northern
don't do
lower,
much
and then
around these wintering
seventh grade moved to
complexes.
the
It's so
UP. So
important in the UP.
after high school, moved
I would
to
like to see
southern Michigan for college, and I've been down there
I
since. So
talked to Sarah about
pretty
this,
much
and I talked to
experienced
other
all
people about it.
places in Michigan, and I've hunted and fished all over.
We gotta do
Fantastic.
something. We can't
How
just
about you
throw-
got any feelings on what's going on? Well, you're just showing up, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Lots going on. I had a lot of work. I've been down fly
it's not
fishing
enough. It's
in
not
Missouri the
doing what
last
we
few
need to do
days
around these
to
wintering
get away from
complexes.
work and then work.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for you.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
We gotta do something.
Well, we're headed up to the UP from
The
here.
buck-to-doe ratio,
My brother's
I
birthday's
hear
today,
people
so we got
saying,
some
oh, there's
stuff
one
going on.
buck for
But
20 does. There could be somewhere in there.
I was
tell
a
you it's
little
not in northern Marquette
shocked
County.
at the Ernebuck that they
Before
tossed
rifle
in
season, it's about 1 to 3.
last week, maybe in an
And
amendment
that's a pretty
format. So
damn good
I'm not
number
privy
for
to
the
what's
wild
been
deer.
discussed today
We're
yet.
not
But
going to get 1 to 1. We
I was
don't wanna be
disappointed to
there in
hear
northern UP.
at a
We're not
statewide
gonna
or a
have
lower
any deer
peninsula wide level
after a
that's
real
been
bad
brought
winter,
into play, and
especially
it
with
sounds like
wolves.
it's going to pass or
Wolves
has the
chase the deer
votes,
all year
So
long.
I wanted to try to
Especially in
make a
winter
point
when
to
the
get
wolves
here
come.
today
And
and
it doesn't matter if you're
assess
feeding
the
them or not
situation.
I don't know if
guess.
it's got. I don't know if the Ernebuck has got the votes, but it's got some. It was definitely brought up.
Well, it sounded like it was part of the amendment that
I mean, it is good, but our doe
David
numbers are not
Nyberg
that good.
is
We have to go into
willing
winter.
or going to vote for.
I hate to
Yes.
say it, but we
And,
need those does.
That was the
And we
one
need
that
them to keep
basically
having
keeps the
fawns
UP
so that
status
keep the
quo.
deer down.
In exchange, he's voting
So,
Ernebuck and the
I know you're
northern
not,
lower,
that's
in the
not part
lower.
of any of
Yep.
the proposals today.
So that's irritating.
So if I gotta take one,
I
I
think
guess I'm
that's
gonna go
cart
with,
before the horse type of scenario.
Commissioner
I've
Nyberg
hunted
maintain the choice.
every state in the
in the
Midwest
UP.
for 25 years.
I
Not
don't
every state
see-
every year, but over those
I
25 years,
trying
I've
to make
hunted all
people
over,
shoot
and I've
more
seen
doe
Ernebuck
in
work
places in the UP where we don't
in
think they
small
afford to shoot more.
small case
7 of the 8
scenarios,
chapters of UP Whitetails
countywide, for
representing,
example.
7 chapters represent 2,400 deer hunters
If
in the
anyone's
UP.
familiar with the history in
Voted not to shoot
Wisconsin,
antlers
in
deer along the
'91,
lakeshore water.
there was a huge snowstorm in
I'm
Buffalo
not just
County,
here
and it
as
kept
one
hunters out of the
person. I'm here
woods
at
Yep.
for
2,400
basically the
people.
month of
Now
November. It
granted,
kept
of those 2,400
almost all the
people, we
bucks
probably got
alive.
about 400 or
The
500 of
following
them that
year,
were
the hunters and
supporting him.
landowners were noticing
The
what a
vast
difference it
majority
had
of them
made.
are supporting what I'm telling
We
you.
okay? Okay.
So please,
and-
please, don't.
And it was
I
kind
don't
of
need
this,
this one buck
let
rule.
them
I
go,
don't-
let them
I'm not
grow,
against the one buck
forced
rule. I am
upon them
against
because of that
using the
snowstorm.
other
Yep.
pig
And
to shoot an antler
because of
deer.
the results they saw just from that one year, everyone kind of collectively got
I'm
on
not
board. Like,
against
this
the
is
Erna
great.
buck
See
thing. I
what
think
happens
we
if you
should try
pass
it.
up
I don't
bucks.
think
Sure.
it's a bad thing
And
to try that.
that's what gave
We should try
birth
it down
to
in
the
where these
fame that
numbers are so high
became
and
Buffalo
see what
County.
happens down there. See if it works.
It's
It worked
one of
in
the most
Virginia.
famous counties in the country for
Maybe it'll
record
work in
class
Michigan.
deer, and the record books
Let's try
show
it.
that. Fast forward several years, you've
the
got
other
that
thing is
mentality of
advocacy.
passing up bucks
Please.
and hunting for
I
trophy
keep
deer,
telling you,
but the buck to doe ratios
we
start
really
getting out
gotta
of
do
whack
some
because
work around these
number one,
hunting
Wisconsin's
complexes.
had
We need to put
2
some-
buck tags
a lot
like
of money
Michigan has for
in
quite a
around there. I know
while.
the
Even
DNR is not,
I don't think they ever had
doesn't
4
have lots of
tags like
money,
we
but
did
I
in the
know
'90s.
$1.50 out of every
But,
license since 1971 goes to the deer
With 2
improvement
tags, guys
fund.
were shooting, wanting to
And,
shoot 2 bucks
I would
and
like
not
to
shooting
see
as many does,
more
and the
money
ratios
spent
got out of whack.
in the northern part of the
So
state
it was '07 and
along the
'08
Lake Superior
that
watershed where our
Buffalo
deer
County
numbers-
ran an Ernebuck program, and it worked. It ruffled feathers,
hope
you
I
know,
did.
and that's why it
I
was
wrote most of it down.
short term, but it didn't need to be a long term
On all of it.
solution. It worked,
Uh,
but on a
Respect
small
all
case
of you.
scenario,
Me and John
because
don't agree a lot of times,
from
but
a
we
statewide level,
respect
you didn't
John
have
a lot.
all of
We talk a lot
Wisconsin
about
practicing this
dogs
quality
and
deer
fishing
management
and
yet.
other
Right.
You know, it was
Pete,
mostly like Michigan in its mentality.
all you guys.
And
I
so
know you're up
were
there
you
doing
to
your
have
best.
invoked Ernebuck
Do your
on
best.
everyone
That's
else,
gonna
it
make
just wouldn't
our
have worked. You
best
didn't have
better.
the same situation as Buffalo County, where they had a good number of bucks, and quality bucks. The guys were passing young ones, but too many does. And,
Yep.
and I'm sure there's other areas that had too many does, but that's kind of, you know, it's a glance at history. It's a glance of our future if we start doing something on a statewide level. So I think it's more important that we get the sex ratio
Thank you,
into balance and
Commissioners,
get more
for
does
having me
harvested
here
where they
today
need to
again.
be.
I just wanted
Split
to,
up these
what I
DMUs
passed out to
into
the
smaller areas
commissioners.
like they had been in the
On
past, so they
February
can
14th,
more,
we had our
they can
annual
micromanage them a
banquet.
little better.
We had.
And then, you know, with
580
hopefully,
of our members
my
at
ideal
that
scenario would be a
banquet.
$1 scenario
Plus,
where
we had 11 people
you
from,
give it 2 to 3 years
DNR
tops,
and
you're gonna
other
see a
guests.
definite
We had
difference
26
in the quality and of the age
workers
structure of deer in
from
Michigan.
that
And then,
were also at the banquet. So
then
we
you
had
can
over
look at
600. We did,
selective areas where, hey,
580
it's still
of
too
these
high, we're not
surveys,
getting enough doe
of
shot.
which
For
we
sure.
You know, we
got,
need to
261
incentivize
of
guys,
them
maybe
returned.
earn a buck or
And what
earn a
the
second
survey-
buck by killing more does.
Yep.
Or even shoot 2 does to get a second buck tag. That's
Where
my
you saw
mentality.
the Ernebuck program
no, I do
working,
not
was there
support the
a
proposed
mandatory check-in?
deer
Yeah.
hunting
Okay.
license.
Yeah.
Because I think
should say
everybody's
that
worried about
clearly.
ghosting,
Exactly.
right?
Yes, I do
Well,
support
that's
the
exactly
proposed
what I
deer
wrote a
hunting
letter
license
and
changes.
sent it to the
I mean, if
NRC.
you, would you like me to read what
Just
we put
recently
down on the
because
survey?
of this.
It
It's
says
not
the
enforceable
DNR is
as
proposing
it's
to
written,
remove the
at least
single
as
buck
I
tag
haven't seen.
and
If there are
change
more
the
details, I
combo
haven't
deer
seen them,
license
but
to 1 buck.
as it was
With
proposed,
no antler,
they're
point
talking about voting
restrictions
on
and
it.
1 doe. Good for any
You're basically
area
looking
in
at
Michigan,
kill
including
1
the high
buck,
snowfall
then maybe
zone,
guys will kill a
meaning
doe,
everyone
is the hope.
gets a doe
Yep.
license.
And then they get
No
another buck
additional doe
tag. Well,
permits will be issued
okay,
in
you're
the high
no better off
snowfall
than
zones,
1-to-1
but
at
everywhere
best.
else in
You know,
Michigan.
at best, you're
But
gonna
that's-
shoot as many does as bucks, but not
one that,
likely.
Right.
Highly likely, there's
handed
still
it
more bucks getting
back-
killed than
back in,
does.
thank you.
And that does nothing
So,
to achieve their goals
the
of what we
results
talked
that
about. The
you
goal
know,
being
people just like you guys, you're all
improve
deer
the age
hunters,
structure of
and
Michigan's
these
deer
guys
herd.
are all,
And
you know, they're deer
by
hunters
doing that, or
from
to do that, you
Marquette
need to reduce the
County,
doe numbers.
We had guys
So,
from Onondaga County, we had a lot
yeah,
of people
it's,
from Alger County, Schoolcraft County.
the enforceability
Menominee
becomes an
County,
issue,
they all
like
come to
in
our
the Buffalo
banquet.
County example I gave, there was mandatory check-in in
and,
Wisconsin for years, a
results
physical
were
check-in station.
that
The way they did it, and I liked this, is they did it at local convenience stores and gas stations.
Right.
They all, anybody,
Two
I don't know if it's
said
anybody
no.
or everybody that
I do
sold
not support the
licenses were a
proposed
check
deer
station as
hunting
well.
Yep.
lesson
And so they were
changes,
basically open
and 70
everywhere a gas station was
Yes,
open.
I
And the
do
clerk would
support
just
the
come out, put a
proposed
metal tag on your deer, write it in the book,
changes.
and away you go.
You know,
For
that's a pretty
does,
good
they would slit the
representation.
ear, one of the
Instead
ear,
of
they'd
2 to
slit it
1,
kind of like right down the
that
middle.
they
And that's
did
what
not
marks your
go
doe as,
from
you know, okay,
the
earn a
UP
buck, you get your sticker that goes
or
on the back of your
especially
back
in
tag at the time.
007,
And
no
it's a
48.
pretty good system. You know,
Yeah.
you can't bring that doe somewhere else and have it get
That
checked because it's got a
the
slit in it.
DNR was
Simplified, too.
proposed.
It's simple, yeah. And so I
And,
thought that worked well.
you know,
And yeah,
those are
you've got
for-
landowners that have
especially
been
Jim-
managed,
I-
especially
I
in
have-
Buffalo County.
I
There's
have to
private
point to
landowners that have
Jim.
been managing
Jim
already.
wanted, you know,
And they're
more
griping, our
input
does are already in
as
check, you know, blah,
to
blah, blah.
what
So
was
it's not
happening
a
in the
long-term
UP,
scenario
what
where
they,
you
what
need to
the,
do that years
what
and
the,
years and
the
years.
hunters
But
wanted.
2-3
This
seasons
was
of doing that
a great
will bring those numbers back down, and
representation.
you can stop and you
You
can
know, 182
reinstate it
to
if you need to.
79.
But
And there's a lot of
101.
personal opinion that gets put in these things, like how many does you have on your property, what's enough, and what's, you know, what
yeah,
needs to
yeah,
be
that's
managed.
a whole
Well,
other
I'm with
story
you,
because
Jim.
like some
When you
guys don't
came up
realize how seasonal
of
their
weeks
deer
ago,
population is
Right.
on their particular
When
property. They may
you
have
came up
summertime deer, they may
US2
have the migration, they may have
Right.
late season
you know,
coming in,
70% of our
or
deer
just route travel, you know, what have you. So
are all
Yeah.
in the southern part of the UP,
It's
especially along
case by case
US2,
scenario,
all the
but
way.
that's why
going-
those small DMUs are
You can take
important
US2
too,
all the way
you
to
know,
Iron
get
River,
a smaller
and
sampling.
that's where most of the deer
that,
are gonna
okay,
be.
this is out of whack,
70% of
but
the
we're hearing
deer
from over
in the
here that
UP
it's
are gonna be
not.
below that line.
I'd also like to see drone surveys
I
be
have
brought
a-
into play more. It's
I have
too
a
easy,
couple
it's
of
too cheap to do
Things
now,
that I would,
Right.
to not be doing it in some
wanted to
capacity.
ask
Maybe
the
it's
group
on
that was up here when,
you take a micro study in a certain
the DNR people
county,
here,
but
were
I do
did
think
they
a lot
ask
of this stuff
easier
needs
to-
to
any
be,
of the
or can be
biologists
farmed out.
about
You know, we worry about
Yeah.
like the
what they
the
in their
employees that we
area,
heard that, you know, how are
know,
we gonna,
what they
how are
thought
we gonna
about
staff this?
their
And
deer
there's a
proposal?
lot of,
I don't think they did.
a lot of
And
help
I
out there
don't
that could
think,
be
you know,
used that's
because
not being
of,
utilized at
private
the moment.
sector, yeah, it's,
You
you
know,
know, they're business owners, they
being a
welcome the
member of
business,
the
you know, if
deer
it means
advisory
stopping into
team,
a gas station, most
you
guys are
know,
gonna
we
buy
didn't
something
have
while they're
separate
checking their
Absolutely.
deer.
between the lower
I've
and
always
the upper.
supported that. I
And
thought
that was a big
Michigan
mistake,
was,
I think.
well, they're always
And
behind.
I think
in
that
almost
they
that's
want,
what
the
puts us at the
DNR
bottom
wants
of the
to
Midwest
rubber
as far as
stamp
quality
the
whitetail hunting.
lower and the upper
We
peninsula.
just don't do the good things that other states are doing, and it varies. But I've hunted all these other states, and there's bad things being done in those states, but there's also enough good things being done that it makes it better than Michigan, and so I tend to go elsewhere to hunt, you know, at
Well, and I
least
think
portions
that's
of the season.
that's what brings about all of these conversations to begin with, is what all of us do who are
Yeah,
were we serious whitetail hunters? Maybe not serious, you know, those ones that are looking for that one buck that we're after for the season.
Yeah.
Personally, I haven't killed a buck in Michigan in, I think it's been 5 years.
yeah, I think it's been 12 for me.
At the start of this
Yeah,
rec
so
cycle,
so
I
we're
kept
in the
hearing how
same class of,
information was
I
different.
mean, we're
I
seeing
decided to
them,
write an email in
we're watching
January
them
and
walk
tell us
by
to
That's
prep
fine,
them.
yeah.
and go,
About a week
that's
week
not the
later,
buck
my
for me.
phone rang
Because,
with
you
the
know,
commissioner
when
on the
we're
other
in
end of it.
Ohio,
We had a great
Missouri,
conversation.
Kansas, and we're hunting,
then,
we're out there
he's
hunting
made the
for
time to
one
have
buck
several
in that
conversations
7
over
to
the last
10
few
days
months.
that we're able to
Commissioner
get out and
Walters,
travel and
thank you for
putting our
caring enough
eggs
to
in that
reach out with
basket.
that
And
initial
that's my
call.
buck for the year. But then
You
get
and a
back
couple
and
other people
like
in this
I
room for the
smashed
reason I'm here
those.
today, and I've been to the last few
And that's the
meetings.
misconception, I think, a lot of these,
Now
the
down to the business at
2
hand.
or more buck supporters
Decisions on
have is
baiting
that
and feeding
you're
should
just
be
hunting
based on
antlers, that's
science,
all you want, and
consideration
that's
given
not
to
true at
impacts
all.
on
You
the
know, we've
harvest,
just reached a
as well
level
as ongoing disease threats.
where
This
it's
is a
not
state
as
that the
thrilling
Michigan
to shoot a
farmers,
small one. I would
when
just
they
as soon
didn't
shoot
get their way with
nothing
the
or
NRC
no
or
buck
the DNR
than
pertaining to
shoot a
baiting,
young one
they
because
went
it's
to the
easy.
legislature undermining
And
the NRC's
and
regulatory
I
authority.
still love
They
venison,
ignored
just
the
like when I
DNR
was a
when
kid.
the
I
risk
probably
was
love it
disease.
more as I cook
They
it
also
and
ignored harvest data
cherish it more
showing that
now
hunter
than
success
when
Right.
rates have
my
actually
dad was
increased
making it or
throughout the
something.
lower peninsula since the bait ban was put into
And
place.
so you know, we understand the
proceeded to push a
value of
bill through
shooting
the
does.
House.
I mean,
For
especially
sure.
I'd be very
from
interested to
a
know
buck
how many of
standpoint.
the
If you
House
want
members
more
voted in favor
quality
of that
bucks
bill
around, you
to get
manage your
donations
herd.
from
You
the
know, you
Farm
keep the
Bureau.
ratio in check as best you
Let me be
can if
clear,
you're
when it
in
comes
a
to
spot where you
baiting,
can do that.
personally, I can take it or leave it. I'm
But
just
that
pointing out a
trophy
pattern of
hunter
behavior.
mentality that gets shit on a lot is contrary
Bureau
to
was
the
against
way
the
I
one buck
approach it. I
rule
mean,
because they
we're
say
the
we'll limit
conservationists that
Right.
are passing
look at some
bucks that
lost
want a
opportunities.
better herd, that want a better
According to the
age
Michigan
structure.
Ag Census,
And sure, we want
there
to
are
shoot a bigger or older buck,
45,581
but I would
farms
even
in
argue
Michigan,
nowadays
which I'm part
the
of, with many others
mentality
here today.
of trophy
Of
hunters
those
has shifted
45,000 plus farms,
more from
less than
inches to
5%
age,
requested
where
damage permits.
if
Oh,
you shoot
absolutely.
an old
There were
downhill 7-pointer or
38,512
something that's 6 or 7 or
permits
8 years
and
old,
only
that's better than shooting a
13,230
4-year-old
reported killed.
160s that,
That's over 20
man, he
the
could
more they
be
have
a
age on them,
180s
yeah,
at 5.
you go, okay, so age doesn't necessarily equal horn,
Right.
but
Yes,
it does
crop damage
equal
is an issue in many
experience and
places.
smarts.
Yeah, exactly.
However, looking
It's
at these
that
numbers, it
accomplishment.
doesn't
We're
seem to
looking
be as
for
widespread as they'd have us
the
believe.
challenge and
Now they're
the
trying to make it easier to
excitement,
shoot bucks using crop damage
just like a
permits.
kid is, or
Just
more
plain
so
and
than a
simple,
kid. I think the
the Farm
challenge, the
Bureau
kid just wants to
is
be
more worried
successful.
about profitability of their insurance
I
policies
also
they sell
liken
than
it to
members.
fishing, right?
Science-based
We all
game
start fishing
regulations.
off of grandpa or dad's
The
dock.
combo tag,
They give
in
us
its
a little
current form,
pole, a bait
is one of
caster
the
with a
most
bobber and a worm,
biologically
right?
irresponsible regulations
And we just want to
implemented
catch a
over the last
fish, or
30
just
years.
learn to cast, or
It does
whatever it
not
is. But
encourage a balanced
pretty
harvest.
soon you're
It actually
fishing
does
for
the opposite.
walleye, or
Right.
No one
you're
should never
bait
be allowed
casting
to
for
have two valid
bass,
buck
or you're
tags in their pocket at the
standing in
same
a river
time,
freezing,
where they can quickly tag out
roll
without
casting
balancing their own harvest.
stoneflies for steelhead or something. It's
This
not
data
something you take a kid
over the
out
last
doing.
4
It's a
years
little
shows us
advanced, and
Right.
that
you might
hunters
turn
who
them off
harvest
to
one
it.
buck a year
It's no different for
harvest
hunters.
antlerless deer
We
at a higher
get
rate
that,
than those who harvest
get our
two
hand
bucks.
led to,
When we look at states that touch the
by
Great
dad out
Lakes,
to the shanty
we
blind
see
when
that
we're little, and
Pennsylvania
we
stands
just want
out
to see
above the
deer,
rest
or just get
when it comes
anything.
to
It's
antlerless
cool.
harvest.
Next
They
thing
see
you
this
know, I
one
want to do
buck
it
rule
myself.
in
I want to
APR.
figure out, well, how do you pick
DNR
a spot?
survey
How do you do
data
this?
shows us
Yeah,
APRs have majority support in
it's
Michigan.
part of that process, and
The
I
DNR
think the
presented several
educated,
proposals
usually older
at the
hunters,
April meeting,
have
along
just
with
reached
several
that point
amendments from
where
commissioners. We ask, please do not ignore the
we
DAP
need more. We
proposals
need
the
more of
same
a
way
challenge,
the
and
previous
for us,
commission ignored
it's
the DNR.
raising the bar,
Do not
usually
ignore the
in either
department's
antlers
own
or age.
biologists who
It's
back these
typically
proposals.
both, but
Chad Stewart has firsthand
No,
knowledge
we're,
of how one buck
we're
a
good.
one buck rule works.
Turning
You
that
should actually
volume
listen
down
to
a
the
little bit. We
biologist.
got a text message that
Commissioners,
said, "Hey,
you
sounds
have the
good, but turn that
opportunity
down
to
just a little bit." So
say no
hopefully,
to special
yeah,
interest
hopefully
groups
that
like the Farm Bureau.
that helps. Their name
Keep them
appreciate
from meddling in
the
our game
input.
regulations.
cool.
Yeah, no, I think
You
we've
have
talked
the
about it. We talked
opportunity
about
and
it
duty
with Earl
to say
Jones
no to the
from
legislature.
MTPCA on
Battery Senator back there.
podcast a week ago that we'll probably launch
Show us
next
you
week.
truly
We've got a
are
different
different
breed
from the
of
commission of the past.
hunter that's coming
The
up,
resource
and
deserves
it's
better, and the
a lot
sportsmen
of
and
young
women
guys
of
that
this
are
state
getting into the
deserve better.
sport, and
I respectfully ask
weren't
that you pass the
taken out by
proposals and/or
grandpa.
amendments that were
They're not
presented in
using
April,
grandpa's
and that they
30-06, and
take
they're actually
effect in
seeking
2026.
out, like they've
Let's
got
return
that
true
onset
conservationism
adult
to Michigan
hunting,
while
and they're
leaving the
coming into
resource
it.
and
They're
landscape
18,
in
and they're
better
going,
shape for
"I
future
want to do
generations.
this. I want to be part of
Thank
it." And they're
Thank you.
where guys our age were. It was just what we did.
Yeah.
We went out and we did it.
Yeah.
We did it because our parents did it, our grandparents, our uncles.
It's more of a conscious choice now that
Right.
they got to really
Right.
make an effort if they haven't grown up around it.
But these guys are gnat's ass, compared to what we were. We grabbed the rifle that was in the closet. We grabbed the bows. We grabbed all the fishing stuff that was
Yeah.
available to
Yeah,
us.
we're just trying
These
to
guys
figure
are
out how to
specifically
minimize
going
the,
out and saying,
yeah, could you
"This is
close
what I
either
want
one
to
or
do."
both of
Doing
those
the
doors?
research, going, "What's the best thing?" They've got the
Yeah.
whole world at their fingertips on their phone.
Exactly.
I've actually
Hello,
been a part of
Commissioner
that system
Becky,
Right.
because
Dr.
I've had
was it?
2 of my friends come up for
My name
me
is Rochelle
just from
Hubbard.
my
I've
soccer
spoken to you
team.
guys quite a bit this year.
Like I've had them over
Although this
for
longest
steak
30 days
dinners from
between
does
me and
I've shot about
Edward
behind our
Spearman,
house,
as
Sure.
far as
and
all
I'm
my
sure that's
years
part
in
of the
Michigan
inspiration. We're
Falls.
like, ooh, I
What
want to
stands between
go
the
out
future
and
of Michigan
learn how to
spearman
get this food
and
myself.
status
Yeah.
quo
And also, it's just
is the setting of
amazing
you.
time with my friends.
All
Like
eyes are
for the
on you
first couple of
today.
years, like I started them out
Michigan
with
hunters,
squirrel
hunters in
hunting.
many
It's like
other
how
states.
my dad did
They're
with
all
me.
watching.
Yep.
And
2 years
just this
of
last season,
deliberations
I
among
helped
the
my
deer
friend
advisory
get his
panel.
first deer
Decades
ever.
of advocacy
So he
from
shot a
hunters
big
and
doe on one of our
conservationists.
permission pieces, and
Years
it
of
was so
professional
fun.
dedication
And
from our
we
biologists.
were able to. I taught
All
him
have
how to
culminated
gut
in the
the thing
recommendations
out
put
and
forth by the DAT
showed
teams
him
and the
where
department.
all the organs were in the
Nothing else
deer.
should be getting in
Just
the way
the basic education
on the
stuff, and
table.
I could tell
Not
he
without
was
following the same level
having
of
a lot of
input
fun.
deliberations,
Yeah, it's one thing
scrutiny, and
to talk
brainstorming.
about that kind of stuff with
No
with
blind
people who
sides
don't
coming
do
from
it, and
behind
then
closed
once you get
doors
your hands in it,
with, with the only
if you
support
got it,
being
you
that it
catch
sounds
it,
good
and
on paper.
you end up seeking that stuff out.
Earn
But
a
now that
second
we
buck
have
is not a $1 rule.
those sports
There are
medals,
still 2 bucks at play.
things like this,
And that
are
buck-centric mentality that
bound
we
to
are
happen. These
trying
changes
to
have to take place
change
because these guys
won't
want
change.
to move to the next
Everywhere that Earn a
level.
Buck has
You know,
been
they want
used
that
on a
level up
broad
achievement.
scale, it has
So
had
it's
one
like
of
you go
2
out and you get your
outcomes.
dough,
Either
and
it has
not that they
failed
won't
because
go out
of
and
online
get does,
reporting,
but
ghost
they want to
does,
get the buck under their
excessive
belt,
button
and
buck
then they want to
harvest that
start
actually
moving
makes
in the age
harvest
class.
ratios
And if we
worse.
don't have those
Virginia's
things
harvest
available
ratio
here
is
for
not that
as a
much better
Michigan
than Michigan,
resource,
and we don't even have
they're
Earn a
going to
Buck.
take those dollars
Or,
and
like
they're
in the
going
case
to
of
go out of
Wisconsin,
state,
it
and they're
has
going to do
caused
things.
damage of overharvest of deer in a blind quest for a buck
Yeah, I think
tag,
the mic's off.
and
Feels so-
ended in the gutting of the wildlife decision-makers by the hunters themselves.
You're number one, so I
Neither
think you're going.
outcome
Good.
is a
No,
good
go
thing.
ahead.
Check.
And the
Nope.
expectation that this
Go ahead
time
now.
will be different
Check. There it
is
is.
the
There you are.
definition of
All
insanity.
right.
Do
That's
we
my
want to
son. This
increase
is my
doe
son,
harvest?
Jacob, by
I'm
the way.
Jacob Erdody. I'm
Jacob's.
20 years old
But we
and
also
just
do not
finished
want
my
to
second
cause
year of
harm and
college.
depopulate
Okay.
the deer.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Crop damage will never be zero.
obviously,
And
Jacob's the one
an
I've hunted
honest
with the most and
conversation
spent the
must
most
be
time with
had
in the
of
last
how many farmers
20
are
years
doing
since
their
he's
part
been
and
little.
not
But
just buck hunting
for
themselves.
me as a kid, you know,
We
the bar
have
was a
just
lot
as much of a
lower.
responsibility to
We
not
only had
overharvest as we do to
influencers
maintain deer numbers
in our
at
family,
a healthy
his
level.
dad and grandpa and
Anyone who
those
takes a lot of
people
does
around you,
to try and manage
and
their
hunting
local deer
magazines
numbers
a little
also
bit.
knows it must be done with a certain
Nowadays,
amount of caution
like you said,
and over a
information's at their
period of time,
fingertips. And
especially when our knowledge of actual
with
deer
social
numbers is
media,
limited.
the bar's been
I
raised
take a lot
right
of
out of the
does,
gate for
more
guys
does than I
getting
can
started
count over
in
the
this
years.
current,
But each and every year we
situation.
monitor our local deer herds and
So
make sure we are not over-harvesting
it's
and
not
going
that
too far.
the shaming has
I
been
also
so
understand
much
that the
an
attention we pay
issue
to
to me.
harvest
It's just
impact
that
is not what
it's
the
a higher
majority of
bar.
hunters do.
With
Far
the
from the
information that's
effort
out there,
and the
it's
time
and the
that the
technology. I
majority
mean,
will do.
just we haven't even touched
That
that,
is
but
where
the
regulations
technology and
come in,
cameras and cell
so
cameras,
that the
especially, it's
majority of
just
hunters don't
easier to kill
test.
deer.
I strongly
With the
caution going
bows
to
and
an
the
earn a
guns
buck
and
system
the
without
cameras,
knowing
it's
if our
just
deer
easier,
herd
and so the
anywhere
bar should be
can sustain the
raised,
kind of
in my
mass
opinion.
scramble to take an antlerless deer when
And
there's a buck tag on the other
that's
side.
why this younger
And for the exact
generation, I
same
think,
reason and
thirsts
caution,
for
I have
more
advocated multiple
excitement,
times about setting
a better
DMU
scenario.
antlerless
They
tag
want a
limits
better
at
situation
reasonable
that Michigan is
levels
providing
to
currently.
start.
When you
If
compare it with
something's
other
worth doing,
states,
it is worth doing right.
it's dead last. You
We
can't tell
are the
me there's
voice of
another
the deer,
Midwestern
because the deer
state
don't
that's
have a voice.
worse.
I have been
I had the
discouraged
conversation on the way
many
up here with
times,
one of my friends,
but in
and
the end, I get back up and say to myself,
why don't we
I'm not
have,
really doing this for the hunter.
big
I'm
bucks
doing this
running
for the deer.
around? Like, aren't we?
So what we don't,
Don't we have the
so that we
habitat?
don't
It's like, oh, it's
see
all
year in
here.
and year
Yeah.
It's
out
all here. It's how
a
we're
deer herd that
treating
is
our herd.
unbalanced and
Yeah,
that doesn't look anything close to
one
what
of
it
I see
biologically should.
some issues in Michigan,
Natural
probably
state of
similar to
deer.
Pennsylvania.
All the
There's
problems with
smaller
the deer herd are
parcels
100%
than some of the
man-made, all
better
because of
states in the
hunter-harvest
Midwest.
Yep.
choices.
Smaller
it's time to
parcels is
change
tough, and
that.
higher
The
population is
mentality of
tough.
give
You get
more
higher
doe tags
pressure,
but
but
keep
that's
2
even
buck
more
tags
reason to
is
go to
what we
one
have
buck.
been doing for
For
decades.
sure.
Right? Like I live on
How
a
has it
1
worked?
square mile block in the
You have
country,
been presented with
1 square
regulation
mile,
recommendations that are
and I could
proven
tell
to
you
work.
for a fact there's
We are bordered by 2 states that use a 1 buck rule
10
and
guys
bag
on
limits by
that.
DMU to
Oh,
manage harvest,
And
and they are 2 of
and
the
if
best examples
there's
of deer management in the nation.
if the 1 4-year-old
OBR is
buck
not
that's around
complicated,
gets
yet
killed,
satisfies
that's
multiple goals.
I'm done.
Goals that
Right.
the
I got
Wildlife Committee
there's
itself
usually
set
a
out to
couple
follow.
3-year-olds now, which is way
Antlerless
better
limits by
than 15 years
DMU
ago.
adapt to
So I
degree
hear
of no
guys
harvest
when they
to the
say
area, something that
Michigan's
we lack
good,
completely
well,
right now.
it you
Both
think
work
it's good.
together, but
It
we
might be
also
better.
have to
It is
actually
better
see if
than
they
it
work
used to
before
be.
trying something different.
But to me, it's not good.
Let
It's
them
not right.
work.
We could do better. We
Give
could do
them
better.
time for the
So,
data collection
yeah,
and to
that's
see
why
where we need to go
we're
from
here.
there.
And then throw on
Heck,
top of that, we
if the
have
goal is
a
to get that
couple
data as soon as
neighbors that we've
possible,
had issues
then
with.
let's
Like,
do
we
this
know
now,
that
June
they've
26th.
baited
Oh,
1
yeah.
buck
Yeah,
is
no,
illegally,
DMU
Oh,
management
for
and it's
sure.
done
super
this year,
frustrating,
and you
especially
know it
being on
can.
a small
All you
parcel
need to do is
where
vote yes.
the few deer that we do have, have, we know that
you,
they could
Michelle.
just be just betting on the neighbors because our neighbors are illegally baiting. But we've got some good neighbors that don't, and we have good relations with all of our neighbors. And
Yeah.
Let's see who's coming up now.
Hi, thank you for your time. Yeah, so I guess a long-time listener, first-time caller.
All right, here's our
But,
next
yeah, so
contestant.
I
the
sat
5-minute
down
mark.
and jotted down a whole bunch of stuff that I
Where are
really
they
wanted
at
to
on the
say,
list?
and then
Are they
listening,
so
I kind of wanted to wing it.
ways down now?
Um, this is really important thing for me, for everybody in
Got
this room,
volume?
and it's pretty exciting to see,
Can you see who that
all
is?
of this passion. And so I just wanted to start out with, why I'm here and why I'm speaking. And just all the people that have talked so far, Rochelle that just talked, that was
Glasses to read
excellent.
that.
I just want to thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to keep
No,
mine
the
short.
closed captioning.
The thing is,
Yeah,
little
so
fuzzy for
we
me.
did that earlier. I said
our
that
own
old
research
guys
and
and bifocals
experiences
aren't working on
guide,
little computers.
our
I
own
do have my
feelings and our
glasses in my
beliefs, right?
pocket.
So beliefs are so strong. So I grew up in Northeast Michigan. I grew up
did
in
enjoy.
camp
I was at
culture. We had
one
a
in Lansing
family
in
camp.
April.
I've written you
enjoy the
guys, if you
input.
read my emails,
A lot
you
of
know,
the guys did a really
Ryder
good job
City
speaking.
area. My wife's from Posen originally. We still have a camp, we're, camp culture is okay. It's okay to have those traditions and still support things that are right for the resource. I feel like this is the chance.
Figure out exactly who
I've been watching a lot of social media on this, watching, paying attention to what you guys are doing, watching what the Department of Natural Resources is doing, and I'm just super impressed with this chance for change. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing here. But I feel like we need change.
Come out of
This is so
somewhere in
important.
between here.
I have a 14-year-old that's into hunting.
Josh hasn't
He's into
spoken.
compound. He
I haven't
shoots a
seen Josh
compound
yet.
bow. This year, I'm actually taking him out of state. I'm going to take him to Indiana public land. But anyways, I just wanted to mention,
And not that I'm sure everybody's got a lot
backtrack.
of things to say. I
My
think that
lens has
we
changed.
kind of
Yeah.
I
determined,
originally grew up
especially
hunting
the language
private
that we
land,
heard
Northeast
earlier,
Michigan. I thought that 2.5-year-old basket rack
we're
8-pointer
waiting for
was a
these
mature
decisions.
deer,
These
right?
decisions have been made.
I have since
That's what I was.
expanded my hunting horizons.
I love the public.
Fortunately, my wife and I have been able to have our own property, so we still have property up there and we still hunt it.
Okay,
Love
so
it.
this is JJ.
We manage our property, but I've expanded. I've
Okay.
hunted public land across the state. I've hunted private land
Okay, Rochelle,
and,
then
across the
JJ's up
state as
right
well.
Yeah.
But I've
So
also
JJ's
had
up
the
right now.
chance of
Josh.
hunting Indiana,
So I love these.
Ohio a
I
couple
love
times,
the
Kentucky a
public
couple
comment.
times, mostly public, and Kansas.
But
And
it's a little
those
tough, and I can see
experiences
this
have really
when we were
opened my
doing.
eyes
I,
to, wow,
spent a
what
lot
we
of
could
time
really
at
have
NRC
here.
meetings when the
And we
coyote
actually did
season
kind of have
changed.
that years ago in the
So,
UP, right? I
showing
mean,
up
so
here for the
um,
MTPCA and
so
doing the live
I'm
broadcast
here to
for
to
them
support the
and
one
going,
buck rule. I'm 100% for the
they
one
didn't
buck
hear
rule.
anything that
I
was
feel
said.
like
It
that
felt
one
like
buck
it because it's
rule
like,
will
okay,
actually
we heard
do
everything that you said,
so many
and
things. I believe it's
here's
going
the
to
decision.
help with
it
the
was
doe
like
harvest.
right now. It's like,
If you look at
okay.
Indiana and Pennsylvania,
So
what they
when
did
you're
with
coming to
that,
do
it really,
public
really
comment,
helped.
it's like you needed public
I
comment
think it's
for
it's gonna,
2 or
you want to keep
3,
those
and
regulations
you know,
simple.
you're
I think
trying
when you
to get
start
something
complicating things with
heard
the earn of $2,
to
what
spark
we heard with
something that's
the
not
issues of
going to show up
Virginia
at
and
this
we heard it
meeting.
with
It's
the
going to be
issues with
extra going after
with
you.
Yeah, I
Wisconsin.
reached out to Josh
You're
and
putting a lot of strain on our DNR. I mean, that's just a lot of resources that are
he had
required. I think
told
you
me that
go
a while
with what
ago.
our biologists
hey,
are saying, what our
if we
scientists
want to
are
make a
saying,
difference, it's not going to
the
be at the
DAT
May meeting.
team.
No.
Listen to your
And,
resources and
preferably
listen
before the
to
April one,
your
even.
constituents. And I really
Um,
feel like, I hope you
Yeah,
guys are
plant
the
seed and you
adult in the
gotta
room and
repeat it,
say,
just
listen,
like
you don't get your $2. You need
anybody,
your $1.
just like someone raising
Um,
kids. You got to tell
I
your
feel
kid
like the
15
$1 is
times,
going to change that
or
culture.
something
It's
for it
going
to sink
it's
in.
going to
Yeah,
shift
and
us
when we're
from
all carrying the
shooting
same bucket
more
of
does.
water,
I
it
mean, I
makes it,
tagged out myself
makes it a
4
lot
years in a
easier.
row, I
You know,
believe. There's a
Yeah.
few of those years I probably
I
shouldn't have
think
shot that first buck.
I made this
And
point in the letter
I'm
I
guilty
sent
of
them.
it, but I'm asking you
Think
for our
about
resource.
lifetime value
I
of
feel
a
like
customer
everybody that
versus
is
an initial
for the $1
purchase. That's what I
is
compare it
for
to
the
with
resource and
this,
for the future.
because
I
we
want
already
my
have
son to have
APRs
good
to
hunting
compare it to. I don't know
down the line.
offhand what
And
the
I feel like
percentages were,
if
but I know
you
there was opposition to
go with the $1
APRs. There always
rule,
is.
you are supporting
But I also
healthy
know that
deer
2,
herd.
3 years
You're
down the road,
supporting
those, not all of them, but
the
a
buck to
lot
doe
of them that
ratio.
were
You're
against APRs, they
supporting
see the benefits
a balanced
in their
age
hunting.
structure.
No, it ain't such a
And I
bad
think
thing.
that
You
you're
know,
going to see
they've gotten through
the doe
the
harvest
initial,
increase big time.
broke
I
the
think
scab
that
or
Mulligan
picked the
buck
scab,
thing is a
whatever. They
real
got through
thing,
that initial
and
pain
it's
and things are good.
super important that we
I think it'd be similar.
we take
with the
that
$1.
seriously. I
They'll
think
see,
if you
like,
throw that
guys
earn,
like to see
I'm
big,
against the
big
earn
deer,
$2.
older deer.
Absolutely.
Earn
They should.
second buck. I
You
mean,
go
if
around
you
glassing in the
throw that
evening
in
with
there, I
a
think you're just
decent
gonna,
deer
you're taking
population
away
in
that
the summer, and you shouldn't
that
have
Mulligan
to.
buck concept. You're still gonna have that,
Yeah.
and then you're just gonna be like, there's gonna be the ghost doe issue. There's
You
gonna be all
shouldn't have
kinds
to be
of
looking
issues with
at
that. So
20
I
does,
feel like you really need to
10
do
year
this.
and a half
This is
old
chance,
bucks
and
and one
I'm
2-year-old.
a
Right.
professor,
You know,
actually,
that's what
in
Michigan is
math,
like.
No,
which
it's
is
tough. And
different
I've
topic,
noticed,
but
I've had many
I'm
conversations with
nervous,
guys go,
and I'm nervous
even
because
like
this is so
trail
important
cameras.
to me.
We
I
use
really
those as a
talk to smart
tool.
people all the time, but
but there's sometimes it can deter you from
I really feel like you need to
enjoying
do
the
this
outdoors.
for our
Like it's
Yeah,
like it,
yeah.
you know,
our
you
kids,
put those cameras
our
up, and I've put
grandkids. I
cameras
mean,
up
this
on
is
some
so,
great
so
chunks of
important.
property
And
that
like
I lease,
Pennsylvania, I think you're going to see
and
positive
then go,
results when you
yeah,
go and
I'm
we're
not
able to
going
go.
hunting. Like I'm going somewhere
you,
else.
JJ.
You know,
Yeah.
something I was super excited about, paid
Yeah.
money for, wanted to be a part of, and then went, I'm out. I'm
Yeah.
not hunting it.
Usually the sign will back that up.
Absolutely.
You know, and we're fortunate we grew up before trail cameras were a thing.
Yep.
And so you know what it's like to do it without them, and you know you can. And so it's not that crutch. It's something that's cool, and it's a tool, and like you're seeing, if you have enough options, that's a great way to whittle it down to which ones are my best ones.
For
and
sure.
That's the reality nowadays.
Take
That's
an
what makes this-
inventory.
That's what makes it easier.
Yep.
That's what makes them more efficient, and that's why the bar should be raised. And at least I don't like to be done day one,
You know, first
unless
I
I've
want to
got
say
something else to
what Drew
go
said
to.
earlier, his buddy did for him. Drew did
Yeah,
the same thing for me.
it's a different
And I'm
situation these days
I
than
hunt quite a
20
bit
years
on
ago,
my
or
own.
certainly 40
He
years
called me
ago.
one day, I didn't know
So-
this kid from Adam, and he asked me to help
I'd like
him
to
out
hear you
with
guys'
everything
thoughts
he was
on.
doing,
Oh, I
and
don't
he
think
gave
this
me
is.
access to his
I can hear you
leads.
just
Did you hear
fine.
me?
He
Okay.
wanted to
Yeah.
get more does killed.
I'd like to
So
hear
I
you
just wanna
guys'
tell
thoughts on like
that
what
cycle
DNR
is a
could
real
possibly
thing.
do if
And it's a
they
real
did
thing
something
among us. I don't
instead
know
of
that
an
it's a real thing
APR
among everybody in the room,
age
but
restriction,
younger
like
guys, that's
where
how
a
they're
second
gonna
buck
operate.
has
So
to
that's
be
how
older
things are
than
gonna
two.
work.
Oof. You,
Yeah, it's a, that's,
After
I'd
that,
go
I wanna
against
say,
my
months ago, this commission
my
laid out several clear goals
main
for the future of
principles in
Michigan's
that
deer herd.
that's an
We know what they
ideology,
were.
right?
For
That's
those that
something
don't,
that, sure, in a
improve buck
perfect world,
structure,
we'd love
improve
everybody to
buck-to-doe
be able to
ratio,
age deer
and approach
and
doe harvest with
pick
more
the older
reactive,
one.
regionally responsive management
But that's just
strategy.
too much to ask
I
in the
know.
general
Those
public,
were the right
right? And
goals.
so
They were the right
APRs have been
goals.
an okay
Somewhere along the
scenario
line,
for
I
me.
think
I,
this entire
I think it,
conversation
yeah,
stopped focusing
it
on
works.
the
I've got
resource.
things against those because they
I
get
should
your
be able to
best
come in
bucks in
here
the age class shot.
and see DAT
Because like
support,
we've always
But
had
DNR
issues
biology
where
support, public
there's a lot of
support.
bucks that
We've
make
had
it
all of
through
those
that are
last
just
year.
old
Cool,
four
done.
corns or
yeah,
six
old little
points
scraggly
that
that nobody
that
wants
don't
to
apply
shoot.
to the
Right?
APR
Get
because
outta here.
so you're not able to
But
shoot
that's
them
not
with
what's
the
happening.
with the
There's a lot on
restricted
the
tag
table,
because they
and when
are an
everybody
old
argues,
buck with
including I
just
see
3
some of you
points on
guys
each
are at
side.
Yeah,
odds,
that's one of the
and,
problems I have with an APR as
the
well
problems
is, you know, you
remain
get a
exactly the same
6 or
over and
7
over
point
again.
bully
You still
buck.
have
oh, there's Josh.
young buck
There's Josh.
structure,
Yeah,
surveillance
Josh
buck
is
to
there.
doe ratio, and a management culture that has prioritized maximum opportunity over long-term sustainability for decades. And respectfully, that culture is failing. You can't continue removing immature bucks at the rate we do and expect age structure to magically fix itself. You guys held the DNR accountable on goals. You're not going to meet your own. And that is not fantasy, that is biology. And the longer this commission delays meaningful change, the harder it becomes to reverse the damage. What exactly needs, this is why it needs to happen in 26, not 27, not after another year of fighting and not after another commissioner turnover, which we're about to see. For the first time in my life, Michigan hunters and the DNR have actually aligned on meaningful buck regulation. That matters because historically this conversation has always been fractured. Hunters versus biologists, hunters versus commissioners, region versus region. But right now there is actual alignment forming. Honor that alignment. It's simple. Don't water it down because the second this turns into a compromise with the very support and momentum that finally exists among meaningful reform. A statewide one buck rule across the upper and lower peninsula is the single most immediate and meaningful change this commission can make. Statewide, not partial, not watered down, upper and lower peninsula, because these problems are statewide. Overharvest of immature bucks is statewide. We don't age deer, so I keep hearing about these numbers. We don't age deer here. The culture that created this mess is statewide. And we're being completely honest, a lot of hunters say they want better deer hunting while defending the exact system preventing it. You cannot demand older bucks and protect a 2-buck culture built around shooting deer before they ever reach maturity. It's a contradiction. It's exactly why we're here. It's exactly why I'm here. A 1-buck rule paired with APRs to introduce Michigan deer management. It introduces something we've never seen, and that's restraint. A clear opportunity opportunity to send every hunter afield with an antlerless tag in their pocket. But apparently restraint has become like controversial. And I want to strongly oppose this earn a buck proposal. I think earn a buck is not some groundbreaking conservation strategy. Doe harvest under a $1 rule are fluid and natural. Under earn a buck, doe harvest becomes transactional, completely changes hunter behavior for the worse, and the burden absolutely falls on hardest on public land hunters and public land deer populations first. And I know this is a trial, but when that money starts rolling in and people see that, this is how government works. When that money starts coming in and people get a taste of it, we'll never get rid of it, and it'll expand. And those same public lands already carrying the most pressure, the worst age structure, the highest hunter conflict, are once again going to be the redheaded stepchild to a policy that it never should have been introduced to. And I'm going to stop like pretending that APRs are creating some biological disaster scenario. And he mentioned it earlier. White-tailed deer aren't even skeletally mature until they're 4.5 years old. We're not creating armies of ancient bucks roaming the woods spreading disease. They're primarily allowing bucks to survive past their first birthday. That's it. Sole purpose, one birthday. The overwhelming majority of Michigan bucks never come close to maturity. In their first set of antlers. And frankly, some of the loudest people screaming about disease spread never talk about doe density, doe family groups, or habitat degradation, because blaming antlers is easier than admitting the culture itself became unsustainable. $1 statewide, upper and lower peninsula. He talked about Gary Alt. Eric told the Alt story. Alt had support. Alt had no support. You guys do. You just have to have half as much courage as Gary Alt has to get $1 across the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and
That's
that
so
was
true.
Josh.
He's a good voice for us.
He is a good voice. Turn this back down. That way the next person's not screaming in our face.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of good speakers, and we need to talk to more of them because I want to.
So before I get started,
definitely want to have
I'm not a
them on podcast
veteran, but I want to bring this up, and I'm sure there's
be a part
veterans
of
in
it.
this room.
But I like the way
We have
Josh
the biggest
I do too.
meeting
He's
of
very
the year,
articulate.
and there's not a flag here.
Jimmy,
And I think the commission
how are you?
should
Good,
put into
good.
place
Want to
the same
podcast
pledge
a little
of
bit?
allegiance every time.
Want a podcast? Awesome. It was Jim, Michigan out of doors.
Good afternoon,
Jimmy
Commission.
Gretzinger.
My name is Carlton Miller,
Took Jimmy
and
out
I'm
to
from
doe
Macon
hunt
County.
one time.
Did you?
Yeah,
This is
he
my
had to,
third regulation cycle.
shoot some
and I'm
does with a
tired of
Brenton
hearing the
USA
same thing every
rifle.
time.
So took him out.
These are the same
Nice.
voices
Spent some time out shooting does.
falling on the same
That still
deaf
reminds me
ears.
of the
I gave
traditional
this cycle
Thursday
every
night
ounce of energy
Michigan
that I
outdoors
had, and I
back
made
then.
sure I had no
Fred
regrets,
Trost when
and
I
I
was growing
trying
up.
hard
but
enough.
It's still cool
In the
to
last
see.
8 months,
Absolutely.
this has been one
Michigan-based
of the
show like
most
that doing
exhausting
well.
battles
Yeah,
I've
the
ever
fact that they've
been a
carried
part
on all
of.
those
I wanna
traditions and still
thank
have the big buck
everyone
night.
that stood
Yeah.
side
Yeah.
by side.
Like,
in our
maybe
fight
that's a
for
good
what's right
a
for the
benchmark.
resource.
Like something gets
I'm
passed
36 years
3 years
old,
from now, we
and I'm
might
one of
be
the first
watching a
kids
different
that went through
Michigan
the youth
big
hunt.
buck
You know,
night.
I
that's a
wanna
good
thank
point
every
because I
30
think
and
that's
under
one of the
kid
first
in
places
here
you would see
fighting
results like
for a
that.
better future.
Everyone said, "Oh,
I
Michigan's
believe
great.
it
Look at big
wasn't
buck
for the
night. Look
youth
at the
hunt,
big bucks."
kids
You
would
wanna
not
know
be
what?
here today.
This year,
At a
I don't
previous
know. I
NRC
don't know what
meeting
they
a
edited,
couple
so
months
I
back,
could
the
be
DNR
off
showed
here.
a slide
But
on where the
I
issue
assume they
resides.
showed their
And while
best
not
bucks,
everyone in
at
that age
least,
group
and
is
then
the
trickled
issue,
down a few others.
55 and older
And there were
group
only
was at the top
know,
of their list.
couple
What
160s, a
issue
couple
do I see?
180s,
I see our
170s,
commission
whatever,
is
a handful.
55 and older,
You
and I'm
you
asking the
look at
problem
Indiana,
group for change.
and if they had a big buck night,
You don't want change, and
they
your
would
votes
be
will show
lined
today.
about the door with deer
I'm here
like
to
that.
say
And that's the
I'm not
difference
waiting
you see,
longer, and our
and that's the
voice
first place.
for
Guys want to show
change
them
will
off,
only get
I think you
louder.
would see
I asked
that
the
location,
commission
that
to
that
look at
event
MUCC
be
and where
a
they
lot
are
different.
today.
Yeah, we had a buddy
They
actually
closed
got
their
a
doors because they didn't want to
198
change and
in
adopt
Ohio, and
what
it
the younger
is.
generation wanted.
I want to say it's
Is our DNR
16
next
inches wide.
going to close?
It's
Wow.
like
All this is
I'll
a
show you a
bait and
picture of this
switch.
thing. It's an
We have a
absolute
DNR and NRC that doesn't care
massive
about the resource and they only
mess.
care
Yeah.
about money.
And
Those are
I
awesome.
had
I kind of got a
Buck
thing for
wasn't
those
even on the
narrow,
amendments
but
last
just
night,
like
and you
heavy
knew
bucks.
yeah.
Then
So
it was
narrow,
already
heavy
passing
bucks.
without
love 'em.
mentioning
Especially
it
with
on
height.
purpose.
And then the other one is
Earn a
that
earn a buck is only a money grab for the
Georgia
department, and
perfect
you all
brown
know
8
it.
point, like
Earn a
the
buck
one
is
that's on the
worthless
the
without
bag of feed. The
APRs on
I
it.
can't remember which one it was.
And if you don't
Imperial.
add
Yeah,
APRs on it,
Yeah,
nothing
the
will
Imperial,
change.
where you look
Yeah.
at that and you go,
You've shown you
"Oh,
don't care, or you
sharp
don't care
time,
about money.
perfect.
I
Oh,
was
yeah.
hoping in
I think
20
I've lived
years,
in
this
Michigan
group,
too long where it's like the
could
perfect
have
8
been
pointer.
honored.
Yeah.
And instead,
Yeah,
will be
I know.
forgotten in just a
All
few
good.
short years. Your decisions were
Good
already made months
justification for any
ago
of those.
before
Yeah.
this meeting.
I like them
Our
wide
state
and
needs courage,
tall and heavy and
not
all of it.
cowards.
Yeah, when they had,
County, we've seen
I
firsthand what
think one of the
APRs did,
commissioners got
and
into
I strongly
the
encourage
talking
one
about
buck
age
with
class and
APRs.
then
I
putting
will
that
end on
into
this. Why do we keep
in the
doing a
horn.
DAT
And then
every
saying,
3
well,
to 4 years
if
for
you
the
have
last
bad
30
nutrition at
years
5.5, one
and
of those
never
bucks
listen
could
to
be
one
back
thing
down
they
to,
have to say?
a 6
lying
point
to
and
the
then be
public
off the
with
table.
these
And
work
it's like,
groups who act like you're open
not
to
sure we
change.
need to
Instead of a DAT
go
team,
like
why don't we
that.
do
But
deer
and
workshops
and
like the
you know
fur
what? If
bearers and
that's
the
the
bear
case,
groups
maybe that
do?
one gets a
All the
pass. Maybe you're
stakeholders
free
get
to go.
together and they hash
I
everything
don't.
out every year.
Yeah,
Only pick 2 potential
there's, like I
changes
said, pros
and
and
have
cons
that
to
work group
APRs. I
focus
don't like that you
on
can't
only
kill a
those
bully
2
buck, a
changes.
bully 6
When you
pointer or
have too
something
many
that's
options
7
like
years
this
old.
year,
And
it
Yeah,
always
this is the
leads
one that we
everything
were
from
discussing, and it's
for
like
more
this
corruption
one's on trail
and
cam, and you
collusion
go,
like
you
we
know,
had during this
Wow,
tell.
what trail camera?
Definitely
that is?
has
extremely disappointed in
That's
the
why I
group.
shut off the location.
You're
So
not taking your resource first, and I hope that you vote for one buck with APRs.
yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
looks like they're who's up now.
Thank you, Carol.
Josh mentioning Earn a Buck made me think of another point I should have mentioned with this Buffalo County when they did the Earn a Buck. It was for the first buck tag. You literally had to kill a doe before you could hunt any buck.
Oh,
And that's an important thing to mention. It wasn't for a second buck tag. It was, I'd drive 8 hours to go hunt, and I had to kill a doe before I could start hunting bucks. And there were two different times. One thing they did I thought was cool, and they allowed you to pre-qualify for the following season by killing a doe
After talking with a good friend,
in
I
the
took
current
his
season,
counsel and decided to not stoop
which
as low
was
as some of the
that's
things
helpful,
I've seen
because
on
then that
social
gives you a
media.
chance to shoot an
I
extra
wanted to
doe
stay
with a
level-headed.
rifle
Why I did that,
during gun
he
season
told me
and have
Proverbs
it
12,
earn your buck
verse
tag for
13
bow
says,
season
"The
the
way of the
following
fool
year.
seems
So
right,
oh
but
yeah.
there's ways around some of those things, but I do think it's
Speaking
more
of wise,
effective. It needs
consulting
to
with counsel, what's the point of the
be in
DNR
place to
biologist
get that
presentation?
first buck tag,
If you
certainly
refuse
the
to
second
listen.
buck tag. That's why I
How
say
many
like
more?
2
How many
does
of
to
you
get
are
the
more
second buck tag.
qualified
But
than the team of biologists that proposed
yeah,
the best way to
Yeah, I
increase
don't know
doe
how I feel
harvest?
about the earn a buck
Being the
program.
one
Well,
person who
and
blatantly go against
I
their
think being
suggestion
sprung
with
on
the
like
plan
this,
has been
where
known to
nobody
fail
has time to
time and
digest it
to earn a buck.
and think through those
yeah,
issues, that's
yeah.
it's unfair.
Well, they
And
need to hear
A
from
mere suggestion
guys
of
like
this,
us, I
that
think,
earn a buck by
groups
this
of
commission
us
is a blatant
with
disregard
experience
of
that have
Harvard biology and sound science.
lived it in
Gosh.
other counties.
I think now's a good time to remind everyone
Yeah,
what happened in
Yeah.
November of
Just
96
crazy,
with
right?
that's
Buffalo.
Yeah.
awesome.
The
Yeah.
people voted with
198 inches of
69%
bone
support
on that
to
thing,
give
and
the
it's just
NRC
not
exclusive
I
live.
brought
authority over
my
the
buddy
certification
Dan,
It's just
and
freak.
requires the commission
Similar-
Mainframe 8
to vote
point.
the greatest
Yeah.
similar
Oh
story.
my gosh, that's a
principle to
beast.
use principle of
My
the
friend
down
Dan, that
scientific management
first
in
time
making
out of state hunting, I brought him
decision
onto
regarding
a
the
lease
safety
I
of
had
dogs.
in Wisconsin. He
Our own
killed a
DNR
208.
biologist
Oh
did not
my
once
It
goodness.
was
suggest earn a
bigger
buck
than that
because the
thing
science
there.
doesn't
He
back
wasn't
that
an
up.
8 point. He was
I just mentioned it on
was he a
Friday at the
mainframe?
Go-To plant,
I think he
in
was
the
a
face with people that voted for
mainframe
proposal
10 or
3 and
11.
hunters since.
And then he had junk. He had
Thin glimmer of
inner
hope
row
for
of
state farm.
tines and just
I
baseball
urge
bag.
you
It
to
was
put
6
aside
inch
your desire to
circumference at the
keep
end of the
people to do
beams.
what's
Right.
Just
and putting the health of the deer
amazing
above
buck.
hunter satisfaction.
And have we
Crazy.
ever seen one of those on Big
I
Buck
say that
Tag?
tongue in cheek because it's stunning.
No,
not one of
no, but they're
those,
out
not
there.
one like
And
that,
where
but
did
yeah.
he get that?
That was Wisconsin.
Okay, so got that in Wisconsin. This one I'm talking about is in Ohio. You know, like
And they're coming out of Indiana too.
right,
I mean, it's-
and Missouri,
yeah.
and Kansas, and Iowa. And I know we're talking about different habitats, but I feel like they don't even have a chance here because we're taking those things out of the herd before they can even make
Well,
it.
and that's why I say again back to between wolves in the UP and hunter density in the LP, one buck makes the most sense.
Luckily, my
I
mind is
hear
open enough to challenge
some
my
private
unbelief and
landowners
be
will
able to
bitch that
not be afraid of change. I spoke with the
I
NRC
invested all
after
this
the
money,
fact
I should be able to
and
kill 2. Well,
the
you know, that's not unheard. I hear you. But with recruitment being what it is, take your kid out or take your nephew out or invite the neighbor kid to hunt, teach him to hunt, let him kill a buck instead of you killing two.
Yeah, for sure.
I
Good
think
job,
there's so
Josh.
much
Hey,
more to
Josh.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of hogging them all, you know, maybe share the resource a little bit.
Right.
I think that's
I
part
think
of
a,
that mental approach.
yeah, for sure. I think it's a resource that we need to utilize and maximize, and I don't think that we maximize it right now. Some change needs to happen, no matter what it is. That something has to happen.
Yeah, and I fear that that's what they're doing is, oh, you know, we're meeting you in the middle. We're going to do earn a buck instead of $2. It's earn a buck, and they don't understand that makes zero difference to our cause, like to the reason we're here. It would make zero difference.
Right.
It doesn't make guys be more selective on the first buck because they know they can get a second buck if they want to.
Right.
And it's not enforceable. So you're going to have guys, hey, guess what? I shot my buck. No, I shot a doe 5 minutes later.
Right.
You know, it's literally not enforceable as is. If it was enforceable, if they had to shoot 2 bucks or 2 does to get that second buck tag, I'm listening, but it's still not the better solution on a statewide, you know, even lower peninsula level.
Yeah, I don't
And the
think so
UP
either.
is just, you can't tell me that it's a better choice to let him keep shooting 2 of them with the numbers being what they are and the wolves and, you know, it's just not. It's
How
not
bad
the
are
right
the wolves?
situation. So I can't give you numbers. I just know I have friends up there. I have friends I've
Yep.
hunted with, I talk to regularly. Farmer I grew up that I've kept in touch with for years. He died of cancer a few years ago, but
Ken Brian.
it was bad. It's bad. I know it's not gotten better since I talked to him
Right.
last before he passed away. But it's not good. You know, the guys are getting too many wolves on trail cameras. I think it was completely obnoxious. The one guy on Michigan Out of Doors that Jimmy interviewed was saying they're not making an impact, that their impact is negligible on the deer herd. That's ridiculous.
I believe in deer management. I practice quality.
Elliot, you up yet?
Help manage deer populations. I believe
Okay. All right. We're listening.
go to an earn
Then the fireworks will go off. We were waiting for hot takes from Elliot.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one?
You must first harvest.
Ken Bryan is up. So it looks like we are.
Want another buck? You must harvest
Three
another
from Elliot then.
first. This maintains the
see.
ability to continue hunting.
Yeah, his
with
post
pride
last week was the one that set me
while
up in my
managing
chair.
the
I'm like, wait a second, what's going
By
on?
doing this, you
So we have
instantly
17 5-minute comments
there will
left at
never
this
be a
point.
time when more bucks are harvested than does.
Let's see what. Let's check this and see. Everybody's saying go Josh, go Josh. Josh has gotten some love here.
Oh, where's the, can I
Yes,
pull
sir.
those up here?
Yeah.
There may no
chat?
longer be a
Yeah.
need for the extended doe season in January. I don't believe that's
Yeah.
Earn a buck has been proven in other
And then
states.
Dave asked,
such
there
as
anything said about
Wisconsin,
opening day
Connecticut,
firearm? And Nate,
Georgia, Illinois, Maryland.
Yeah, that
Nebraska,
opening day of firearms
New
switch,
Jersey,
I would love to see that. That's
Virginia,
something I've witnessed, I've participated in Wisconsin because it's
Forcing
always
one buck
How are
the,
you?
per season rule will only
the
encourage
Saturday before
Camera's up
Thanksgiving
there.
to the Sunday after Thanksgiving,
Longer
and it's
doe
very
seasons
predictable.
are
You
not
know,
as
guys can
effective
plan their work
after-
schedules
after
easier. They
being
know you've
hunted for
always got
months.
2 weekends.
They have taken
It pushes it
refuge
back a
lot of
little
times
bit, but
in
you'll still get
places
years
where
where
there's less
Thanksgiving's
pressure.
early and you
They also
still
go to
have some
potato
rut. But I think
Will
that's a good
also
move. That would be a
migrate
good
places
move.
Oh,
that have
absolutely.
open
I
houses.
think if you think about
Other places that are
that
closer
hunter
to
satisfaction, I think that's
eventually go
that's
there 'cause
big.
they don't run into
You know,
the
it's a
side
bummer
roads,
that
run into
you know
people.
opening day of rifle season. I know it's traditionally been the 15th, and
hunters,
people
whether
plan on
they're
it, and
youth
it's.
hunts,
But
adult-
if you made
adult
it on
hunts,
that opener
should
on
be
a
required
Saturday,
to earn a
Yeah.
buck.
everybody
The only
Guys
it
would find-
levels the playing
Yeah,
field.
that soreness would wear off really
One of the
quickly
biggest
when people
challenges to
realize
hunting
how
a
nice it
true
is to
buck
have that
is
always
time
on a
spent in the
Saturday.
woods.
Yep.
It's
The
so
second
much
buck
better
tag is
for
a coveted tag
a work
for a
schedule
trophy
and
buck hunter.
planning. You know,
They
when
simply wanna
opening
take
day's on a
their
Monday or a
entire
Tuesday,
vacation during hunting
that gets
season
tough.
in the woods.
Yeah, I've gotten a little bit sore when
The
I've
earn a
been,
buck
you know,
rule,
out of town
hunters
bow
must
hunting, and then all of a
stand
sudden realize, what do you mean their
hunt as
opening day
long
is
and hard as
tomorrow?
you want.
You know,
Yeah.
like
They have
Like I got to leave a little early. I really wanted to stretch this last weekend into November before I had to be home for rifle. It's like, but it's their opener.
Yeah.
I've always dreaded the opener of Michigan Gun just because, like, ever since I started bow hunting, at least, and our property in specifically, the deer always have their like hideaway areas that, like, once
They
our neighbors
disappear,
start
for
shooting
sure.
off, they
After day
disappear.
2,
After like
after
we'll
day 2, they're pretty much.
we have consistently like a good like mature buck that might come through our property just like a couple days or the week of gun season,
Yep.
and that'll be it. And then even the does will be gone, and we might see like a fawn cross our field after the opener, and otherwise it'll just be no deer, and our trail cameras are just empty.
Yep. No, I think that's that way everywhere, you know, and then that kills the hunter satisfaction when it opens on a Monday, and then you've got 4 days of banging it in the woods, and then this poor guy that wants to get out on Saturday morning. It's like, yeah, I might as well be hunting. The end of the rifle season.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Some guys only have the weekends, and I would
James
fully
Santa.
support the Saturday opener like that. I think that's a
Yeah, not saying that people
Definitely.
don't work on the weekends, just saying that
right.
for a big
James?
majority, you might be able to
Okay,
get that
we're
time
gonna
off.
Move on
Right,
down to
right.
Brad to John.
I was sitting in the tree stand on
Brad here.
opener with my bow, and as I was sitting in my stand, I heard 86 gunshots, like just in the surrounding area. I counted them all. It is ridiculous.
Tommy's throwing out here, like to see them remove the limited firearms to any firearms. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Maybe a new
Talking
thing for
about
you
Tommy,
guys.
you're talking
This is
about
my
the
first
shotgun
NRC
line.
meeting of my
Oh,
life.
I'm
yeah.
assuming.
Yeah,
So
straight wall
I-
and
straight wall.
muzzle loader
I don't-
versus
Born and raised in
center
Nuevo,
fire.
Michigan.
I think we've covered it a couple of times. Personally, I think you do away with the shotgun line. I
I've got
think
some dates
that
here. I'm gonna try to get through this
open
in
that
about
up to
5
any
minutes.
firearm.
This is something
I
typed
agree.
up.
I think it's
Gonna try to go
since
through here as we go.
I don't know what the percentage is, but
Like a lot of hunters my
most
age, I
guys are
basically
hunting
checked
from
out
an
our
elevated
regulation
spot.
conversation.
Absolutely.
The
There
idea
was a
that the
long
bullet's
time
going to carry
Not
so much
because I
further in a
stopped
center
caring,
fire
not
versus a
because
straight wall or
anything other
something
than after years of
doesn't
watching things in this
cut the
state get
mustard. So
further and further out of balance.
I think center fires would be just fine. Most guys are in towers or
For
tree
nearly the past
stands
2
or
decades, I've stopped
a
believing in
little
any
above,
meaningful
and
change
those that are
happening in this
flat.
state.
If
So I
you
simply
shot
read
a
the
rifle,
regulation book,
you would know that by the
read it,
time,
and I went to the
and
woods.
we're talking
I chose to
like
insulate myself
I
and my
shoot a
hunting here in
26
Michigan
Nosler,
and beyond in the other
but
states.
300 Win Mag or
Basically, just tell me
something,
what the rules
anything
are, and that was
you
it.
can
I was
shoot
completely
1,000
disengaged
yards,
from what I
right?
perceived to be
That bullet drops
theater of
feet. I
regulation.
mean,
Oh, yeah.
many feet by
2025, I
6,
lost
7, 800 yards.
You can,
Yeah, you
but
would
you also
literally-
need to be
30 years of
proficient
hunting.
with that rifle.
My
Yeah,
only
yeah.
intention was
So-
to
Well, and
share some
yeah, that's the other
stories
reason I
and
support
point
is
of
there are
view.
very few places in Michigan where you could
Ironically
shoot
enough, in my
600,
12th
800
episode,
yards.
I went on a little
You're shooting
monologue
across
rant
fence
about
lines
what
as,
has taken
as
place
parceled as
Absolutely.
it is.
over the past
So
10 years
I
of my
think
hunting.
it would be
You
a
can
good
call it
move. I
good, you
don't
can
think
call it bad,
safety
whatever,
is
but,
a concern.
I think it also
it-
could help with like the
something to
doe
be-
managing
Face-to-face
part
with
too,
a
because
big
it'd be
issue.
way
A lot of
easier to
engagement.
hunt does if
Core to what I was
you
saying,
do have the extra
people not
legal
all public
capacity to
address. I love
hunt them
your
with
feedback.
long range
The
rifles.
purpose of that
Yeah,
episode was
and I think,
basically just,
yeah.
like I said,
well,
me
and
to
if we're
rant
talking
what
about
was going on in the state.
long range rifles,
Preface,
like
prior to this podcast,
where we're
I
looking at
barely
the
engaged on
350,
Facebook.
450, the
Personal
buck
or on my-
hammers,
my
the things that are
podcast
coming up now that are straight walled.
Um,
Those
after
ballistics are
seeing the amount
changing
of
quickly,
engagement
and
from
the
everybody on both
technology and
sides
the
of the
co-efficiencies that are
topics
being put in
being
these
discussed,
bullets,
Yeah.
you can send them a
I
long
was
way.
intrigued.
Well, I
started
have a
listening,
400
started
Legend.
watching,
Shout
and
out to
started engaging.
Bear Creek Ballistics. They're
And honestly,
friends
for the
and a
first
client
time
of
in
mine.
my
And Jeff
adult
has
hunting life, I
designed
was
this 400
cautiously
Legend, and the
optimistic
ammo.
this NRC
It's
commission deal was
400
going-
yard,
that was gonna make some meaningful
400
change
yards
to this
lethal. I
state.
mean, it'll drive
For the first
packs.
time
And I
in
shoot
my
the
life,
I
I
shoot the Bear
With
Creek
the
myself,
kinetic
like
energy.
the ammo at least. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm putting it out of a
That's what they've
350.
done, and I've shot
meaningless
the
coercion
ultimate
based on
muzzleloader,
PMU.
Ken Johnston's gun. I met him
Conversations about a
around
one-buck
2000,
regulation
and
what it could mean
shot
for the
his. I
future of
still
Michigan
shoot his
hunting.
muzzleloader. It was a great one
It
for
finally felt
dialing
like
back
maybe
the load
this
with the
state
kids when they were small. I
was
put a youth
ready to
stock
stop
on it. I
settling
could
for
put
being
one pellet in it and get
Then
them
out of
hunting
nowhere,
with a gun.
Shot my
days
first
before this
deer
meeting,
with it.
Yeah, yeah,
I hear
10
news
years
about
old.
this
And,
second buck proposition.
yeah. But
Just like that, I felt like
from
I
a
was
safety
transported back
standpoint,
20 years ago.
I think firearms should be allowed, all the center fires in the whole state.
Absolutely. I don't disagree at all.
Be a commission that was going to choose the politically comfortable path instead.
Who do we got up now?
Respectfully, Michigan hunters are tired of it. For the better part of 3 decades, the state has
James
mismanaged deer hunting
St.
with a level of
John.
consistency that would almost be impressive if the consequences weren't so
Trying
frustrating.
to cross
and
off the list
detrimental.
here as we go. There are a lot
We've
of
watched age
public
structure
comments.
suffer. We've watched
And
nearly
again,
every
we've set up
aspect
this
of the
forum
hunt
where we
itself
can kind of
liberalized.
talk over
More
and do
tags, more
commentary
seasons,
and
more weapons.
podcast while this
We've
thing is
watched
going on.
anticipation
The closed
decline.
captioning
We've
is
watched
on, so
regulations
you can
become increasingly complicated.
read
Actual
along
hunting quality has continued to
with all the
erode.
comments. But we do have some friends
What's
of the
truly
show
remarkable
that
is
have public
somehow,
comments, so
over
we
the
are
past 3 decades,
maybe
Michigan has
slowing
become
down
one of the
and
only
turning up
states
the volume a
capable of
little
trading
bit.
both over and under
At
harvest,
times,
all in the
we
same
give a
state.
shout out to all our sponsors again.
Despite all
To
that,
2O,
many in this room, including
appreciate
myself, are still
2O
holding
being
hope.
part
That's
of
why
the
I'm here
Roam
to applaud
Outdoors
your luck here
podcast.
today.
Use our codes.
OBR
Our
coupled with
codes will be
TMU
all in the
analyst
show
voters
notes.
represents
Brenton
more
USA,
legislative
Brenton
change. It
USA.
represents direction,
Get our code,
simplicity,
get 10% off.
accountability,
2O, you get
and restraint.
25% off your
A chance
online
to finally
orders.
prioritize herd
Whitewater
quality and
Fishing,
long-term
Blocker
sustainability over
Outdoors,
political pressure,
Vitalize
or pressure to
Seed.
pacify
We
and
have a
placate
lot
in
of
an attempt to
great
salvage decline in
sponsors,
hunter
and
participation.
please visit their websites and
Michigan
place
hunters
orders
finally see a doorway
online.
to
Use
something
our
better.
codes.
A better herd, better hunting,
You have that
better
list
recruitment,
memorized, man.
better
You're doing
age
good.
structure.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Future where Michigan can once again
You say it a
become
lot,
the
you know,
next tier
most
state.
of the time.
Instead
You
of
probably say it in
cautionary
your sleep
tale.
some
Yeah,
nights, huh?
The moment
sometimes,
for
and
this
I
NRC
switch
is
between,
right now.
you know,
It's your time to
Experience
lead.
Wild was
Michigan hunters are paying attention.
my
We're done accepting management on fear and
my
politics and
platform that I
appeasement.
used for a long time, and I do
You have the
Skeeter's Fishing
opportunity to
Report.
leave a
So
legacy.
in Muskegon or West
Do the
Michigan,
right
you can
thing.
go to Skeeter's Fishing
Don't
Report,
choose
and you'll
comfort.
see me every week out there
Okay.
doing
Hunters of this state,
the
most
fishing
importantly,
report of what's
the
happening in
white-tailed
West
deer,
Michigan. So
want to know who's
get
gonna
on and
continue
you
to
get
put
all
the
those
light in the
taglines.
basement.
Hey guys, it's Skeeter with Skeeter's
That's it.
Fishing Report,
Thank you for your time.
or hey guys, it's Skeeter with Experience Wild, and then we add Roam Outdoors Podcast, and then there's the Roam Syndicate, and I'm still
Elliot?
trying to get
Stumbling,
all of
huh?
them together. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I said Experience. Or the Experience Wild Podcast. I think I said it a couple of times.
Roam.
Yeah, bunch them all together. But yeah, we're getting it
Yeah.
figured out.
Lies
and
and politics have led to some very poor
all of those
decisions that have had a
sponsors. I
negative
should
impact.
I should
And not only the
probably put
resource,
myself together a
the
cheat sheet
department
so I have
themselves.
all of those codes right
So
in
much
front
of
of
that
me.
Oh, at least have a logo
distrust
shirt.
and
Yeah,
regard
that's
has
it.
stemmed
Yeah,
from
look
the
like
Be like a NASCAR
NASCAR,
sponsor.
NASCAR bass fisherman. Yeah,
Yeah.
get it all over.
We all thought this commission would be different, but as
Oh,
we have
here we
seen the
go.
last month from
It's
some,
Elliot.
you acted no different. Chad Stewart, Sarah Thompson, and Brent Rudolph all told the DAT they would not present anything to the NRC that they could not support biologically. The DAT brought forward OBR, and the DNR supported it. The DNR analyzed OBR, APR, status quo, hunter's choice, and the NRC's flavor of the month earned a second buck. For once, the DNR brought a buck regulation forward and recommended OBR as a tool in the toolbox to correct this density issue to bring balance to the herd. Not because they were pressured into it, but because they know what it can do biologically, they can defend that decision, and they know the need for change is important. The support from the DNR is not just from their deer team, but the support through the DNR reaches all the way down to their district staff and the COs. And all of this was done in the eye of the public. What is crazy to me is how highly other states talk about our state's deer team. Scott, your deer team. Biologists such as Dr. Mike Tonkovich, Joe Cadell, and Jeff Pritzel could not say enough of how lucky we are to have people like Chad in the position that we do. They talk about the knowledge and experience our deer team has, and that they truly know what needs to be done to help Michigan's deer herd, and that they truly care. As Dr. Tonkovich said, you have a great leader ready to lead in Chad. Your NRC just needs to give him the chance. But for the life of me, I can't understand how 7 political appointees somehow, some way feel that Chad Stewart, Dr. Brent Rudolph, and Chief Sarah Thompson are somehow inadequate in their decision-making. Please explain to me how you all are somehow more qualified than the experts in the DNR that we support. Scott, in my world, I defend my people to the end. And to watch the blatant disrespect of your staff by some is disappointing and appalling to say the least. At the time, energy and research put into this by the DNR staff, the DAT, and others getting thrown in the trash because of politics and money. In all the time I have been doing this, I've never seen someone just run and tattle to the legislature. But somehow, some way, we had an individual run to Senator Cherry that earned a second buck was not what the DNR recommended, but instead went OBR. Because of that, Senator Cherry called the DNR and you, the commission, and used his political might to swing you towards earning a second buck. Because that language was on the Senate license increase package bill that he brought forward. Proposal G created the NRC to keep politics out of the regulations, but somehow politics got involved again. One of the goals that Brent presented to this very NRC is that the DNR would love to see more years where Michigan shot more doe than bucks. And what does this commission do? The attempt not once, not twice, but 3 times to bring earned second buck to the table. The regulation that in Virginia does not take more doe than buck, and Virginia's DNR has openly admitted it's not really working. Matter of fact, something I found, even a county that was surveyed by their DNR had an estimated 70% of ghost doe reporting. 70%. But say it does work, and you shoot 3 deer. Under earn a second buck, you get 2 bucks and 1 doe. Does not meet the goal that Brent presented. Under 1 buck, you get 2 does, 1 buck. Exactly what the DNR wanted. Scott, you yourself said that the DNR doesn't have the funding to run or man the check stations. It's going to cost millions of dollars to revamp the system. This commission's asking your department to do something and commit to something that, according to you and Shannon, which I trust, you guys can't do. We have something on the table to show that's shown to work. Just go across the border into Ohio and Indiana to see that they don't have the densities that we do across the border. OBR is simple and it works, but once again, the NRC is overcomplicating things, caving to politics over science, ignoring the expert recommendations. You create resolutions for data collecting, but will not trust the very department you ask the data from to make the recommendations for deer. They are the experts and the biologists. Scott, you wanted us to have engagement conversation with our legislators in the House. You asked us to be more involved with the legislative process, and we did. But because of all this wishy-washiness and some shady backdoor deals, it gave us really no choice, and we went to the House to step in. On the floor of the House, as we speak, is a resolution to adopt 1 buck rule for Michigan. Not earn a second buck, but 1 buck rule for Michigan that your department recommended. We, the hunters, support OBR. The DAT supports OBR. Your staff supports OBR. And the Michigan House of Representatives supports OBR. And so does the science and data. Commissioners, we do not need regulations that do not work like earn a second buck. Put the resource first, show unity to his department, trust his department, and implement OBR in 2026 and let us show you what it can be done.
Jordan Hoover.
Oh, we got Jordan Hoover too. We're going to listen to Jordan.
Yeah, just say something in response, Elliot. I appreciate your comments, but if Chad Stewart told me anything when it comes to deer, I would believe him. I actually think the guy is the best in the business. So I take exception with that part of what you said. He is the deer nerd of deer nerds, okay? And he's our guy. And I back him 100%.
So is Director Bowen saying that Chad's not saying that, or
I'm not sure.
or is he voting with OBR and the other people are not?
I think he was voting with OBR.
Okay, that's what I wasn't
And here comes Elliot.
up on.
Elliot's giving handouts.
Good. Clear. Green. Green is good. Red is not. All right. I'm here today representing my new organization, Michigan Whitetail Legacy. I hope you all got a solid night's sleep and came ready to go. Good afternoon, and welcome to season 105 of NRC Survivor. Today's challenge brings back a fan favorite, deer regs. For some of you veterans, this will be a brutal but familiar challenge. And for you new people, well, just brutal. You have been divided up into two tribes, the Earn a Second Buck tribe and the One Buck tribe. Each tribe will have access to 3 assets for the duration of this challenge and may use them in any combination at any time. The DNR, the DAT, and the Everyday Michigan Hunter. Using these resources, the tribes will craft deer regs as fast as possible that are in accordance with the sound science mandate per Proposal G and consistent with the North American wildlife model. The first team to achieve 4 votes of support for a reg package will be the winner. The losing tribe faces elimination. Commissioner Walters won the integrity challenge last week and is elected to play his antler immunity idol today, exempting him from elimination. For the rest of you, everything is on the line. Any questions? All right, on your marks, get set, go. This is, however, not a game, and the consequences are very real. There are tragic parallels between the reality TV show Survivor and the inexcusable conduct of some on the commission in recent days. Deception, secret alliances, nefarious schemes, betrayal, and somehow more drama than a tropical island full of starved, half-naked, hormonal 20-something co-eds trying to win $1 million. You have dishonored this process, and you have brought shame to our state. The collusion and corruption that has gone on behind the scenes is mind-blowing. Your efforts to cover your tracks and conceal intentions will be in vain. I do not expect this commission will make a righteous decision today. Quite the opposite. And you will do so falsely secure in your arrogance, believing that you are untouchable. But you have unfortunately become a board of pimps, prostituting our herd. So let me be clear with you. We do not sit before you. You sit before us, and we will hold you accountable. Director, last month you admonished sportsmen to take the tremendous passion we have for deer and apply it to petitioning the legislature for a license fee increase. I assure you, I fully intend to take my passion and bring it to the legislature. But I won't be asking for a license fee increase. Instead, I'll be asking for ethics investigations and testifying in subcommittee about the outrageous behaviors that have gone on over the span of the last couple of weeks in this commission. Stay tuned next month for an all-new episode of NRC Survivor. Outwit, outplay, outlast.
Didn't hold back, did he?
You know what?
That's clever.
It was very creative. There's the man.
Fantastic. Thank you.
That was awesome.
Nice job, Jordan.
With that, but a couple things that I want to talk
So yeah,
on
Jordan let it go.
based on the
Hammered
morning's
down there.
conversation, and I would like to be fact checked if I'm wrong.
It is good to
Going
have a
around for
variety.
second buck harvest.
You know, you don't have one single voice represent the hunters. It's nice that, you know, that we have such a scope of it.
Absolutely.
Feedback. You need your comedians and your entertainers, and
Yeah.
all with the same message, essentially. Yeah.
Give a little more entertainment when everyone's sitting here for hours.
Jordan, you jumping on or going back in? He's coming down.
Yeah, I think we'll slide out. We can give him a mic. Ready?
I got another one. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Deep breaths.
Yeah, I don't think that's one that's going to be forgot very soon.
No, I think it's memorable stuff. from
Bring
that
a
one.
little comedy to it on a very serious topic.
I'd like to see the AI video of that.
What?
Yeah. Well, yeah, have AI make a Survivor game of what he just described.
Oh, I thought I
can
was just
picture it in
imagining.
my head.
I was imagining
I'm
one of those
picturing,
AI baby edit videos.
No, I'm picturing all of Spencer Pratt's videos, his ads for LA mayor and what he's been coming up with. I could see something like that done with AI.
Sitting in silence here. See if we can get Jim and Jordan down here. Jimmy Gretzinger and Jordan Brown are standing down there.
Yeah, I think we'll slide. I'm going to have to get going soon anyway. So.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you coming on the
Yeah,
podcast and,
appreciate you having me, Skeeter.
yeah, being here on the at the NRC Treetop Resort in
Gaylord, yeah.
beautiful
Last time
Gaylord, Michigan.
I told the kids, last time I was here, my wife and I had our 10-year anniversary here at the resort.
Oh,
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
14 years ago.
Okay.
I go through Gaylord more often. I haven't been to Treetops since.
Yeah, I might have to bring my wife up here. We're on. This will
pretty
be
cool.
our 20
Okay.
this year, and which is September 9th, and I'm
Alright.
supposed to leave September 10th for Colorado for elk.
I'll be bear hunting, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had our 24th on April 27th. So.
Perfect.
Time flies.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Well, thank you,
Good
gentlemen.
luck. Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks,
both.
Peter.
Appreciate you being
All
part of
right.
it.
Go $1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vegetation, ecosystem impacts, disease risk, and the overall health of the herd. The state also needs to do much better job educating hunters on that point. Too many hunters still believe buck harvest controls deer numbers. It does not. Population management is driven through antlerless harvest only. That is why I strongly oppose any earn a second buck structure that does not lead with antlerless harvest first. If the incentive is structured as shoot a buck first, then find a way to get an antlerless deer check so you can pursue another buck. That is still a buck-centered regulation that you want less of. It does not change the culture, it reinforces it. And if every hunter was fully successful under an earn a second buck system, the outcome would be 2 bucks and 1 doe. That is not reform. That is worse than the status quo. It does not improve age structure. It does not meaningfully correct sex ratios. It does not shift Michigan away from being an antlered deer harvest state. It creates compliance concerns, complexity, additional expense, and confusion. That is not a strong foundation for public trust or biological management. I also want to caution the commission against assuming that all agricultural voices want the same thing. That is not what I'm hearing in much of southern lower Michigan. I've talked with local farmers, hunter landowners, and people with past Farm Bureau and Department of Agricultural experience who say the same thing. Population control has to come through antlerless harvest. They understand that reducing buck harvest does not prevent us from managing deer numbers. If the goal is population control, then shifting focus towards antlerless harvest is exactly what needs to happen. So I would caution the commission to not let one policy advocate or one organization pushing antiquated deer policy to speak for every farmer, landowner, hunter, or rural resident in Zone 3. One last thought on hunter recruitment. The younger hunters I'm hearing from are not asking for the same old system. My son's 20. He's on the Adrian College bass fishing team. He and many of his teammates hunt. Some are from Michigan, some are from other states. Many hunt public land across southern Michigan, the Thumb and other areas. They were excited because they thought Michigan was finally going to take deer management seriously.
All right, we're back on. Had to take a little break there. We've got Jake and Joe now.
What's up, doggies?
Jake brought some energy. What is it? Straw Bango.
Nope. Then you got blue raspberry.
And blue raspberry. Oh, I'm definitely going with the blue raspberry.
Perfect.
Popsicle ones. All right.
Yeah.
So that was entertaining, to say the least. We had some great guys up there.
Yeah.
There's a widespread of different deer hunters that are here to advocate for 1 buck.
like I was telling somebody that kind of is like outside the it's hard because we get so grasped because we're like so in the space almost.
Right.
We know, and I hate to say like we know the industry, but like we know it, so we kind of talk it. But he didn't know it and stuff. So I was like, dude, it's like when you went to that last meeting, it was like there was some heavy hitter hunters out there. Like,
Right.
like they people like they really like, and then there's some people that you don't even know that stay off the social media, and you talk to them, and you go, wow, these are people really, really good for the, you know.
Absolutely.
So
It's crazy because even these last two meetings.
yeah,
I mean, it's 3:30. We're over halfway through the 5 minute,
yeah,
but then you got the 3 minute, which is historically longer.
yeah.
So we've still got lots of comments. So everybody that's tuning in, just know that we're gonna be listening to lots of people in the background, or at least watching them on CC.
Yeah.
What up, Jake?
Oh, yeah.
Pat.
Oh, yeah, Pat, come in. How many more do we have on 5 minutes?
Let's see.
So we are.
I think we're Fred,
here
right?
now.
Okay.
Oh no, I think we're at Jason.
Okay,
Are we at
perfect.
Jason?
Because I
Maybe
just
we're at
finished
Fred.
up
No,
Jordan's
no,
in the
we're
car.
at Fred.
Okay,
Jason,
Okay.
where are you
so
at?
we've got these ones left. For
Okay,
5
perfect.
minutes. So
But-
we've been through a pile.
They've been cruising right along as I've been doing 85 all the way here.
Yeah, they are cruising right along at 5 minutes apiece.
Yeah, but that's the people are still technically almost an hour with the people talking.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think it was the last one. I was like, oh, I think I'm going to bow out, and I had a emergency at work, so I got out of there, and Nate's like, I think we're going to be here till after 5 o'clock. I go, yeah, man, if you do the math, you are definitely going to be there
Yeah.
till after 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's gonna be a late one, especially with a lot of us 3 hour drive. Do they always do it up here on the last one or whatever, or is this like something weird?
No, it's not weird, but I don't know if it's every third or fourth. I mean,
They come up here to make it a little bit closer for the UP guys or
Yes.
something. Okay, I figured.
make it fair.
Yeah, I mean they still probably have. If you're on the other side, you still got to cruise.
Yeah, you still got to drive, but
Yeah.
it might not be a whole day drive.
Yeah.
So what are our thoughts so far today?
Our thoughts are the throwing out the earn a buck rule was wild. Like, within the last week and a half, we knew that was coming out. And then I heard that, there's not enough data, that they're going to, table that to be talked about later. And then to have it actually show up as something that was proposed was, that was just wild.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's we like I said, we kind of like immersed in this. Like, there's so much backdoor action going on, dude. It is insane.
It's amazing.
It's full blown politics, dude.
Dear politics is what we're in right now.
So, yeah, I mean, we still hope for it. I don't think it's going to change. I think they already made the decision, unfortunately. But
They absolutely made a decision. I mean, decision's been made. We know that I like the public forum, the public comment forum, but the decision's been made already.
Yeah.
The comments that they're making right now are not swaying any votes.
No.
The votes have been cast. This is the formality.
Yeah.
We just get stuck with the aftermath?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, it's. But you need to participate, right? You need to participate, and you need to get up there, and you need to say your piece, and they need to hear from the public. They get a glossed over view of the people that they talk to, right? So it's their circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Each one of those commissioners is their circle that they hear from, and whoever's lobbying, and I don't know, I'm careful about saying lobbyist, but they're lobbying for that vote to sway a certain way.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting paid and it ain't me.
None of us get paid, Jake.
No.
I'm just here.
Yeah.
That's all I like.
I'm appreciate you showing up.
Just
Joe and
here
I
so I
thought
don't
we were
get
going to
fined.
have to go this solo.
No.
Yeah. We were in the lunchroom, but they kicked us out just for lunch.
I ran a good line,
Yeah,
and I thought they were going to let us stay, and then we had to move everything, and then from then on out, it was technical difficulties. Everything was running fantastic.
What time did it break for lunch?
12.
12? Okay.
Yeah.
That was in the midst of me getting out of work and then changing and
Yeah,
everything
it,
else. So
it was a little bit of chaos.
yeah.
So we don't have a lot of participants to get on, just our commentary. It's like we're switching people again. Now we on to Paul. Paul Sickinga to talk about deer regulations.
Local guy for us.
Yeah, there's a lot of everybody wanting to talk deer regulations,
Yeah.
which is good because that's why we're here.
You've been listening to some of the stuff. Like how many people were for like $2 and all that
You know,
or earn a buck? I
there's-
heard only like 1 or 2 so far.
Yeah, there's a couple. I mean, I do think that the majority is of the comments are going, to the $1 side.
Then why the hell are they not here? Why are they not here? Because at this point, no one knew that this. I mean, we kind of seen it was coming, but you think they'd be in the leg for this fight, and it's like 10-1 on the for $1 to earn a buck. People.
Yeah.
I know that, but I'm just saying the people. I mean, every time we post a video, we get so hammered by the second buck people, but I don't see none ever show up.
No, didn't never do. Never do.
Can you imagine if we had $1 right now and we loved it so much, and all of a sudden they're going to go back to $2 a buck?
Everybody'd hate it.
Everybody would be here though.
Yeah.
Right.
But then vice versa, everybody's like, no.
It's the whole thing. Everybody I'll say it's the change or die, right?
Yeah.
You have to change, or else you'll die. Like everything's changing in times.
Yeah, it's like I don't know.
Come on through. Yeah, we're all good.
Yeah.
We're just here.
We've got you on 360. You can't get away from it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Leave the license the way it is. Raise it to 4 points on one side for all bucks. Earn a buck proposition is dumb. You will lose hunters. That from Tom.
I agree with the second part.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of good points, and I'm going to play politics here. I think that there's a lot of good points made. I think that if you were going to talk a $1, a $1 type of scenario, I'm sorry, a earn a buck scenario, you're stepping into weird waters if you don't have things laid out and have that roadmap on how it's successful.
Right.
I just think it's super wild. It's super wild to throw it out there and go, this is something that we're thinking about doing. It's like, you absolutely should not, because I think that you're going to get slaughtered after this.
100%.
$2 supporters are keyboard warriors.
Fair enough.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing.
No, not at all.
But it's like the simple fact is, it's like you're supposed to show up to these, even if you're getting your way. But
Well, and I think that's why we're doing what we're doing, right? This is helping people show up and see what's happening at these things. And are we still with Fred?
yeah,
Or
I'm
no,
about to
Paul.
Paul.
Yeah,
about
we're
to
still
run
with
in there.
Paul. Yeah, that's just one of those things that these things can drag on. They can be super long, and a lot of people are making great points.
Well, Bob Jones is talking.
Oh, Lincoln's at the bottom too?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lincoln's
Lincoln.
down here. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Kyle Yoder, Amish for sure, or Mennonite, or some kind of. Sweet. Don't worry. I can't make fun of him. He won't be able to see this.
We got
Well,
a
Mennonites,
comedian.
yeah, but he might be a hybrid. So
Yeah, be careful. Be careful.
Got a comedian in the house today.
yeah, well, that's all I can do. Yeah.
Don't worry, they're everywhere around us now
Oh,
too.
yeah. Yeah, why are they not here? You think they would just be
They play by a different set of rules, Joe.
Yeah. They got ghost bug problems.
Yes. Yes.
They're part of that on report.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No,
There's some good. There's some good ones. I know some good ones. So
I think that if they're gonna do things like propose $1 rules and things like that, or earn a buck rules. Sorry, I keep saying $1.
Yeah.
Earn a buck rules. Eh, that roadmap's got to be laid out. Oh, we got
Yeah.
clapping. Joe's running away.
Yep, he's gone. He's out.
Got to find out why people are clapping.
Come take a seat.
Come on in,
Come
fella.
on. Yeah.
Calm down. I
I
could hear it in
I've
your
heard.
voice that you were mad.
I enjoyed it though. I will say that.
And Elliot's back.
Although I don't think Director Bowen quite understood what I said in my comment.
No?
No, it's, so I've been doing this, like I said, over 15 years. I built some really good relationships with a lot of the people that are in that room in the department. So I consider them my people.
Sure.
So what I was trying to portray is, in my world, I defend my people. And the blatant disrespect that that commission is doing to my people is appalling.
You take offense to that.
Oh, God, yeah. And I think he took that I was saying that he wasn't doing it, which, depending on who you are, that's your, you can make your own opinion on. But, I do struggle how the only biologist on that commission is Becky, and the rest of them are political appointees. I mean, one was, the head person for Debbie Stabenow's cabinet. Everybody's political appointees, and they're going to demand data points from the very department who recommended $1, and they're shitting on. Like, help me make sense of that. So.
Oh, let's see. If we change the license regulations, is it for 3 years before they vote on it again?
It's a 3-year reg cycle. So unfortunately, the reg cycle is for the department. The reg cycle is not for the NRC. So the NRC could change every single year if they truly wanted to. The department likes to do it in 3-year reg cycles. But the 3-year cycle is also for the waterfowl, bear, fur bears. Everything's in a 3-year.
Me.
Yeah, we did get that. Who would win in arm wrestling, Jake or
all
Joe?
day.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
We might have to have this arm wrestling.
Me
At
all
some
day.
point, if there's a break.
Let's up the ante. Instead of arm wrestling, leg wrestle.
I'd still beat him.
Think so?
Oh,
Flip
yeah.
him over?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't want any ripped.
Split crotch.
Yeah. Oh, my hammy's gone.
Although he is young, us old boys we can't recover like we used to.
No, I'm not doing it.
That's like I was moving elevated blinds the other day. And here I am, 40 years old. I still feel young and spry, right? I got a 2x4 across the 4x4s, and you can get pretty close with a tractor and forks, but you got to do that micro adjustment. Oh no, don't ask the young, nephews to come over and help. I'm just gonna squat this thing up and shimmy it. Felt great. I'm like, yeah. Oh, next morning, no. Back was like, I hate you.
Yep. And you wait till you start creeping up on 50 because it gets worse.
Oh God.
I'm dreading getting close to 40.
Did you bring in the trophy buck? That's the immunity
That's
trophy.
the immunity trophy. And it's APR legal.
Yep.
Yeah. Legal buck. What are we calling a point? It says it in the regs, right?
1 inch.
1 inch from.
Wait. There's differences between the peninsulas. There's textbook regulation, which is 1 inch.
You got to get the mic on.
And upper peninsula, you hang a wedding ring on it, that's a legal point.
Yeah, UP hang a wedding ring on it, 1 inch in the lower peninsula. But do you measure from the middle of the beam, or do you measure from where the top of the beam? Yeah, we have a buck right here.
So it's, if we're using this point as an example, right?
Yep.
So you draw an imaginary line straight across from the middle up is where you would. So it's the, your beam comes across, you draw the line, and then measure up.
Okay. That's the official way how to measure a point.
I learned that from Commemorative Bucks of Michigan.
Commemorative Bucks of Michigan. If that's the rules we're following, I'm in because I believe in those rules. The point of the beginning of the measurement is always the in question point, right? Like, how do you measure a cat's tail? Start from the butt.
How do you measure a turkey's beard?
I don't know.
Me either. I was asking.
Yeah, I don't know. I owned a bait shop for too many years, so I know too many people.
So you're a masturbator.
Yeah, I am, and I know that there's a few things that I do not believe when people measure. Perch in Michigan,
No.
there's nobody that can measure a perch. You divide whatever number they give you in half and add 2, and that's the size of their perch. So if somebody says I got 12-inch perch, it's 8 every time.
So in steelhead world, you subtract 5 pounds.
It's something like that.
Oh, I swear to God, it's like I got so many people, like I steelhead fish the Pier Marquette quite a bit.
Yeah.
And you'll go in the bars, I caught a 20-pound steely today, and I caught a 15-pound steely today. No, you didn't.
No.
Like, don't get me wrong. Are there 20-pound steelies in that system? Absolutely. Are you in that system? The odds of you landing, especially in the fly water, a 20-pound steely is very marginal.
You'd have the same chance of landing a jet ski.
Pretty much.
So who are we on now? You keeping track?
Oh, Dave Bukema.
Dave's going to send it. He'll do good.
Dave Bukema. Okay, right here. Let's see what Dave has to say.
I think alarm bells should be going off in everyone's minds when the discussion around how we define the lines of each zone were being discussed. Commissioner Walters, you asked some very poignant questions about how those lines would be recognized, and that loop was never, a consensus was never reached. Would we go by county, a jagged line, admitted law enforcement concerns? How is this earn-a-buck going to be implemented? Which areas, check stations, potential ghost stoves, staffing concerns, economic concerns? It appears we're trying to be all things to all people, an impossible task. Am I a $1 supporter? 100%. Not only because I think it's been proven to work, but it's the simplest, cleanest, most enforceable way to manage the resource. If us in this room can't even come to a consensus on where zone lines are drawn, which zone has APRs, which one doesn't, which counties earn a buck, which area is hunter's choice, how in the hell do we expect 600,000 hunters to ensure they're being compliant?
Agreed.
$1 statewide, done.
Keep it clean.
Mm-hmm.
It's the simplest
I
way.
find it ironic how we're trying to validate and justify some data points from Virginia to or earn a buck while ignoring Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana as a way to justify $1 in Michigan. I'm also confused around the conversation of this, quote, lost opportunity with $1. Commissioner Nyberg, I even heard you mention that earlier today. You weren't the only one. Are we saying you can't hunt after you harvest a buck? You still have a doe tag in your pocket. You can hunt to your heart's content. And if you truly believe that not having a second buck tag in your pocket is lost opportunity, then why are we not advocating for 3 buck tags? After all, after you harvest 2, isn't there a lost opportunity to not go after a 3rd?
That's why we're bringing in our second
I
buck.
think
You
what the
can take 3 bucks
detractors of
from us
$1 are failing to consider is the mindset of the hunter. Having that second tag de-incentivizes the hunter to shoot a doe because they're waiting for that second buck to walk by.
Mm-hmm.
I know everyone seems to think Michigan is that uniquely different due to its culture that a $1 policy just wouldn't be as effective here as it is in every other state that uses it. And that assumption might be right. But I have a suggestion. Let's find out. Let's pass $1 statewide and just show how uniquely different we either are or aren't.
Shift it a little bit.
And I'm going to push back on the fact that only 5-ish
of hunters shoot 2 bucks, so why not just keep it? That argument also goes in reverse. If 95% don't use it, then why are we even offering it? I'm opposed to earn a buck. Specifically for the transactional approach earn a buck would bring into question. Hunting is not transactional for us. It's a lifestyle. We don't want to be told you can have a piece of candy
Newcomer.
if you clean up your room first.
Mr. Jim Gratzinger to the table as we listen
The state of
to
Michigan is obese.
who are we
It's got
on?
high cholesterol,
Dave,
blood
Dave's
pressure, and it's on the brink of a heart attack. Our response to our doctor should not be, "You're right, but I'm going to wait till next year before I start that diet." It needs to start today. $1 statewide 2026. Thank you.
Attaboy, Dave. Good
I don't
testimony.
disagree.
None.
Solid. Good points.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to think, Jim. You got to think of our podcast here as kind of like golf announcing.
Sam Rhodes.
I think their balls are stuck in the rough.
Yeah, it's it. That's it. What do you think? How's it going?
It's going well. These are pretty interesting things for us to try to cover. You know, it's a little different for us, but I think it's
Good afternoon.
it's pretty cool to see
and
people
driving
fired
here
up,
today, I was
you know,
thinking
and
about,
caring
you
about.
know,
I guess it's no
what's going
surprise.
on
You
in
talk
that
about
state.
deer hunting here in the state of Michigan, and it's a big deal.
Absolutely.
And regulations are. I mean, it's hard to get the same deer camp to agree on what you should do, let alone, you know, a majority of anything. So it's kind of interesting.
It's come a long way. You know, I think, you know, I'd say I'll speak for all guys that are 50-ish. You know, when we started this process, it was, you know, we'd go to the UP and we'd go deer hunting, and then we would turn in our doe tags and drink for free.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like, say no to the doe, eh? And
You betcha.
yeah, and then we started getting away from that. Yeah, it was. Now we're at the point where we want quality deer, and we don't want to have to travel out of state to see a trophy animal. We love getting out there and doing it, but we want to take does and want to see some bigger bucks.
Mm-hmm.
We actually talked about you a little while ago. What do you think is going to be if something like this goes on, a $1 rule, and gets passed? What does Big Buck Night turn into 4 years from now?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, I mean, every year we shoot some monster bucks at Michigan.
For sure.
And I think people don't realize that's the case. You know, there's some really big deer being taken. Could there be more? Sure. But, you know, it's funny because it used to be for our big buck nights, it was all people that just fell into a happenstance kind of a thing. Like, oh, I just was borrowing a buck or borrowing a gun, and I saw this buck. I didn't even know it had antlers, and I shot. Oh, look at this. It's a 150-inch buck, you know, or whatever it was. And then it kind of transitioned to, like, it was all the good hunters, quote unquote, that were, like, targeting that deer, and they're using food plots and really, you know, really good hunters. And now it's kind of swung back a little bit, kind of middle-ish. You get half the people that have no idea what they're doing and just got lucky, and then you got the other half that did know what they were doing. So it's, I don't know. I don't know how much, but every year, you know, we get several deer that are in the 180s, 190s, 200s, and it's pretty awesome to see, you know. So, and whether this, you know, I think this $1 thing, obviously, I think the goal from where I sit is just, you know, hopefully guys will pass smaller bucks, so they'll grow a year older and be more apt to shoot does to fill the freezer. I think that's a great thing. But I also understand, you know, the people that are like, I would like to have 2 tags so I can shoot one early in the season, and then I can have one when I go to the UP at deer camp. Am I going to go to deer camp if I don't have a buck tag in my pocket? So that's it's this interesting balance of, you know, what's the best thing for hunters, what's the best thing for the deer herd, and so yeah, there's just lots of interesting perspectives. You know?
Absolutely.
So,
I'm hoping to see more bucks like that one that you and I saw in the blind when we were doe hunting. Remember that thing walking in the sun through the fog?
I kind of forgot.
We were
about
like,
that.
"Hey, there's a deer," and I go, "Don't shoot that one. It's a giant."
Well, the thing, you know, I unfortunately have like kind of a bitter. I feel like for me, the Michigan deer hunter has kind of ruined deer hunting for me to a certain degree, because it's like no matter what you shoot, somebody's pissed.
For sure.
You know, I don't care what you do, you know.
You're not wrong.
So that has, I mean, I still shoot, try to get 2 deer in the freezer every year. This past year it was 2 does. The year before it was 2 bucks with my wife and I, and so that's about what we go through. Just the 2, you know. So I'm gonna put those deer in the fridge. I don't really care if it's. I mean, obviously it would be fun to shoot a nice buck, and I did a couple years ago, but I don't expect that. You know, I'm just happy to get some meat in the freezer, and it's fun shooting one in that early season like we did, because you got you got jerky and everything ready to go as the season gets underway, and
bonus deer.
Yeah, but yeah, for me, deer hunting's been kind of turned into grocery shopping. You know, more so than chasing antlers. So
yeah, no, I don't disagree, because I think in Michigan, I think we covered this a little while ago. In Michigan, I probably grocery shop hunt way more than I trophy hunt, just because it's the opportunity.
And we had this past year, we had it on the show. So it was me and my wife and Jordan in a blind at his property. It was an evening hunt, snow on the ground, sun setting. Out comes these does. You know, we're waiting for trying to pick a mature doe, and we shot 2 deer, and that's it. And it was one of the most fun hunts I've had in years. And it was, you know, the 3 of us in there on a beautiful night, shooting some nice doe. It was awesome.
Yep.
You know? So, but you know, I did grow up in we have a cabin in Sheboygan County, Pigeon River State Forest. That's where I kind of grew up hunting, and you know, no one ever passed a buck back then. I mean, that was a foreign. You know, I remember one time my dad had 3 spikes that he shot.
Oh yeah,
it's like we had a picture holding all 3. It's like, what a year, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I got 17 inches of horn between the 3 of them.
So yeah,
all 11 pointers, Michigan 11.
But I went up there and hunted this past season for about 3 or 4 days, and we saw 1 deer while we were actually in the stand. So, but you know, we didn't spend a lot of time scouting or anything. Just went to traditional spots. And,
sure.
But yeah.
No, I get that. I think there's still apple crates on our property that are tipped over on their sides that somebody used to have a hubcap in and put 2 pieces of charcoal to stay warm.
I would like to see baiting reinstalled. I think I've kind of come full circle on that, to where I think whatever we can do to get more people in the woods is what I'm pro. You know, if that'll help get people out there,
sure,
more power to you. It doesn't do a thing in southern Michigan, but it does in northern Michigan and the UP.
I think they should limit when that bait goes on the ground. I mean, if they were to say bring back baiting, I'm not opposed to it, especially with the studies or not studies that have been done on the CWD and those types of things. But when you put vegetables on the ground in December, and then go out there and start shooting the does that come in, I think you're losing part of the ones that we're trying to keep.
You know, I want to hit that real quick. You know, I guess we talked about golf, right? We're golf announcers here today, and
absolutely.
Jimmy quite clearly, you know, was very tactful in what he had to say. Like he took the Tiger Woods route. I'm going to go John Daly here, right? There's going to be some white lightning.
Someone's going to light up a cigarette right now.
Yeah, where's my stogie at?
That's awesome.
But you know, we talk about how we manage the deer herd in Michigan, and you mentioned a word, quality, and there's a push for quality. I think that's partially correct. I think that there is a greater awareness of how bad things are as far as herd health metrics than there ever has been before. And I think the push really is for sound scientific management that addresses the herd health shortfalls. And that's the priority. I mean, that was clearly the priority in the deer advisory team. I mean, that drove every conversation we had was herd health. How do we improve the herd, make the herd better? The quality aspect, you know, and this is where the guys, trophy hunters. Okay, the big buck aspect,
sure,
is a byproduct. It is a naturally occurring byproduct of a healthy herd. If you have an unhealthy herd, you don't have big bucks. You know, it's not one without the other. So I think it's important to just bring that back around, that it is herd health centered. And yes, as a result of that, of course, we're going to have age class of bucks. We're going to have more antler. Everyone loves that. And I think it's interesting through this debate between the 1 buck and the 2 buck guys, status quo guys, whatever, how we've started throwing around this whole trophy hunter phrase, right? It's odd, and it's a weird duality because the status quo guys look at the 1 buck guys and say, well, you're a trophy hunter. And I'm over here going, well, I'm advocating to shoot fewer bucks. You're advocating to shoot more bucks, but I'm a trophy hunter.
Yeah.
You know, we have all these odd arguments and disagreements. And I think that we have a lot more in common than we don't. We agree on a lot more things than we disagree. But bucks are contentious. They're just contentious, and people are passionate. And I think that Michigan, especially, we have a very rich hunting culture, a long hunting tradition. And that's both a blessing and a curse to us because we're also deeply grounded to old ideologies and, you know, what Papa said around the camp table and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
So it's a two-edged sword.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I do think that we're getting, and we've covered it a few times today, I do think we're getting a new hunter. You know, we're getting a new, the new people that are, the new kids that are coming up, they've got a lot of information. They can, they're seeking it out. They're not the guys that went hunting with grandpa necessarily. They're the guys that are coming into the sport and saying, this is something that I want to do. And they're getting really good really fast because they are into it.
Yeah, and there's a lot more resources for people to take
Oh, yeah.
advantage of. And
Absolutely.
You know, one of the things that I really have fun with all the time.
Who we got up now?
Oh, who we got?
Nick. Okay. So we got Lincoln next. All right. Okay.
Yeah, one of the interesting little debate barbs I'll throw out there is we have these buck conversations, right? And there's certain guys that go, I only hunt mature animals. I know. Oh, interesting. When's the last time you shot an 8-year-old doe? Well, you said mature animals. Well, I meant bucks. I said, well, if you really want to challenge yourself, I said, come on up to the Northwest UP with me and hunt big timber and try to kill an 8-year-old doe from the ground with your bow. I promise you won't.
Sure.
You know, so there's challenge that we can impose upon ourselves, right? Just by the glory that we seek. And I don't knock anybody for their choice of harvest, but personally, you know, I love playing chess with the wise old gray swamp donkey doe. Like that is a big deal to me.
Long
that's the
nose,
smartest.
sway
Oh
back.
gosh, satellite dish ears.
As she's looking as everybody's eating.
Dude, she is going to be 200 yards upwind, and she's going to smell you thinking about drawing.
Right.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Yeah, there's all kinds of reasons to enjoy the woods, and you know the subject of opportunity has come up quite a few times today from different individuals through the course of the commission meeting in conjunction with 1 buck. Some say it's a loss of opportunity. I like time in the woods, which to me is crazy. Is whether you have 2 bucks or whether you have a buck and a doe, you didn't have your opportunity numerically reduced. It's testament to the mindset of the hunter. You know, myself, I can find a plethora of reasons to enjoy being in the woods, and a lot of them don't involve a deer tag at all. Whether it's taking one of my sons squirrel hunting, going cross-country skiing with my wife, going fishing. You know, this past season, for me, up in the UP, I actually whacked 2 does with my bow. I chose not to take a buck. And I spent the whole year basically running a guide service for my 4 sons and my wife. And I had a ball. I had an absolute ball. And just getting them out there even more than I ever had before and being the camp cook and running them around on the ATV, doing all those things. There's such joy in that. That's not to be overlooked. The camaraderie of camp, the joy of family and friends.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, that's huge.
That's what it's all about.
Where are we? We're still on. Okay. Still on Nick. I want to turn up Lincoln.
So what time have the 3-minute people happened yet?
No,
Okay.
we're not close. Well, we're close. We're 30 minutes away from 3 minutes. So I'm sure that we'll take a break probably after 5 minutes, and then we'll start.
Brought a cooler of beer.
I think that we
It's
have
under
them
the table
around.
here, Jimmy. We got the Arnold Palmer and the White Lightning
I
under
think
the table here.
we may have some beverages that are hidden.
Non-alcoholic, of course.
Oh yeah, no, it's all energy drinks.
Okay, Tiger.
There's enough there's been enough nicotine and energy drinks at this table, like since 8:30 this morning.
Oh, I was just up here chasing turkeys last weekend. Up
Were you
there.
really?
Yeah, Sheboygan County.
How'd
Did you get one?
There's not very many birds up here. We drove for 3 days and saw just a handful. We found one and got in there close to where they were roosted on. They were on private, but there was some public nearby. We tried to pull them across, but they had hens with them, and they just beat feet the wrong way. But it was fun. A lot of driving around, but it was fun to have turkey camp.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
They got hit pretty hard up here this year.
They
with
did,
snow,
you
compared to the last
And
4 years.
There's still so much of the woods up here that is just you can't even. It's not passable. But
Right.
most of the 2 tracks are cleared off. But you get out and start walking, it's like
Tops and trees everywhere.
Whoa.
You ready to? You got IR on your cameras?
Not really. I mean, you can see a little bit, but not very much.
I've got IR on my production camera, so we might have to think about going coyote hunting.
Oh, yeah, we could do that. Sweet.
We got really big ones up north.
Really big coyotes?
Yeah.
102 pound.
Plus minus.
Skeeter kills an 87-pound coyote.
Boone and Crockett up there.
Well, it happened down here. I mean,
It did, but we don't talk about that.
oh yeah. Sorry, I'm getting off message here.
Please don't mess. I've done enough with the NRC about my coyote hunting. Let's not talk about it. We got Lincoln up now.
Batter up, Lincoln Roan. Send it, buddy.
Issue today. I've had conversations with several of you directly. I do appreciate the call.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
From several of you. Today I'm asking that you make the tough decisions to implement, of course, my phone. I'm asking you to make the tough decision to implement a 1 buck rule with an antler point restriction. I've been an advocate for antler point restrictions for over a decade because I truly believe that they work. At this point, we don't just have opinions, we have data. We have the shining star, the shining city on the hill in the Northwest 12. You have seen the results of the Northwest 12. Hunter satisfaction is extremely high. 78% of the hunters supported making APRs permanent. That is incredible. As my great friend said, getting 78% of hunters to agree that deer are brown is impossible. That is a powerful statement from people that actually are in the woods experiencing the results firsthand. 1 buck with an antler point restriction builds on that success. It continues improving age structure, protects young bucks, and encourages more balanced management, more balanced herd management focused on antlerless harvest where it matters the most. I would have loved to have seen antler point restrictions on the combo tag. I fought for that for over a decade. Absolutely. But that's not what's on the table today. What is on the table today is the opportunity to take a meaningful step forward for Michigan's deer herd and for the future of hunting in this state. Please make the right choice for future hunters. Our kids and our grandkids deserve the chance to inherit a healthier and stronger hunting culture. I'm getting emotional about this because it hits home with my family. And the better opportunities that we have, better than we have today. And I respectfully ask that you please do not move forward with the earn a second buck proposal. History tells us it does not work. We've already seen the results of the system that has failed in other places. One person today testified that they would support this. One out of all these people. It was dropped. Please do not do it. I also want to say clearly, let us work with you. Hunters who care deeply about conservation want to support the commission. We want to support the DNR. And if you take this step, you will not have a bigger group of advocates standing behind you than the people in this room right now. We will advocate for you guys. We will help you through this whole thing. I can't say that enough. We want to be able to help you with this process. We want to encourage doe harvest. We want to go on public campaigns to educate people with the DNR. We need something in return. We need meaningful action. We need leadership willing to make difficult decisions for the long-term good of the resource instead of settling for half measures.
I respectfully ask today that you support the $1 with an antler point restrictions for Michigan's future. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lincoln. Brad Brim.
And there's Lincoln. Thank you, Lincoln. Solid speaker.
Fighting the good fight.
Fighting the good fight. You on, Joe?
I'm on.
All right, cool.
This is probably one of the coolest podcasts.
Just keep switching people.
You just see, Jimmy and then Lincoln.
Jim
Just-
Gretzinger. Yeah, we've had a lot of cool people stop by.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just like intrigued. Have you seen how many people have stopped? Even asked Ben. Like,
Oh,
"Hey,
yeah.
Who are these guys?
Yeah.
We're nobodies, but
Yeah.
we're somebody.
We're
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, Brad. Yes, Brad. There are plenty of
Stop.
turkeys in West Michigan.
Don't say anything. Keep that shit down.
But they all are by Jake's house.
Yeah, you know where I live.
I know where you live.
I'm trying to get the kid one. Dude, I've never struggled so much in my life to shoot a turkey
Did you see the double 10?
until you bring a child.
Oh yeah. No, LV shot a turkey 2 years ago with the 410 with the TSS that I paid like $85 for 5 shells.
Absurd.
And and she smucked this thing and it come off the ground 8 feet, hit the ground running. We chased the thing through the woods for a while and we ended up losing it. But yeah, I think she was 6 at the time. So 6 with the 410 and was able to poke one. But man, we spent a lot of time in that blind. The whole running and gunning on turkeys is really
That's
how
what
I
we've been-
do it.
That's how we've been doing it.
Yeah, and with her, he got a tiny little tripod that they can get on, and trying to clamp a 410 to it. And then I put a red dot on a single shot 410, and run around all over the place trying to catch a turkey. And they're the most curious animal out there in the woods.
Yeah, I think we had him doing Sunday. He did a 1.5 miles with us.
We just can't get them
Hey,
committed.
Brad.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go again, Jake. Birds are
Hey,
still
perfect.
around.
Perfect.
Brad, stay away from my house.
Oh, we're away from your house.
Okay, all right.
We're good. See, we went with Brad his first hunt.
Okay.
We went with Brad, and the kid's a little short. We found that out.
Okay.
I could have shot it. Brad could have shot it. But I'm trying to get a 5-year-old. I'm like, can you see him? Can you see him? No. Nope, can't see him. I'm like, good Lord.
Got
But we'll get him one. We still got some time.
Nick
So.
from Brenton, USA, going, "What's it? Cause you got traction? It's got traction." It's like I can't tell anything anymore.
No. These backdoor deals really
Nick,
really
I am
killed the
not sure what has traction at this point.
the morale is so low right now.
Yeah, and you just heard Lincoln said there's literally only one person that has spoke on Ernabog.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's up,
Yeah.
Jason?
Yeah, it's been a mess.
What a garbage show.
You know what? I've unfortunately or fortunately been part of it before when the coyotes got turned over and then we were trying to get the coyote back to full year.
Right.
And Merle and I sat at these meetings and it was like, you come out and you go, we think we got it. We got the votes. It's all going to be good. And then we'd walk out of there with our tail between our legs and go, how did that happen?
Yeah.
How did that happen? To go, well, this is a good meeting, but we're going to bring it up next month or we're going to
Yeah.
table this. And you see that a lot where they just go, okay, at this point, maybe these public comments, I know that they've made a decision already, but maybe these public comments go, we need more data. So we're going to table this for next month and we're going to talk about these talking points. That could happen.
So, isn't there a deadline where they can't make amendments or something before the season, or can they implement them?
Well, I no. I mean, I think they can make changes midstream, you know, if they want to. You know, I think we always used to say that, you know, well, the DNR won't change things because they've already printed the books, but they, in the book, say this is a supplement to the rules,
Right.
and all the rules are online. So you are have to be responsible to know. I think that would be irresponsible of them to make changes at that point, because I think you're turning a lot of people into, you know, violators. But
Well, I
yeah.
mean, look at when they tabled the whole, no bucks for the youth-on.
Yeah.
And, that was a decision that lasted how long? 2 months?
Yeah.
And then they got enough pushback on it, and then it went straight back to, we're just going to keep it as it was.
I will say, I think that there is a change. There has been a change in tenor of the NRC from when I started following to now, where rules would be passed or thrown down. And then it was like, you know, we don't care what you guys say. This is what we decided.
Right.
And with this group, I think we've seen some, okay, maybe that wasn't the best thing. Lincoln, good work, my man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Fantastic.
Well done.
Good work.
Keep up the good fight.
Don't let Ted keep you down.
Don't let Ted keep you down.
I got some words to say to him.
Oh, this guy, Gus, I don't know if he's talking to us or if he's talking to the NRC. You effing idiots know nothing about the UP deer herd. I admittedly do know nothing about the UP deer herd.
I don't.
I have not crossed that bridge in probably 15, 16 years.
He does have it right. We are pretty. I don't want to talk about Skeeter too much because I barely know him, but we are a bunch of idiots.
Oh yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Idiots with a soapbox.
Yeah.
But this man knows everything about the UP deer herd.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy knows a lot about the deer herd.
Yeah.
UP. You know a lot about the UP deer herd.
Yeah.
This guy, we got a comment, and it says, "You effing idiots know nothing about the UP deer herd." Okay, I'm turning the mic on. You got to get in so we can get you on camera, though.
He's sliding in.
I don't know if he was talking about us or the NRC. So this is the weird thing about doing a podcast like this, because we have us, and then we're also broadcasting the NRC live.
Yeah.
So people are commenting to the NRC
Okay.
and to us. So we got to ask a lot of questions and be inquisitive. Can't just fire right back with the...
We can't make rash decisions like some people do.
So we're taking more like the designated marksman approach. Like I can't just hammer down on the Mark 19.
No, you can't. You can't just hammer down. Good job, brother. Can't just hammer down. We don't know if he's talking about us, but admittedly, I know nothing about the UP deer herd because I don't go. I don't go.
That comment came through while Jordan was sitting.
Okay, so the comment came through when Jordan was sitting there, but we also don't know what was being talked about on. Yeah, so because we turned the volume down.
Finger straight and off the trigger until told otherwise.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
But if whoever it is,
I'm looking to
Just
see
hypothetically, if he was.
if you want to send it, feel free, brother.
Gus Almus. Don't know, but
No.
What's up, gentlemen?
oh, Lincoln's back.
Good job, Lincoln.
word.
Well stated.
Thanks, brother.
Congrats.
I changed it about 12 times this afternoon.
Did you?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. There was only.
I didn't want to follow your missile attack with.
On this episode of NRC Survivor.
Yeah.
There was one person that didn't clap. It was the Ernabuck guy, but everybody else was.
We'll forgive him.
I enjoyed it. We actually
The
sat
one?
here kind
Yeah,
of
the one
kind of
person.
mouth open looking going, what's he doing? I loved it. I
Yeah.
loved it.
Oh yeah.
Well, there was comedy involved in it certainly, but I think, as I pointed out in my speech, there's a very unfortunate, very real parallel there.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Between.
Well, you kind of pointed out the ridiculousness of the situation by making light of it. It actually how ridiculous the whole process has been over the last 30 days or longer. last several months. Like, how does this even happen?
It's almost more believable than a game show. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
You're like, wow, I honestly did not see that coming.
All right.
Well, this was somewhat predictable. And Lincoln, you've been down this road.
So where Josh is right here. So somebody, James might have it, but somebody posted on the Let 'Em Go, Let 'Em Grow page, you know, the one that we ban everybody from. Somebody posted a picture of you and me, and you with this face, this look on your face of disgust, and me kind of smiling down below and say, "Oh, this is your first time?" It was hilarious. I even messaged the dude. I'm like, "That is good."
It seems like there's an old Facebook meme floating around with three guys standing at the gallows. They got their heads in the noose, and the one guy's got tears running down his face, and the guy next to him, the caption on his mouth is, "Oh, first time."
Yeah, that's the same thing.
That's it.
What it was.
So so been down this road. Same scenario, different people. Russ Mason, I call him out. You know, took us right to the well, right to the day of the vote. Sat right there at the table and just dismantled the whole thing.
Well, that's exactly what was coming.
Right.
And if it wasn't for the integrity of Commissioner John Walters a few days ahead of this meeting, that ambush would have occurred.
It would,
sure.
100%. Yep. So, but I think that they're going to be getting ready to vote here pretty quick. So I am going to dive back in there if you guys don't mind.
Oh, yeah.
We're not. They're not doing any 3-minute.
Oh, I don't think there's very many.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah. No.
They may
absolutely.
abbreviate
Get in
also.
there.
oh, maybe they are.
Merle, you jumping on? What are you doing? Yeah,
I appreciate
Lincoln
it, guys.
stepping out.
Thank you for
Thanks,
the
brother.
Thank you for the
Good
support,
work.
man. Appreciate it, dude.
Merle Jones coming to the table.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can leave it right there.
We'll protect it. That's a trophy right there. We're trophy hunters. I might take that.
We'll put. We're
I
gonna
might steal that trophy right there.
I like the weird ones. I really do.
The weird ones. I like the weird ones.
Merle, how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good. How the heck are you doing?
Fantastic. It's been a long day so far, but we've gotten a lot of broadcasting done and done commentary, golf play-by-play on what's
Right.
happening over
Yeah.
here for the NRC.
Yeah, this is kind of a cool setup. You guys, you got it going on. This is pretty sweet.
Yeah, no, we're just trying to get the word out there and let everybody be part of it. But we know that listening, we've got the closed captions on, so you can read
Right,
along if you want to. You and I can't because we can't see that
Right.
print, but at home they can take a look and then be part of this.
Yep.
So
I actually had to I had to go off premise here for a little bit for some other business. So I basically have missed all the commentary, the public appearances. I was signed up, but I couldn't do it. I had to leave. But what's the consensus so far? What's the general feeling amongst people?
well, I think that there is a lot of support for $1. There is not a lot of support for earn a buck.
Right?
But as you and I have been through this process before, I'm not really sure how this is going to go.
Well, yeah, that'll.
Do you know more than we know?
I don't.
Okay.
Again, there's.
Would you tell me if you did?
Um,
Would you tell me offline if you did?
it might depend on what it was, but
3 blinks if
Yeah.
you know something.
yeah. Well,
Are you in danger?
Yeah, right. I mean, I've said this before, and it's funny because I can't tell you how many calls I get about this deer stuff. Almost daily it seems like, and there's no D in MTPCA, right? So that being said, we still, we're sportsmen. Our organization is extremely interested in anything that supports sound management, and likewise interested in anything that undermines sound management. So yeah. That being said, I'm not really involved in the deer thing. I was, I was going to speak. I was going to speak in support of the process. That's my thing. And if there's anything I can say to people that are listening, we do have to reflect on. Believe it or not, we are lucky in Michigan. It doesn't seem like it at times like this, but we have a system that's a lot better than, there's a lot of states would like to have a system as good as ours. And it's our responsibility to make sure that that the system works well. Sometimes it doesn't seem like we're doing it, we have that impact, but
For sure.
that's why people like you are here doing this stuff. So I applaud you, because this is how we achieve that.
Absolutely. And Merle Jones with the MTPCA, if you are not a member of the MTPCA, which is the Michigan Trappers and Predator Callers Association, if you call predators or trap, absolutely get on there and become part of that. It's get in, pay your dues. They do a lot for you. If you're a trapper or a predator caller, they are fighting for your rights all the time. And Merle's the one doing it, so or spearheading this portion of that. So make sure you join up with them because they are doing the work, putting the work in. We appreciate that, Merle.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Again, it's kind of cool. You told me you were going to come here and do this, and I'm like, I didn't realize at what level your production is, and this is, the live stream, that the department does, that MUCC used to do, that was nice, but what you're doing here, I think is can be so much more informative to the average sportsman out there, and that's one of the key things that we absolutely have to do. The sportsmen have to be informed. It's our responsibility to be informed, and we can't expect it to be brought to us. We have to seek it out.
Yes.
We can, people all the time, they want it, and I was one of those people. I mean, there was a time when I didn't know the NRC existed, and shame on me. And when I found out, it's like, well, man, that's where I got to go get involved. So yeah, you guys this is fantastic.
And I think you and I had that conversation when you were on the podcast last week, which will air next week on Rome Shoot. But it's like, that difference between being a sportsman, someone who's out there doing it, being a woodsman, someone who knows what's happening out there in the woods, and then being the conservationist, where it's like, now I have to get involved and be part of the future of this thing.
Yep. And I mean, that was what I was was a big part of what I was gonna talk about today. Again, I had to go off site, so I had to scratch my appearance. But what I was going to talk about was the upcoming generations of hunters, and it's cliche and corny as heck, but the future of our conservation, I see it as so much brighter than a lot of people want to. There's a lot of fear mongering out there about how bad it is because we don't have enough. There's not enough hunters. I call BS on that. There is just everywhere you look, there's people like yourself that are doing it, that are getting involved, and the upcoming generations, the level of sophistication and involvement is extremely impressive.
And I agree with you, and I think I agreed with you then and still now. The level of these guys coming on the scene now, and the technology that they have, and the fact that they're seeking out the sport and saying, I want to be part of this community. There's a level of hunger there that is new.
Yeah, and it's impressive. It's really impressive. And I've been doing this stuff for a while, over a decade now, and I'll tell you the change I've seen here in the past. It's really been the last couple of years where I've really started to see that dynamic, the major shift, as opposed to before where just people would, you get, a little bit of involvement here and there. So that's good. But is there any questions you guys got? Anything that I can help you with?
Nate
today?
actually put something up, and he said, have Merle touch on guarding the gate.
Guarding the gate. I guess I'm not sure what he is referring
I think he's...
Yeah. Okay.
Guarding the gate. I think he's talking about our rights as sportsmen.
If that's what he's reflecting on, that's what we're doing. We are guarding the gate, and here's something I want people to understand, though, that I struggle to get this message out a lot, because we talk about our rights as sportsmen, right? Well, we have inalienable rights. We know that, right? And let me use the analogy of the Second Amendment. pro 2A stuff. Everybody thinks, well, I have an inalienable right to have a gun. Well, the inalienable right is to defend yourself. It's a God-given inalienable right, just like every other creature on the face of the earth, whether it's, a woodchuck being attacked, that thing's got a right to defend itself. We're animals. We have a right to defend ourselves, okay? Our Constitution, the Constitution of the United States, says that we have a constitutional protection of the firearm as the tool to do that with, okay? I won't get into the firearm, debate, but the same thing kind of holds true in the conservation, in the hunting world. We talk about having an inalienable right to hunt. Well, we have an inalienable right to sustain ourselves.
Sure.
Meaning, if you want to go out there and find a turkey to eat, a deer to eat, fish to eat, that's the right. Okay. Well, now we have to address the reality that we live in a society that's governed by rules. Because nobody wants to be in a society doesn't have some sort of rules, right?
Yeah. Some rules are all right.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have some, right, to keep things in line.
Absolutely.
Right? So, well, those rules, sometimes they get overbearing and overreaching, but the reality is we live in a state that the wildlife, the natural resources belong to all of us. All of us, okay? The sportsman, the non-consumptive sports person, you name it. The difference is that people they miss a lot in this conversation is we all of us, from one end of the spectrum to the other, all 10 million people in the state, we're all responsible for that resource because we all own it, okay? Well, we have to, if we're going to be responsible, we have to manage the resource, right?
Yes.
And our DNR, it's our state agency of science, that that's their job, is to apply the science.
Yep.
The NRC is the regulatory body that's the oversight of that. We're the application arm of that management, okay? So I prefer to talk about our responsibility to that management, because that's what's going to protect us against the bans that are going to shut down our ability to manage. I mean, it's one thing to say, well, I like doing this. Well, we just went through the big conversation about Proposal G here recently because of the coyote season, and that whole kerfuffle. And the whole point of that is that social opinion, should not impact that thing. Well, when I say I want to do this because it's what I want to do, well, that's all that is. It's personal. That's personal wants and social opinions.
Yep.
But when you say this is the responsibility I have, and this is how we're going to fulfill it, and then you work within those parameters, just like anything else. It's no different than, okay, on this particular highway I can only drive, 55, and on this one I can drive 70. There's curbs and bumpers for everything, So there's the focus. That focus is on management, and that's one of the coolest things I see about this younger generation that is coming in right now. I'm hearing them talking about that instinctively and autonomously,
Right.
and it's spreading like wildfire, and it's so cool because, there's so much in the past. I mean, I grew up with it. My dad, my granddad, was like, I've got the right to do this, and nobody can take my right away. Well,
not on my property.
Yeah, right. And I'm the same
There's
way.
no $1 rule on my property.
Right. And I grew up in a world of liberty, and we definitely have to defend that. But with liberty comes responsibility. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good answer, Merle.
Well, thank you.
I appreciate your input, man.
Well, I try.
Yeah.
And if at any point you think I'm talking BS, just call me on it. Say, what, you moron? And I'll
I will. I think you're talking BS at any point, I promise you that I will let you go on all the way, and then at the end I'll tell you.
You make me look
bullshit.
like the idiot that I am, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, Merle Jones with MTPCA. We appreciate you stopping in. I know that you've got rounds to make. You're more than welcome to sit here as long as you would like to.
How long are you guys going to be here?
We are going to be here until this is done.
Oh, awesome.
I'm planning on packing up and being the last person out this door.
Sweet. I love it. That's again, fantastic job, guys. I'm glad to see you, and I'm proud of your work, man.
Yeah,
Good
man.
job.
It's
So
going well.
I'll stop back by.
All right, Merle.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Again, Merle Jones, MTPCA. If you're not part of the Michigan Trappers and Predator Callers Association, you should be.
I think they're on the 3-minute mark, right? Because the Ross is
Oh,
tough.
we're into the 3. Is that Ross?
Yeah.
Let's see what Ross has to say.
And for future hunters. I want to leave with one last quote. And I think this very much fits for the vote that's going to happen this afternoon. The vast possibilities of our great future will become realities only if we make ourselves responsible for the future. That was another quote from Gifford. So thank you for your time. Hopefully we can make a common sense change for the common good.
Thank you, Ross.
So where's the science in any of their decisions?
Well,
yep.
I think it's there.
Okay.
But I didn't turn myself back on.
Perfect.
So I think it's there. I think that the science is in their decisions. No, hold on. Let me rephrase that. I want to believe that the science is there in their decisions because that's what Proposal G was about, right? So we've been running on Proposal G for a long time. It's supposed to be sound science that influences these decisions and the health of the herd. So I'm glad that everybody is in here to say that this is what they want.
Yeah.
But to tell you the truth, it really is about the animals, right?
Right.
Like what is the best for the animals?
Right.
So like what is going to sustain the buck doe population into my children's children here in Michigan?
That's all I'm worried about. I'm not worried about myself.
No.
Yeah, and that's.
But right now, I do believe that all the people that we have opposing a $1 rule, this is not about a future generation. This is because they want to take $2
right now.
Because the only things that I've heard is I don't want to be done hunting, and it's like you don't have to be.
No.
Like there's does to chase, and it also opens up opportunities for you to take other people in the woods who haven't gotten it done or don't know how to get it done. So the opportunity is still there to be out in the what my dad always used to say, the deer woods, to be out in the deer woods.
And as a guy, as a cameraman, I would call myself. I love it. Like every time I've gone out with somebody and been a cameraman and all that, and I physically did everything that hunter did besides pull the trigger.
Right.
And when Adam got that bear, Adam got his deer, we got it. We got it together. Yeah, he got the taxidermy bill. I don't. That's all right. That's fine with me. You know what I mean?
Were you with Adam when he shot his bear?
Yes.
You were?
Yeah. Yeah. So like I was part of the recovery and all that. I mean, I was there. So like you saying you can't go out and hunt, either saying you don't have friends, or, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
Right.
You come up to deer camp. Don't you lie. You got friends. You have friends. But just to say that you're going to be done hunting or I'll quit hunting because they'll force that, then are you really in this hobby for the right reason, or are you just
very selfish?
It's
how I look at that.
For sure. Are you in it to kill an animal, or are you in it to pursue?
Right.
Because like there's a lot of pursuit that can be done without pulling the trigger.
Don't get me wrong, I like doing that part of it.
Ooh, I love punching a tag.
But the experience itself is worth its weight in gold.
Right.
You know, I could care less. Dude, I bought a turkey tag this year, and I have no plans on shooting a turkey.
No?
I'll just donate my money, because then I get to run around with my kid.
I've been trying to shoot turkey with recurve, so I have no idea what the hell a turkey tastes like anymore.
Yeah.
So.
No, I could care less.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's just so many, like, I wish I would have like a hot queue of all the comments. Like,
oh yeah,
we should probably read some of the NRC comments, but
ooh, is there a bunch?
Oh, I
There has
imagine
to be a
on
pile.
their live feed, I
Oh,
imagine
yeah.
they're just crazy. So I imagine, but even on both sides, there's like minuscule, like people are spouting out. You just go, where are you getting your information from?
Right.
Like you guys you need to do something about that. Am I on that? No, I'm not. But I think this is a cool aspect of like, I know we're doing it, and I don't want to like be like self-centered or whatever about like, oh yeah, we're doing it. But I think this factor is cool because like people can literally watch Lincoln talk to these,
Right.
and then he comes over here and then speaks kind of like he doesn't have to speak like super formal directly, like, oh, you know, this
Oh,
is it.
for sure.
And they come over here and this is like this, and then he goes, all right, and then walk away, and then you got this is like a 30-person podcast.
Yeah, just rotates through people.
Absolutely.
And you get all the cliff notes and, you know.
Well, hearing somebody up there doing a 5-minute comment versus getting a personality when they come sit down and talk to us it's completely different.
Is it on YouTube?
You get to know more of the
Comments
person.
are turned off on the DNR live stream.
Whoa.
You chicken shit. That is absolutely chicken shit.
Are you surprised though at this point?
Dude,
I'm not
sign,
surprised. I'm
Somebody
not
needs to
surprised.
sign us up for our 3-minute. Can we do a 3-minute trio?
I will do a 3-minute just to tell them that it's chicken shit that they turned their comments off.
I mean, I can see why.
No, we have the right to that. People have the right to talk to that.
So I guess we'll say if you're watching this or you're part of it and you don't get to put your comment in,
just put it on ours.
You should put it on this one, or you should come to the next meeting and schedule yourself for a 3-minute and just state your comment.
Yep.
Be part of it. Be part of it. Come sit down with us and do a podcast because I'm sure that we're going to be at the next one.
Yeah.
This happens once a month.
When is the next one? TAC week?
Probably.
Probably.
Probably the 13th. June 13th.
Where we've got everything. Yeah, it's the week
every-
we're going to be at TAC, or I've
every-
got my fishing school.
Yeah, everybody's spread thin. Yeah.
Well, it'll be the week of that. It won't be the, it
Oh,
won't be the
yeah,
weekend.
yeah.
So we will not be at TAC for the next one. And we brought a poodle. Is this a retriever? No? Standard poodle, not a retriever poodle? Okay. Fantastic. New bird dog just walked by.
Oh.
Can you imagine digging the briars out of that dog?
Oh, no.
Dude, I have to do it already with my long hair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Burrs and dogs. So I think we're still on 3-minute comment.
I can't believe. Oh, my wife is calling.
Brad, you should have. You should have come up here with us.
You need help?
Where are you going? Wife? Wife's calling.
Wife, kids, all the above.
Yeah. My wife keeps saying, when are you going to be home? And I keep sending her the live link and go, I'm not going to be
No.
home for a while.
You good to come back in now? Okay. Climb over.
All right. Barefoot Dave says, Joe Davis only shoots fawns with crossbows. That's factual.
Factual information.
I shoot spike horns and that's it. So,
you know
here we
what?
are.
If we go earn a buck, that's the first thing I'm doing.
Fawn drop?
Fawn, spike, fawn. No deer.
No spots. It's legal.
Yeah.
The pink hoof.
The pink.
The other white meat.
Okay.
I had a buddy who actually got a fawn. I would say it. We're not going to say fawn. Let's say yearling. Okay.
Yeah.
So it got a yearling, and we skinned it, quartered it up, and parted it out. And I had a mature doe. They are completely different colored meats.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And I go, I'm pretty sure that you got the veal of,
Oh, yeah.
of
No,
deer.
Yes. So is it illegal to shoot one with spots?
Yes. You
Okay.
could not shoot a spotted fawn.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you need.
You had to clarify that
yeah,
one.
Yeah.
You need to tell Adam that.
Yeah, spots are not legal.
Okay.
I thought that was like an aiming mark or whatever.
No, well,
It's a hell of a birthmark, Larry.
Yeah, that's a birthmark. That's a pieball, dude. What are you talking
I
about?
saw one with spots from the tree this last year.
Oh,
That's the
wow.
first time I've seen that, and I only could see like 2. But when it came by, I was like, "This is a little deer," and then I looked and I saw a spot, and I was like, "That's a really little deer, like late drop."
You can't shoot an albino deer. I had some right. You can't
No.
shoot anything albino, right?
no.
I believe you cannot shoot an albino.
Okay,
You
'cause
can shoot a
pieball.
pieball.
Yep.
So like, but can there be a pure white pieball or something? As like long as their eyes are not red or something? I don't know.
Eyes are pink. I don't know if we have any pure albino anything. Like, because you see those bucks, and they'll be like, "I shot a pieball buck," and it's completely white, but it has chocolate colored horns.
Yeah.
And if it was a true albino, it would have clear horns. Not like glass, like white, like opaque.
Oh, I was like, dude, that'd be crazy.
You shot a unicorn.
You just became instantly famous.
Yeah. Now you're going to jail.
Yeah.
Sweet, dude.
Anybody else talking shit on there?
No,
I don't
no,
know.
no one's talking crap anymore.
I can't believe they turned their comments off. That is such a weird.
That is weird.
Is that a normal process? I don't usually know, watch it. Well,
I don't know. Like,
let me ask Matt.com.
So when ask Matt.com.
He knows everything.
When MUCC was, they would get a lot of comments. Like, I know that they had to weed through a bunch. And
Yeah.
this is the 3rd time that the DNR has actually live streamed the NRC meeting.
Okay.
So maybe a learning process, and they can't answer, and maybe they're like, well, since we can't answer, because it's politics, right?
Mm-hmm. I get it.
Because there's not a lot of guys that are probably getting on the DNR's live stream of the NRC meeting and saying, "You guys are doing a fantastic
Oh,
job, and I
yeah.
appreciate you." Like, you know, it's just not,
Yeah,
because comments are for 90%
But
opposition and 10%.
and I'm pretty sure YouTube has like AI, like bots. Like if you're cussing or nothing on a live feed, I'm pretty sure it kicks you out automatically.
Oh,
So-
maybe that's the problem we had earlier.
Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't.
But I don't know. I think there should be more transparency. Just let the people talk.
Yeah.
That's across the board.
Yes.
There needs to be more transparency across the board.
For sure.
Oh, really? Over here. I got-
Spots show up best when
Yes,
the spotlight
at
hits them on the neighbor's field. See, these are the things that
You can't say that.
that comments are for. Like, these are the comments that you get. This is why they shut the comments off.
Oh yeah. You can't say that. But
Barefoot Dave, that's why they shut comments off.
he said yes. At least the DNR does. The MUCC used to have comments on the Facebook feed. I didn't see a Facebook feed for the DNR ones, but
Is it just the MUCC's? Who's live feeding today?
Well, MUCC is no
more.
more.
Okay.
What?
Dissolved.
Okay.
Oh, maybe that's the one.
Sad day for Michigan conservation.
Well, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's who I seen. They used to have their live feed on Facebook, right?
Okay.
Is that what we used
Yes.
to always see?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe that is. Oh, that sucks.
And here we are.
Maybe we should start it. Maybe we should start a live service.
We could.
And have comments on.
We do.
I mean, yeah.
We do.
We do.
We have the power.
We get this nailed down and the process down, and we don't run into weird technical difficulties in the middle.
Or get kicked out.
Yeah.
I think we may have gotten kicked out for curses.
But
Could have.
Maybe. Didn't even think about that.
we just need a big corporate sponsor that pay us a lot of money, and we'll do this every month.
Yeah,
I'll donate a day.
absolutely. I think we talked about Rise Coffee
Rise
earlier.
Coffee.
Yeah, so the
Ghost
Rise
Energy.
Rise Coffee and Ghost Energy.
Yeti coolers. What am I?
Our new sponsors. 3 Minute is done.
3 minutes is done.
Well, it's done, but not on our live feed, Nate.
All
So
right.
we're getting close. So we're gonna have to go a little quiet. We will have the microphones on, and then Nate says maybe not.
Oh,
Oh, what the frig, Nate?
isn't he supposed to be coaching?
Tony, public official may face First Amendment liberty for blocking
he say?
user and deleting comments.
Book tag. Thanks. Okay.
That makes sense.
Thank you for your time. I don't see anybody coming back up. We're going to click on the NRC and
God.
just see what is happening. I'm guessing that they're probably going to take another break prior to doing voting, correct? All right, everybody.
Is that off of Tony's?
Comment not. I'm going to leave our mics on just in case we have to say something, but I'm going to NRC.
He stepped out. Okay. Are you Scott? Go ahead. Mr. Too Good. Scott Too Good. What a name. I love that. Mr. Too Good. You're up.
Oh, still on.
Okay, perfect.
Still
get up
on
here
3
and
minutes.
ramble on.
Not sure who this guy is, but we've seen him walking around all day long. What a trooper. He's been hanging in there to get his comments in.
Did you hear we have to arm wrestle? You weren't here for that.
Why do we have to arm wrestle?
Came up in the
Requested
comments.
in comments.
In comments?
Matthew, 5 minutes done, into 3 minutes now. If you can hear the DNR feed. We've got the feed up, so we're watching it. But I appreciate it, Matt. We're looking at the people. This guy just didn't come up very quickly. We've been seeing him kind of snap up relatively quickly.
Man, this guy's for bringing the regular muzzle loader scenes in back.
Hey, I'm with him.
Hell yeah, dog.
You get like getting rid of high-powered muzzleloader season.
Dude, you get the inline muzzle loaders, dude.
Tommy, we appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the comment.
Yeah, I seen your text, Tommy. I'm not gonna reply for old fashioned, but yeah. He wrote me about the public officials may face First Amendment liberty for blocking users or deleting comments on social media.
Oh.
Damn, dude, we have a First Amendment. Dude,
sue them.
We should just go up there. First Amendment audit.
First Amendment audit. That's it.
You failed, dog. Dude, I love them guys. You ever seen them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's my brother's favorite thing, and his office is right next to mine. So he's like, dude, you got to look at this First Amendment audit. He, like, all the time bringing him in my office.
Long Island audit. You know that guy?
Yep.
Yeah, that guy's awesome, dude.
Just a spot stir, man.
I love the people that film, too.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, people are like, what are you doing here?
Filming with pepper spray in one hand and a camera in the other.
Yeah. They're like, oh, man. I just don't know if I wish I could be like them guys that do like pranks too. I know this is not NRC talk, but like I wish I had that, like how them guys can straight face
stoic.
Just oh yeah, dude. Just, there's no way. Like, oh yeah, I'm here for First Amendment. But
that is their calling. That's not our calling.
No, that's not our
I'd
calling.
be laughing so hard.
We have to come up with some cool videos for attack, dude. I don't know.
I'm not cool, so.
Well, me either. That's why. We need some young kids in here, dude. Some kids are heartless. Oh, that guy.
You are young.
I don't think he got any claps.
We can fly the drone above targets as we shoot at them. That's always cool.
Yeah.
I like that shot.
It's always a good one. We used it.
We did do that.
Last year.
Yeah, we did do that.
I was too hungover to shoot, though.
Yeah.
It's all right. Changed it up this year.
So just to paint the picture, we were sitting in the hallway outside of the meeting room. The hallway is starting to fill up with people. I think everybody's kind of tired of comments at this point. You know, it's been how many hours we've been on comments? We've been on comments for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So 4.5 hours of comments, and hallways filling up. Jim Gretzinger is down lounging in his chair. Jordan Brown's down there. We've got the Michigan, who else we got down there? Spearfishing Association.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
I don't know.
Dude, that shit's cool.
It is
I
super
wanna
cool.
do that.
I want to talk to that guy. I really want to talk to that guy.
Dude,
I think that fits in with roam shoot and roam fish.
No.
Dude, one of my buddies does it, and the stuff that he tells me, it's like sounds like the coolest shit ever.
And where we live, I mean,
perfect.
I know exactly where we go.
Yeah.
They just allowed that, right?
Yes, that
They
just opened in Michigan, so
Yep.
spearfishing.
He was good prior to that because of his native origin.
Okay.
But now that it's legal, I mean,
He's Ishnabe. Wonderful.
but now it's, I mean,
That's cool.
Shout out to the First Peoples.
but now that it's legal, I'm like, we need to sit down and have a conversation about this because I would enjoy.
Absolutely.
Did most of them snorkel, or they?
Yeah.
Actually, or
You
just-
have to.
Yep.
You have to. You
Yeah,
can't?
there's no breathing assist.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, for like where me and Skeeter live, it's ideal.
Is it murky over there?
Bobby
or no?
Bobby K says Joe's my hero.
Who?
Bobby.
Oh, Bobby. Oh my God, I love Bobby. That's impossible because Bobby's my hero. You can't have a hero on hero action.
Yeah.
That's old.
You got to pay extra for that.
A little bit of a conflict.
No, but Bobby, I'll look right in the camera.
There you go. Look right in the camera and point.
Bobby, you're the man.
Dude, he's a G.
He is. And your content lately
Fire.
been awesome. Hasn't gone unnoticed.
Dude, that one he did yesterday
Yeah.
with the spray paint.
Yeah, that
Dude,
was sick, dude. Sick. Kind of jealous.
I know nothing about using
super-
a camera, but it's cool.
And I was kind of saying, Bobby, you should probably open a door. There was probably a lot of, hopefully there was a cross breeze because there was a lot of spray paint in there.
Bobby says, thanks, fellas. Jake, the game is at 6 o'clock, so Nate is not late yet. So he's still traveling in the car. He did not teleport back to Grand Rapids area.
He probably could have walked home since he's so tall.
Oof.
Yeah.
Like just strided.
Yeah.
Would have been good.
Yeah, my kid had dance, and I have her dance shoes in my car, so
How'd that go?
that's not going good. But
Ate some paint.
ate some paint. Haven't we all, brother? Look at us. We ate some paint in
Did
our
you eat
days.
paint chips as a child?
We ate a lot of paint. back in the day.
Why? Are we going to talk spearfishing at some point? Absolutely. You do it.
Yeah. it's
Okay,
so
we're going to
sick.
get the spearfishing guy.
Dude,
out.
so
Awesome.
sick.
Sick. Let me get some video of this.
All right. I'll slide in the middle then.
Mm-hmm. Preferred glue.
Dude, all you guys got big heads.
We're big boys.
I'm just a child.
All right. So we've got still on 3-minute comments. The hallway is filling up more and more. Got people all over the place. We're going to sit down with I got to catch this gentleman's name.
What are we at?
I want to know why it's near shoreline, but not entire Lake Michigan here on shore for spearfishing. Okay.
Okay.
There is a
Perfect.
cutoff at Alpena or something. Yep. Okay, Matthew, we'll get into that. We'll ask him. Thank you for the question.
That's Matt.com.
Matt.com.
Yeah, could you imagine how much more stuff that would open up to us?
Yeah.
Or it does open up for us? Like, I hate water. I hate swimming, but that would be sweet.
You hate swimming and want to go spearfishing.
Yeah, all for it. Yeah. Oh, I drink enough of it.
Purple water. I seen you the other night on the podcast drinking that great Propel water.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I've been, like, on this so-called, like, health kick lately.
Okay.
Dude, $1 million. Mm-mm. I'm getting there.
Kick
Like, that's going to
caffeine.
be...
Really?
Do you need to come to ATA with us this year and look at and watch what he does? Like, it is so wild. Because we just stay out late. We didn't get back into the hotel and, like, go to bed till 5.
Okay.
And we were up at 7:30, 8 o'clock. Yeah, it's the same thing. Oh, I have that picture. Dude, how he functions in life is beyond me.
All right, we still got 3 minutes. Yep, we're still on 3 minutes.
I got so many deer pictures.
A lot more people standing around. Again, I want to say thanks to all of our sponsors. We appreciate all of you. 2O, Vitalize Seed, Whitewater Fishing, Brenton USA, Blocker Outdoors. Who else do we have? We have so many. But
Big thanks to all of them.
Well, big thanks to all of you. Please get online, use our codes. You'll be able to see them in the show comments after we actually post the show. So, oh yeah, sleeping away. Right here,
there.
man.
Oh, almost drank yours.
Is this live?
Oh yeah, we're live.
Testing, testing, testing.
Got you on there.
Hell yeah.
Well, welcome to the show.
Thanks for
Introduce
having
yourself.
me. I'm Jonathan Durka. I'm president of the Michigan Spearfishing Association and the leading underwater spearfishing advocate here in the Great Lakes region.
Well, fantastic. Welcome to the show. I'm Skeeter.
I'm Jake.
Nice to meet you.
We are Roam Outdoors Podcast. So I run Roam Shoot and host Roam Fish sometime. So we thought shooting fish is what we need to talk about.
Absolutely.
So I ran into Mackenzie at one of the NRC meetings. I don't know if it was months ago. But we got talking about coyotes and we were talking about spearfishing, and she said, you need to have this guy on. So we had that conversation.
Here I am.
And here you are. Here you are. So we already got one question that came through from you, or for you. I want to know why it's near shoreline, but not the entire Lake Michigan Huron shoreline for spearfishing.
Are they referring to above the...
Looks like there's a cutoff at Alpena or
Yes.
something north.
Yep. That was established in 2021 with the tribal boundaries, and the department staff, I believe it's called the Latio Islands. It's on the southern region of the Upper Peninsula there, and there wasn't much support moving that boundary up, and we didn't pursue it much. But, taking what we could for Lake Michigan and Lake Superior and Lake Erie, it was just what we could get. So it wasn't, unfortunately, wasn't ideal, but, we're walking now. We went from crawling to walking. And I think in a couple of years, maybe 20, 30 or so, we have some tribal relations that we need to build because we are going into their waters. And I think in time, if we can kind of do some fence mending and see where we're at, those are potential. But yeah, there's concerns in those areas regarding especially northern pike. Those Latio Islands are are well known for shallow water activity
Yep.
and spawning, and there was concerns about that. And we put some proposals out there, and they didn't go through. So that's unfortunately what it is.
Yeah, yeah, no, but you've made, as I say, as the Spearfish Association, you've made some significant strides, and it is getting traction, bro.
Good. That's what I love to hear. I'm shocked that it's taken the Great Lakes region this long to start advancing these opportunities because, as I've stated to the NRC and the DNR, like there are several states out west that allow this for the same species, and we have the absolute golden, goose egg here of freshwater spearfishing opportunities with the clear water and the abundance of these fish like walleye and such. Like, why not us? We should be the ones leading the way,
For sure.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about species, so as far as game fish, you've got walleye, you've got pike, you've got lake trout, burbot, and then we get into the ruffians.
Yeah. So this is where the advancement has come. So in Michigan, all bodies of water that are not designated trout streams and trout lakes are open to underwater spearfishing, and that's your catfish, that's your burbot, that's your whitefish, that's your carp, your suckers, and those same species you can bowfish for example. So that's legal everywhere, and where we've been able to make the advancements are in the Great Lakes, those regions now that are passed for those game fish. So
Okay.
that's where the biggest advancement's been.
Yep.
So that's where we're hoping to continue those advancements or maintain those in the Great Lakes. And like I've been telling the NRC and the DNR is like we have on the golden goose egg example, one thing we have here that nowhere else in North America has that I'm aware of is blue water and salmon.
Right.
And I'm like, guys, that could be like what brings everybody here. Like being able to dive in northern Lake Michigan and shoot a 30-pound king. Shut the front door. Like talk about the ultimate challenge.
No, that would be just to get one of those, to get a bolt into something and be able to pull on it. Yeah, I've never spearfished, but I have, bow fished, and even some of those bigger rough fish are tough.
They're fun, man.
When you have a footing, and when you don't have a footing, I'm totally intrigued. I want to be part of it. We've talked about it on the podcast for a while.
Yeah.
Just like Jake and I live in Muskegon.
Oh, amazing.
So when it's windy on Lake Michigan, the seagulls land on my house.
Oh, okay.
That's where I live.
I got you.
So it's like a quarter mile.
They're bagels at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And I live right near the north arm of the north break arm in Muskegon.
I have some of the most incredible footage of walleye down there.
And I snorkel it.
Yeah. Yes. Have you seen them?
Oh, yeah. I know where they're
what
at.
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
We won't talk about it right now, but I know exactly where they're at.
That is going to be one of the highest producers of walleye spearfishing,
Yeah.
I would bet, like in the next year or two.
So my question is, I want to go. I know that it's best when I've got east wind because that's when they pile in there. I also know that my temperature, my water flips, and it's cold. So I'm thinking a 5 mil closed cell suit. What do you recommend?
5 mil is a great place to start. Open cell is, I think, best because it sticks to your body a little bit better, and I think it does a better job of keeping you warm, keeping that insulating water in there. Other than that, I mean, I think that spot is most productive in late summer, like later July and August. So those temperatures aren't great or aren't bad. Like they're in the upper 60s most of the time. So you can get out there, and if you're tolerant of cold, you can get out there maybe in 3 mil.
Right.
But I think 5 mil is probably your best all-around choice for the Great Lakes.
Okay.
I really do. Yeah, whether that's a Wayhana wetsuit or, Ocean Ammo or Mako or whoever, they're all fairly the same as far as like their build.
Yep.
So, the real thing is just can you hold your breath and equalize your ears and get down you
Yep.
know, to the actual shooting distance and pull that trigger and get that fish and take it home and eat the hell out of it.
How much do you think it's going to affect us versus you? I mean, you're an East Sider, right?
Yes.
So how much is it going to affect us with our shoreline being the way that it is, where I don't have to go very far out, and I'm 20 plus.
Yep.
Versus what you have on Erie and on the east side where you've got a bigger flat.
So when you say affect us, do you mean as far as like opportunity?
Gear wise, gear wise, what do I have to prepare for, knowing that probably my dives will be in that 15 to 20 foot range most of the time. Like I won't have anything that's under that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great, right?
Okay.
It's going to be a great opportunity. I think the only real consideration you need is who's out there and to not interact with them in a negative fashion when you're out there. You know,
Sure.
don't be crossing people's lines and swimming too close to them. Those kind of things are the big unknown at this point. It hasn't been an issue on Lake Huron, so I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity to whether you can just swim out from shore, take a kayak, take a canoe, or any kind of small vessel if the conditions are right. I think it's going to provide a ton of access and a ton of great opportunity for people to get out there and try to shoot some of those fish.
Yeah,
It's so cool.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be, we would probably have more interaction, more sportsman interaction, just because of the surf fishing that happens from all of the good spots that we're thinking about.
Yes. Yep.
So, yeah, we'll probably have to think about that.
Yeah, just be considerate. I mean, we're all fishermen. We're all after the same thing here, and it's, one of the nice things is with spearfishing is when the conditions aren't, say, great for hook and line, you can still get out there. For example, if it's gently raining or something like that, a lot of people, I'm not even going to bother. Or maybe you're getting a rough south wind, and that southern pier is getting beat up.
Yep.
But the north side.
Yeah, you're free to go. You know what I mean? Or vice versa. And those kind of conditions are where spearfishing will help you excel, get out there and not interact with other people in a negative fashion, and understanding what push of fish are coming in. For example, like if the salmon fishing is really heavy there and the whole pier is littered with people casting big spoons and stuff, just do your best to stay the hell away from them.
Right.
That would be detrimental, I would feel like.
So if a little bit on technique, if you make a dive, you're going to the bottom, and are you actively searching a fish, or are you trying to be still and let the fish migrate your direction?
Yeah, usually what I do is I get out there and I'm searching. I'm up, down, left, right, all over, seeing where I can find the fish. Once you isolate in on the fish, your presence is the way you present yourself to them is going to be the biggest factor. If you're diving on them fast, chasing them down, they're going to scatter quickly. So my best technique is find them, back up, get down on their level, and you're coming in slow. You're coming in a passive manner, if you will, not aggro was what we call it. You're not coming in there chasing them down. You get down there, you let them come to you. You're wiggling your fingers, trying to pique their curiosity.
Okay.
And before you know it, they come in and they're like, what's going on here? And then that's when you have the opportunity to say, okay, that's the fish I want. Whether it's, a smaller fish, a bigger fish, whatever your desire is, that's when you're getting the best look at them.
Okay.
And then that comes like 20 feet down on the bottom. I mean, I'm talking a minute plus. Like you're going in slow.
Right.
And that's where the difference is. And most people are like, man, I went down there, I couldn't get anything done. And I was like, got to practice your breath holds. And when you're out there, the longer you're on the bottom, the longer they're going to stay around and the more curious they're going to be. But once you start shooting them, they get the idea real quick.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, they got Fred.
So the other thing that I've been thinking about is not only the walleye and the pike, because Great Lakes, Lake Michigan has a lot of pike, a lot of walleye all summer long. But we need to come up with a new technique for whitefish.
Good luck, man.
Well, and I'm talking about as a fisherman who, we would go out and we would fish for whitefish and we would jig. So the DNR has
New
changed the restrictions on specifically my port.
Okay, yep.
No trebles.
So that's, is it St. Joe, Muskegon?
St. Joe, Muskegon,
and
Whitehall.
Whitehall, yep, okay.
So those are both of ours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So from November 1st to November 30th, you can't spear there, right?
I don't know.
Yes.
Is that what
I
it
know,
is?
yeah. Well, they passed that 2 years ago. I was at the committee meeting when they were
So
talking
that is
about
from the pier head to the pier head, correct?
Correct.
But I'm still.
It's my understanding,
But
yes.
I'm still inside the arms.
So I guess before November 1st, it'd be fine. I don't know what the congregations of whitefish look like outside of that.
Okay.
Seasonal restriction, and they put the seasonal restrictions on there because they're there. So maybe you could go later in October and try it, but
Halloween.
even then, you're getting a lot of west winds.
Yep.
The water's churning
Yep.
up, and it's not good conditions for spearfishing. If you can't see 5 feet, good luck getting close to a freaking whitefish.
What's the clarity you want?
I want 20 plus,
Yeah.
preferably.
What's the point that you say I won't go?
Less than 10 feet.
Okay.
Generally. Like, that's just not a good experience for me. Like, if I can't see what I'm diving into, good luck. Unless it's just, wall-to-wall fish. If the fish are stacked, that's a little bit different story. You
Sure.
can use your bottom time to get them close, but if you're past the if you're inside that boundary, it's going to get tough, especially for whitefish. So.
Okay.
Jump on with the spearfishing hippie real quick.
Yeah. Jarsh is back.
Any other questions? Come on, hit me up.
Well,
Let's go.
I've got no questions coming through. I think that, there's a lot of people.
Call me some names. All right, I'm used to this online.
intrigued about spearfishing. I want to do it.
It
Absolutely
hasn't-
want to.
Like, it struck my radar within the last year, and it's been heavily talked about, but nobody does it. And then now, by happenstance, one of my friends was like, "Oh yeah, we do it all the time," and I'm like, "You guys are just now telling me this?"
Yeah.
Who's your friend?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Outside of this, so I'm sure you will probably know.
There's
So
a good chance.
I have a guy who I work with, and he lived in California.
Okay, yeah.
And he spearfished and dove for abalone, and he did those things. So he's geared up and he's ready to go.
Hell yeah.
But he keeps walking into my office. And he's like, "Skeet, I got this new gun," and I look these things up and I go, "Bro, this is $1,400." And he's like, "Yeah," and I go, "I want to dabble."
Yeah.
So, if you're the guy who wants to dabble, what's the price range? What's the price of admission into this sport?
That's a great
So,
question.
just to set the bar, I coyote hunt thermal.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you're not going to scare anybody, but what is that cost of admission?
So you can go on the cheap end. You can probably get in under 1,000 for fins, mask, snorkel, wetsuit, your dive flag, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
On the higher end, you're looking at 1,500 plus, I would say, for
Okay.
good gear. And I think the good gear is worth it. A good wetsuit that's going to last you 3 or 4 seasons. I love wooden guns. The aluminum barrel guns, if you're rough on your gear, you can bend them, and the trigger mechs don't seem to last very long. And the guys that are building them by hand, I mean, it's a baseball bat with a trigger, man. They're sick.
Okay.
And you can get them all custom designed. And those will run you anywhere from $600 to $800. Fins are the same kind of deal. You can get a cheap plastic pair for $80, $100, or you can get a really nice carbon pair for $500.
Okay.
But a tow line, a dive, float, and flag, weight belt, weights, that puts you in the $200 range. And then after that, the biggest investment I tell everybody is in yourself. If you're not practicing diving, equalizing, holding your breath, you're not going to have much success because, all the gear in the world doesn't help you. You know? So
I'm out. Can't even swim, let alone hold my breath underwater.
We got one comment that came in. It says, "Flipper boy needs to leave my whitefish alone."
Well, whitefish are probably the least harvested of all species in the Great Lakes, in my opinion, outside of burbot, because they're just so skittish.
Sure.
So there's no threat to the whitefish populations outside of the habitat degradation that they're experiencing, like Michigan right now. So if we get a couple of them, that would be cool, but. Like I said, I don't see a future where anybody with a spear gun's slaying, limits of whitefish in the Great Lakes in any capacity. Now the walleye, however, that's a different story. The walleye dogs they're a premier target, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. the table fare aspect of it. And
Unreal.
And I think Lake Michigan is just not appreciated for the amount and the size class of walleye that exists there, because I think they have been left alone for so long because of the salmon fishery that's there. Nobody gives a damn about a walleye when you can catch 20, 30-pound kings.
No.
Nobody cares. And we go out there and I see giants, like 12, 15-pound fish in congregation.
You're
It's
not wrong.
unbelievable. It's like, I'm like, wow, this is just a dream. Like, and some of the guys do shoot them. That's,
This would kill me because I'm picturing like a deer herd, right? Where underwater, you're seeing all these big fish. Like he's seeing them.
Yeah.
And he just probably can't get close enough to shoot them. Imagine like being around a bunch of booners and then you just, you got to hold your breath long enough to shoot one,
Yeah. They're down there. I tell everybody, I'm like, man, if you invest in yourself, you can get down there.
That goes
We're
the same
holding
for deer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Invest in yourself.
Yeah.
It'll take you a long way.
Yeah, it will.
Well, I want to invest in some deer, and I want to go shoot some walleyes.
Yeah, we're gonna have another conversation about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
100%.
I am all for this. And I mean, it's 5 minutes from my house.
I'll
Like,
show
it's
you. I'll
2
show you a
minutes from your
video.
house
Or less.
Yeah, 2 minutes from your house, 5 minutes from mine.
I'll show you. Guys are probably gonna drop your jaws when I show you this, if you haven't seen it already.
Odd reg, I think I saw you can spear smelt, but not bluegill.
Correct. In Wisconsin, you can spear panfish, but so this is Muskegon.
That's unreal.
Yeah, can you even hit a smelt?
No. I mean, maybe put like a 3 or 5 prong on there, like pretty tight, maybe. But
You're just telling them to come here.
Just give a little.
little spirit fingers.
Come here, fish. And they came.
Dude, that's insane.
Those are 20-inch fish.
Oh, 22, 24, no problem. Every one of them. This is one spot. I dove in this spot for hours with, I don't know, 50 fish or better.
So how many can we shoot?
5.
5?
5,
Yeah,
15 and above.
DNR rules apply.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's the same as.
Everything's the same.
Dude,
yep.
that's unreal. Yeah.
And I'm already a minute 40 on the bottom at this point.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, it's so cool.
Yeah.
What are you expecting? So if a guy can hold his breath, and if he's practicing in his truck, driving to work like I have been, and I know I can hold my breath for 120 seconds, I know that there's a weird sensation that I had to get over where it was like, hey, you're going to die.
Yep.
So I had to work myself through that.
I'll tell you this: anything you do on dry land is going to be cut in half when you get in the water.
Okay.
That's just what I've heard and experienced with everybody. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm 2 minutes on the couch." They get in the water like 35 seconds.
Well, that's exertion, right?
Well, another thing a lot of people don't understand is you have a mask over your face and over your nose, and a lot of people don't comprehend that when you can't breathe out of your nose, you get different, right? You feel different.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, those are.
But you're breathing through a snorkel, and a lot of people, that just not being able to breathe out of their nose will mess them up the whole day. They're like, and they're just like, I gotta get this damn mask on my face, and they'll just throw people for a loop. So like, if you don't practice like that, once you get in the water, bam, then the cold hits you. Okay, now you're like you said, now you're kicking, and it's like all that. Threw it out the window. Like
pulls oxygen, man.
You have to practice where, like, in the conditions you're gonna be diving. Sitting in a couch or in your cars.
That's what I was gonna ask. Like, and this is a serious question, but like, in order to prep yourself, are you like sitting at home with a mask on your face?
No.
At times?
I mean,
Have you ever, like,
No.
when you started?
No.
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 Okay.
I was a lifeguard for 6 years, a water safety instructor.
Okay.
I was a diver, a swimmer, competitive swimmer. I was very comfortable in the water. This was nothing new to me.
Explains a lot.
Yeah, I was.
So we're not
I
getting
was geared
that
to this.
weird thing off TikTok that you put in your to breathe train.
Yeah, so okay, let me talk about that. What's illegal when you're spearfishing? Underwater spearfishing is illegal when using like any artificial breathing apparatus. No scuba, no rebreather, and nothing. Okay, you can't do it at night. Can't do it within 150 feet of fishing docks, access egress points, swimming areas. I think that covers most of it. You can't place your diver down flag that would restrict boater navigation. So those are things that we got put into law that were not in law
Okay.
before, because I was like, guys, it's a Wild West out there. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like a fair chase argument where we're like, well, they just suit up in scuba gear and be down there for an hour and a half with our automatic spear guns and 10-round magazines. so yeah, we had to, put in some regulations that made sense, and I think that was a big part of why we were successful getting the new species in there. So,
Yep.
And the data represented that every year the effort went down, the trips and hours and everything went down. So
I'm going to say this too. It doesn't hurt your
3
case
laps.
that people
Okay.
just tend to like him for some reason. Like, yeah.
So
Can we put him on our side?
They're
Oh,
telling us
dude.
that we have 3-3-minute comments left. So then we're probably taking a break, right?
I would assume.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Or at least somebody will walk out.
Yeah, everybody's going to have to hit the restroom before we go back in and go in for the rulings.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, it's interesting. It's different. I think that there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to be wanting to be part of this, right?
They're trying, but a lot of people, once they try it, they're like, man, this is a bitch.
Right.
and I try and tell everybody it takes you a good 2 or 3 years to get legitimately confident and become a quality diver and spear fisherman, like become actually effective.
Okay.
So with all the conditions that you have to overcome,
Yep.
whether that's water, temperature, or just clarity. And then just because you're in the water doesn't mean you're going to find fish. You have to understand where the fish are, why they're there, the seasonal patterns that they follow. And then, you have to be a good fisherman too. Just because you have a spear gun doesn't mean you're going to be able to find and just kill every fish. I cannot express that. You have to know where the fish are, why they're there. Then you have to overcome all those. And, it takes years to, especially, we have a relatively short season, 5 months at best.
Yeah.
So if you're really eager, you can, get out, say a couple 100 hours a year, like really eager. So that's a big limiting factor. So if you're going to get into it, get good gear, invest in yourself, and plan to, not be shooting fish for the first year. Like Mackenzie, it's like she's all gung-ho. And, man, she gets in there, her sinuses are all messed up, and we're like, it's 25 feet, girl. Come on, get down there. And even as gung-ho as she is, like, you cannot beat water pressure.
Is she still spearfishing? Because she's not advocating for our deer herd anymore.
She is. She absolutely is. She's doing a great job. She's pushing
just
out
in
there
California.
for the women. She's going to California this weekend. Yep.
Yeah, we've got podcasts scheduled after she gets back from California.
Awesome.
So how much of your regulation changes that you've seen do you attribute from coming to things like this with the NRC?
All of it.
All of it.
All of it. I mean, if I wouldn't have stepped in here in 2019 and John Walters wouldn't have took me under his wing and put me in the contact with the people he did, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Then I think that's probably
showing up is huge. Like if you won't have representation if you're not there, and they will make regulations about you if you're not, especially if you're not there, and they will talk about you behind your back, and they do not care. They will absolutely do it. Be there, be in those rooms, be in those committees, because if you're not there talking for yourself and standing up for yourself, they will absolutely rip you to shreds and treat you like you're the devil.
So if you're listening to this podcast or this live feed and you take anything away from this, if you don't want anything to do with spearfishing,
I just want to chime in real quick. Jordan Hoover just stopped by the booth, and he had his next DAT proposal for the next session. You guys should be very excited. Jordan is going to suggest that we have a spearing season for deer next year. Totally just kidding before everybody starts freaking out. I'm just kidding.
That'd be a good sound.
Haven't we seen Tim Wells do this?
Yeah, but we almost watched Tim Wells die, too.
You're right. You're right. Well, there comes a certain level of yourself that needs to be left in the process of deer fishing.
Figured I had to clear that up before those comments started rolling in.
And I think that if there's one thing that you do take away from having spearfishing guys, if you don't want to be part of spearfishing, and fish is not your thing, if you're just here to listen to the deer, you have got to represent yourself, and you have to be here at these meetings and have a voice. No matter what side you're on, we have to have a good representation of the state of Michigan and the sportsmen, the woodsmen and the conservationists. So make it to these NRC meetings.
Yep. I mean, like I said, whatever it is, whether it's, you know, tracking with dogs or whatever, if you're not here and they don't know who you are, they will make regulations that are not in your favor.
Without you.
Yep, they will, 100%. And all it takes is that the voice of opposition being in that room at the wrong time, and before you know it, you're regulated out of, you know, what it is you love to do and be here and make friends and and organize and get membership and advocate. You know, that's organize or die, pretty much, right?
Absolutely.
Like,
organize or die. That's really good. And just know that once these decisions are made, you know, you see our spearfishing community is here, you still have to represent. Like, the decisions get made and then things get changed while you've got your back turned. You have to have your thumb on the pulse.
Yep.
And know what the hell's
Yep.
going on.
Be in those rooms. I cannot express that enough. Be in those rooms because, like I said, they're talking and they're making regulations every year generally. And if you're not in there to at least give an opinion, then you cannot expect any form of a positive outcome that, you know, you would like to see.
And we're having a great time here.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, I've never been to one of these and not talked to somebody and had a joke, had some fun.
And
Yeah.
you meet
Yeah.
great people,
Honestly.
like super well connected people. Like, even if you're not being successful, you can still, you know, whether that's, you know, getting gear or you know, some kind of fundraising. Like, all it takes is a handover of a card and a new door can open up like that. And that's the right people are in these rooms. So
yeah,
are you the right person?
yeah, that's it. We already established that I'm just an idiot with a soapbox, right? So
Put it out there, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a bunch of idiots out there.
Yeah, I know.
No, but you know what? This idiot with the soapbox over here, Mike Rogers, was it Keenan? One of his people come over to you earlier, said, hey, we'd like to do a podcast.
Yep.
Mike Rogers, like senator, right?
Yep.
Honestly, it's that easy.
Yep.
It is.
Yep.
There's good people here.
Yep.
Absolutely. So we appreciate you stopping by and joining in on the podcast. I think that it's going to be, I think we're at our last 3-minute comment before we go to some decisions. The room is clearing out.
This is big time. This is big time now.
Yeah.
See if they're
pins and needles.
Make
this
a
is
good decision.
And this
or
is
they're
where
gonna make a
everybody
mess of
goes,
it.
oh, they're going to make some decisions and they're going to throw down some rulings. And I've seen it before where they get done with this and they go, well, we're going to take a break and we'll be back in 45 minutes. So, yeah.
We're going to go into closed session for the next 2 hours.
Yep.
They cannot.
Closed
If
session.
they do that, we're flipping tables.
Yeah, no joke. But just in case they go right to it, I am going to step away from the mic
All
for
right.
about 2 minutes and hit the John.
All right.
Grab some drinks.
Follow me.
Yes. What are your socials?
Purely Michigan Spearfishing across, you know, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Jonathan Dirk on Facebook and Michigan Spearfishing Association.org. We have a tournament coming up June 27th in Alpena. We have some free dive certification classes in Higgins Lake August 1st and 2nd. So if you're looking to get to those new depths and become a legitimate free diver, that's another good way to get involved.
Awesome.
And donate. Any money, all helps.
Yeah.
You know, always. You know, helps the cause. You know,
Skeeter
if you want to
needs
be
a new spear
if
gun.
you want to be spearfishing king salmon in Northern Lake, Michigan, baby, we're gonna need some money to put on more events and get more PR out there.
We got all kinds of fish out there to spear. We got that. Hopefully, we can get some regulations passed and go after those cohos and those main hose.
All the good stuff.
Yep.
All right, guys. Thanks for the plug. Appreciate
Awesome.
it.
Yeah, no, thanks for stopping by.
All
We
right.
appreciate it.
The main hose. Can I steal one of these?
I'll give my time back. Mr. Sakevitz, I get that right this time. Thank you.
Yes, valiant effort, Commissioner Nyberg, but it's Kevich and Eldon like the chipmunk. That was pretty funny. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to go through the whole day and kind of listen to what everyone had to say. I've talked to a lot of these guys on the internet.
I'm not going to do any personal attacks. I don't know any of you besides Commissioner Walters. We've met on a few occasions. Director Bowen, I know a lot about you from what all the lovely people say about you. You have some pretty thick skin. So my 10 years as being a corrections officer, you have some thick skin. Yeah, so I only wanted to pose one question. I'll first say my name's Alvin Sikhevich. I'm 10 years of law enforcement. I'm local. I'm a business owner. I own tree service. Actually cut down 3 trees today before I came here. So, but I've also ran a YouTube channel called Michigan Gone Wild, where I've highlighted deer hunting here in the state of Michigan. And my main focus in every single year since 2014 has to showcase the community aspect and the personal development of deer hunting. You gain those through having access to hunting. Conservation is hunting. We need hunters. And I'll ask you, what is the greatest threat to hunting right now? It's the fact that we're losing hunters. We're losing revenue. We're losing license sales. The American model of conservation depends on hunters. That requires better communication with hunters. And hunters out here, for everyone that comes here with an opinion, just know that the privilege of hunting comes with a great responsibility as well. And that means communication with the DNR, with the NRC. We're never going to get anything done complaining on Facebook, ridiculing people personally. You have no idea what their job entails. But I'll also say this to the commissioners. We have a deeply, deeply vast, diverse landscape here in Michigan. And it's not to be managed as a cookie cutter process. And we can only do it together. That's it. Thank you for your time.
I'll wrap it up. That concludes the 3-minute portion of the public comment, and handing the gavel back to our chair, Becky Humphries.
Pardon? Yeah, it is 5:37. I think we could probably all use with a little stretch break. So I'm going to suggest we get back together again at 5:45 and we'll conduct the business part of the meeting. That doesn't give you long.
All right, and we are back on. They are taking a break, reconvening at 5:45. So this is a relatively short break. Everybody head to the restroom. Jake, what number are you on? Number 1, I believe.
Am I?
You are.
Okay, perfect.
So we got to talk about a lot spear fishing.
Now my phone's blowing up.
Is it?
Everybody wants to know what's going to happen.
Yeah. No, we should probably throw up a Facebook post or something.
Dude, I'm so unsure.
Experience Wild Screen just went. Okay, we are in recess again. So while we're here, we're going to say thank you to all of our sponsors. And we are going to go over right now. We're going to go over and promote. Just remember that in Michigan, you need to apply for your bear and elk right now. You have until June 1st to put in your application for bear. I was successful with bear this last season along with Adam. I believe we both drew our tag in the Baldwin unit, and it took a lot of points.
Yeah.
It was a bunch, but I think right now, with the permits that they're giving out this next season, you're going to need 7 to 9 points in the Baldwin unit. But there are units that you can get a bear permit with just 1 point in the UP. Make sure that you're putting in for those points or putting in for your application for your bear permit. Get in for the elk in the Pure Michigan Hunt. Jump in on that. Make sure you're at least trying to get those tags. Yeah.
Are you putting in for your daughter? Is she doing points as of now?
I have Elvis is getting in for points now.
Okay. All right. I had a question about that because I need to start doing it for the kid. So, because you want to get a good unit. 7 to 9 points from now.
Yeah, and
he'll be well old enough.
Absolutely, and I'm at the point where it's like, okay, if Elvis has to have somewhere between 7 and 9 points, I'm still going to be young enough to be able
100%.
to walk into the woods. So yeah, I need to get her. She's accumulating points.
Yeah.
When she's ready, we'll go.
Yeah. Yep. 100%.
And if not, she'll have those points there, and I don't feel bad about the $5
No.
that I'm donating just to give her the opportunity.
Yep. That's a big thing. Next generation.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll cover our sponsors again. This is the part where I'm probably going to end up doing some Facebook stuff here. Say, let's see if we can make a post.
We have so many sponsors, it's unreal.
Yeah, absolutely.
I should say you guys. I'm just here.
All y'all.
I'm just present.
You're part of the club. Let's see if we can do video. Flip this around. Hey everybody, it's Skeeter with the Outdoors, or the, let's redo this. Discard. Hey everybody, it's Skeeter with Roam Outdoors Podcast. We are really close to having some decisions made on your whitetail deer rules. It is time to log in, go to our YouTube, Roam Syndicate, get on the live, and we're going to have some things happening here in the next couple minutes.
What are you thinking, Joe?
Yeah. It's been a long day, and who knows what's going to happen after this recess. We've got a few more minutes.
Michigan may change, Michigan may not change.
I feel like deer hunting regulations is like the Detroit Lions.
Oh,
Ooh.
Such a great comparison.
Detroit Lions, the deer regulations.
Like such a build-up, and then it's a giant letdown every year. Yeah. Dude, you could say the same as the Red Wings. I mean, they do great the first half of the year. I mean, anymore, I don't know. Like, I feel I'll be okay whichever way they go.
You will?
But I'm like, and that's where I'm at.
That's where that big changes. Brad says.
I think a lot of the thing is like some of these people, they get so like private land guys get so like exclusive, like they only see what they see. They don't know the outside.
No.
They only see what on their property. So they're so like, oh, there's no does here.
Yeah.
Well, you've been hunting that same spot for the last 15 years. You go to that same stand, you walk the same steps every time. The deer fucking know you're gonna before you even get out there.
You're not wrong.
Shit, you're not seeing.
Careful, we're live. Careful on the swears. I don't want to get
I don't
kicked
even
off
know if
live feed
can
again.
he hear you?
I don't know if they can hear him, but we're
Okay. Yeah. Like, I understand what you're talking about.
It's like there's a reason.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm just a public land guy that doesn't see any deer, so.
We're in recess, but we are staying live. Shout out to our sponsors again. 2-0, Brenton USA, Whitewater Fishing. Who else we got? Blocker Outdoors, Vitalize Seed. I'm gonna have to go look in the show notes. Brains about mush.
We need a cheat sheet. Joe, write them down on a piece of paper.
Did you? Yeah,
Be
exactly.
like NASCAR advertising over here, like a race suit.
Did you get my order for?
Uh-oh.
I'll
Are they
give you
voting?
I'll give
What are
you
we doing?
creative freedom to do what you want. I just went in there and went click click click. You do what you do you.
Hey, since we're behind the 8 ball, you want to go in there? Because this is behind.
Oh, I could do the
'Cause
Rome
it's
logo.
45 right now.
Yeah. The Rome
5:45.
Yeah. Absolutely. Nate has the file.
Yes, Brad says no deer on public land.
No deer on public land.
None.
Gonna need a fire suit for all the heat you guys are bringing.
That's fine.
We're not bringing too much heat.
I'm just here to stir the pot.
Jake is here to stir the pot. I'm here to provide information and be the voice of reason, if you can believe that.
Just some young, dumb person. Kid. I'm a kid compared to most of you.
You know my brother-in-law? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm married to his sister.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, I absolutely will turn the volume up, Tony, when it gets to it. Right now, I think I'll be playing to an empty room, but
yeah.
I've got the volume increased now, so it should come through.
I told Joe to go in there.
Yeah, we will try to be a little bit quiet and.
Yeah, very, very unique. Very different.
7.5 years old.
Really?
No.
Oh, I was about to say.
Brad, you can't kill a 150? Well, neither can I, Brad.
Nope.
But we're hoping to change that. We're hoping to maybe see a 150. A 150 seen from the truck would be fantastic for me.
They're around. Few and far between, but they're around.
Start sending out, let's see. Copy the link, start sending this around to all the people that have been messaging all day. Yeah.
Camo what?
My the
yeah.
thing I bid on, yeah.
I just told him to bring me one next month. I said whatever color you prefer. So gray. Yeah, 100%.
Mr. King. Mike. I don't know the deal yet. We're just we're on recess, but I'm about to click on and yeah, we're just waiting for them to start streaming again. We're sitting right outside the hall.
You running?
Nope, it's about to happen.
Somebody starts flipping tables. You might want to put that camera away.
They're going to do something. They're going to make some kind of decision. So there's word on the street that the $1 thing is in play, but they really threw a Mickey in there with the whole earn buck thing. Like people were ready to flip tables. Yep.
What are you at?
Oh, for sure. Just because they just brought it up. They just brought it up as a something that could happen like a week and a half ago, and they didn't like vet out any of the process of what that would look like.
It just came out in 2026.
And like freaked everybody out.
How much is that?
It's like cheap as hell.
$650.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I don't want to spend $2,000.
No.
That is actually, we're whitetail bankrupt. I like that. I might use that here in a minute.
I've seen you the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen you charge it.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of us here in the hallway ready to go. Like, Michigan Outdoors is sitting right down from us. We'll be jumping into podcast with them shortly. We had Jimmy Gretzinger in here a little while ago. We've had some big names come through. It's been good. Absolutely. We talked about it. We talked about being out there and sitting there and seeing a big giant buck while we were gone.
It is. Make note of the time here. Sorry, folks. It is 5:50, and we'll move into the business part of the.
It's horrible, and they're back in session now, so I'm going to jump on.
Business.
All right, bye.
We lost our director somewhere here. Okay.
All right, I'm.
We have no new director's items this month, but we do have land transactions. Director is here until we sign.
Because I'm on.
Land transactions, all right.
Nothing.
Are there any comments or concerns with any of the land transactions that they want to share with the director? All right, should have put those in reverse order of that. We have no new NRC orders this month. Under old business, we have a resolution. You have no new or no old business under director's items, but under NRC items, we do have a resolution and scientific consent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank the department staff, my fellow commissioners, stakeholders, and the many individuals who participated throughout this process, including this marathon session today. Deer management is one of the most contentious issues we deal with as a commission. And I appreciate the significant amount of time, expertise, and public input that has gone into this process. As I've reviewed the proposals, amendments, and listened to the public feedback, I continue to believe strongly that Michigan's deer herd must be managed by region and deer management zone. The three zones all have very different habitat conditions, climates, hunting pressures, disease concerns, and population dynamics. The one-size-all-fit approach is unlikely to produce the best long-term outcomes for either the herd or for hunter satisfaction. I also believe we need clear numerical benchmarks and measurable management goals by zone, so both the commission and the public can better evaluate whether our regulations are moving the health of the herd in the desired direction. Without defined metrics and goals, it becomes difficult to measure success, identify problems early, evaluate the effectiveness of regulatory changes over time. It also reduces transparency and can erode trust in the department and this commission. This is not about criticizing any individual within the department. I appreciate the hard work of the staff, biologists, and leadership working under competing priorities. But collectively, we as a commission, the department, and the broader stakeholder community must acknowledge that the current system can and should be improved. Michigan's deer herd is too important economically, recreationally, culturally, environmentally for us to rely on generalized assumptions or incomplete data when making long-term management decisions. Managing fundamentally different regions without clearly defined numerical benchmarks and measurable goals by zone is not the level of scientific management the public should expect from us. Quite simply, we can do better and we must do better. Over the last several months, I've worked with Chairwoman Humphreys to discuss how we begin improving the process. With her assistance, I am bringing forward this resolution to initiate a science-based review of Michigan's deer management program and to develop a stronger long-term framework for managing both deer populations and wildlife disease. Importantly, this resolution is not intended to create a static report that sits on a shelf. The goal is to establish a dynamic, adaptive deer management framework, one that includes measurable goals, regional benchmarks, disease surveillance metrics, in a defined and transparent process for adjusting management actions as conditions change on the ground in real time. Michigan has some of the best hunting traditions and wildlife resources in the country.
We owe it to the hunters, conservationists, landowners, and future generations to ensure our decisions are grounded in sound science made in the best long-term interests of the resource. Therefore, I introduce this resolution for consideration. Whereas the Michigan Department of Natural Resources is responsible for managing white-tailed deer in the state of Michigan, and whereas Michigan Natural Resources Commission has authority to establish hunting regulations using sound science where practicable, therefore be it resolved that the commission directs the department to engage the Wildlife Management Institute to conduct a science-based review of Michigan's deer management program in collaboration with the department and utilizing national experts in deer ecology, population dynamics, and wildlife disease management. This review should produce an updated deer management framework that includes an evaluation of the department's role in developing and presenting scientific recommendations to the commission, development of an updated deer management plan that includes disease surveillance and response actions, recommendations for buck and antlers harvest strategies, and deer conflict and damage management recommendations. The review and resulting plan should establish clear deer and disease management goals along with measurable metrics and recommended management actions. All goals, metrics, and recommendations should be developed, reported, and evaluated at the deer management zone level to reflect regional differences in climate, habitat, hunting pressure, and disease prevalence across Michigan. Metrics should include, but not limited to, population estimates, buck-doe ratios, harvest rates, age structure, hunter success rates, disease prevalence, including CWD, bovine TB, EHD, and other emerging or regional significant diseases, and measures of deer-related conflicts or damage. The review should also evaluate how these metrics are used to inform regulatory recommendations to the commission, including season structure, tag allocation, and disease response actions. The department should establish zone-specific quantitative benchmarks and management thresholds for key population, harvest, and disease indicators. These benchmarks should be expressed as measurable ranges or thresholds and used to evaluate population status and guide management decisions at the deer management zone level. The department should implement the resulting framework as an adaptive management plan, including a defined process for regular review and adjustment of the management actions based on ongoing surveillance data. Updates shall be reported to the commission on a regular schedule. External review beyond this framework shall occur only upon the direction of the commission. Be it further resolved that the commission requests the department provide clear, data-driven, and scientifically supported recommendations to inform the commission's decision-making and ensure effective adaptive deer management across all zones of the state. Be it further resolved that this review should begin immediately with monthly progress updates beginning in June and a final report due no later than June 2027 commission meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion, commissioners?
Yeah. Was that David, Commissioner Nyberg, that was introducing that?
No, Commissioner Esther, it's Brandon Pewens.
Oh, okay. All right. I just had a couple comments. That was well written and well laid out. And I've been kind of, unfortunately, since the second, I've been working to walk. So anyway, so I've been out of some of these conversations. Just a minute, please. Sorry about that. And I had some of these conversations with Becky, but going back quite some time, going back from when I originally got on the commission. The process that I've felt that we're kind of missing the process. I come from a background in which, the Administrative Procedures Act was applied when it made decisions were based on evidence that was presented. Sometimes these cases could be, stretch out over years, but they're evidence-based. And I know that one of the speakers earlier today touched on, in fact, mentioned the Federal Procedures Act.
We're struggling to get this
I found
together.
it very insightful that he reached out for that. I also noticed this morning when the fishery report, I thought, look, there's an example of a process that was laid out for us. Multi-level process for how they get to a regulation for fish. And I was thinking, there it is, laid out for fish, but hey, we don't have the same thing for deer. And deer in the state, it's a very, and I think the idea of bringing in some outside resources that can kind of lay the groundwork, can kind of frame the deer herd, what Michigan can expect. I mean, there's a lot of people I think have these dreams that Michigan is going to be this big buck capital of the world. Now, I don't know if that's possible. I don't think it is. I think deer in Michigan are kind of like largemouth bass. If you want to get a state record largemouth bass in the state of Michigan, if you get a 12-pound bass, you've got it. If you want to catch 14-pound bass, you need to go down south. There's plenty of states where you can get 14-pound basses. Indiana, Oklahoma. I got to look this up. This is for kicks. Kansas, New Mexico, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee.
I've ever heard.
Georgia, I think, get a 22-pound bass. You're never going to get those bass in Michigan. And I think that there is, in Michigan, again, this is things that for developing data over time, we might be able to have a better understanding. But I suspect that Michigan is a lot like that with its deer population, that we're not going to be the trophy capital. So what we have to do is we have to maintain a herd that can work for everybody in the state of Michigan. For too long, we have ignored the TB and the chronic wasting disease. It hasn't been discussed with what we're doing. And my fear is that the herd in Michigan will be destroyed by chronic wasting disease. There's parts of Wisconsin that are running 20% positive rates right now. And I don't even know who's hunting in those areas anymore. And they're losing their deer population. And I am terrified that is the direction we're heading in the state, that we have got to work with our regulations, and we have to be concerned about disease. I'm just
Who's speaking?
I don't know, that's what I'm trying to figure out too.
extremely concerned about
He mentioned CWD.
kind of pretending it's not there. And very few of the public people, very few of the people from the public have touched on that issue. The commission itself, in its presentation of its recommended deer regs,
Geyer, you're not wrong.
barely made a mention of chronic wasting disease and TB. And I think it's a responsibility as commissioners that we address these issues. We can't pretend that they don't exist. So I couldn't have said it better than you said it when laying out the motion. I wholeheartedly support it.
How about now? Here's now.
The chairwoman, excuse me, of the committee is, I think, if anybody's ever looked at her resume, it is absolutely astounding. I don't remember when I was looking down the commissioners that were on here, when I was considering, I'm like, holy crap, look at that. And I think that I've indicated to her support for much of the work that she wants to do, much of the direction she would take this in, and the vision she has. She's got an amazing amount of skill, both having directed the department and from just a wide range of activities. phenomenal. And I'm very happy to support this type of a motion. So I am very much in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments of the group? I'll just make this one, and the fact that the commission has also discussed our process, as was brought up with some of the suggestions. And while this external review in the resolution, we're also going to look at our process through our Finance and Governance Committee. So we'll be talking more about that, gathering input.
Yeah, sorry. If I could add real quick. I don't know if I may have been focused a little bit too much, I think, on the department. And I really do think that in fact, the commission has a lot of work to do with this process. I didn't mean to be picking on the department if I came across that way. I think we really should be partners with the department and the commission. We should be operating as one.
This is rough.
Unified body that works together. Won't always see everything quite the same. I did one question though. Was there? I feel there was some discussion about the possibility of the commission coming back with some additional information on earn a second buck. I'm not sure where that is playing out in this. You have to excuse me. I've not been able to participate in all the discussions outside of the hearing room. So is that under this motion? Did I miss it?
No, I think we'll take that up later. This will just be, we're going to, if there's no other discussion, we'll vote on this scientific resolution that Commissioner Fewens brought.
Scientific resolution.
From what I'm
We
hearing.
ready to vote, folks? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Resolution passes. Thank you, Commissioner Fewens.
Madam Chair, I would just request that we add this to our monthly agenda that with receiving regular updates from the department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to move into old business as far as actions. We have no directors matters this month. NRC orders, we have Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026 deer regulations. Gee, what a surprise, huh? Can I have a motion to open up amendment?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All right, we're going to go right down the list for our amendments. Commissioner Eister, you had an amendment
everybody.
on the Upper Peninsula crossbow use for seniors.
Crossbow use for seniors. UP.
Who's on mute?
Mark, you're on mute.
Someone's not speaking into the mic.
Sorry. I'll move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order number 6 of 2026 to allow residents who possess a valid senior deer license, senior deer combination license, or senior antlerless deer license to use a crossbow during the late archery deer season in the Upper Peninsula, beginning with the 26th season.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on this amendment.
Can I speak to it briefly?
Yes, you may.
This was an amendment I talked to commissioners early on. It was one of the very first emails I received as a commissioner was from a 75-year-old gentleman in the Upper Peninsula who wanted to crossbow hunt during the late archery season. I tried to put him in contact with a few people. Not really sure how that ended up. I hope he's still alive. I emailed him back a couple weeks ago or maybe a month ago. Did let him know that I was going to make this amendment. I did not hear back from him. But it's my understanding that this really is an extremely minimal change to the archery licenses. This is a small group of people with senior licenses that are brave enough and hardy enough to go out in December in the UP to hunt deer. And this gentleman was using a crossbow and he would like be able to use it in December. And I thought that this would be a reasonable measure that has extremely minimal impact on the deer herd. So I hope that people can support that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same.
No. No.
The motion passes.
Crossbows
All
for
right,
seniors in the
Commissioner
UP.
Nyberg.
I can get down with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026 to do the following. With respect to the Upper Peninsula, Zone 1, beginning with the 2027 license year, maintain the current Hunter's Choice structure in the Upper Peninsula on the deer combination license with a 3-point antler point restriction on the regular tag and a 4-point antler point restriction on the restricted tag. The single deer license will also remain as is with no antler point restriction, and an antlerless tag is allowed during the early or late archery season only. With respect to the Lower Peninsula, beginning with the 2027 license year, the single deer license will be 1 buck with an antler point restriction of 3 points on a side, or an antlerless deer for the entire Lower Peninsula, subject to restriction as described below. The deer combination license will be 1 antler deer tag with no antler point restriction and 1 antlerless deer tag. The antler deer tag may be used to harvest antlerless deer. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this amendment and consistent with section 3.101I in deer management units 005, 010, 015, 024, 028, 040, 045, 051, 053, 057, 067, 083, 115, 145, and 245. An individual possessing a deer license or a deer combination regular license shall not take an antler deer unless that deer has at least 1 antler with 3 or more antler points, each 1 or more inches in length. In addition to this amendment, there's an incorporated request to the department. The commission requests that the department present a framework for a earn a second buck tag pilot license season within Zone 3 for the NRC meeting in July. This will provide sufficient notice and consideration for action by the commission prior to implementation during the 2027 deer hunting season. The framework shall include the following. Require a restricted second buck tag with at least 4 points on 1 antler. A geographic region of sufficient size, at least 1 or more counties, to present a science-based evaluation of the regulation's impact on antlerless harvest. A duration for the pilot that is sufficient to present a science-based evaluation of the regulation's impact on antlerless harvest. A control area within Zone 3 for comparison. An enforcement mechanism, including hunter reporting requirements for antlerless harvest, and pre-pilot data to be collected on harvest in 2026.
Second.
Madam Chair, if I could just speak briefly to the amendment, proposed amendment.
Proceed.
Okay. Those who've been observing the deer regulation process for quite some time will know that I've made comments in the past with respect to the Upper Peninsula. And even if we can pretend for a minute that regulations can really move the needle on desired outcomes or goals for deer management in the UP, we know that there are many factors beyond our control, including winter severity, especially as evidenced by this past winter with 300 inches of snow in many parts of the UP or close to that. Predation, which we know is a major factor, much of which is beyond our control due to federal regulation. And habitat, declining habitat. There's been a lot of discussion about all 3 of these things over the last couple of months. regulations are probably less important than those three items, or in the aggregate they could be pretty impactful. But the regulation process is what we have within our control. So just acknowledging that there's a lot that we cannot address within the NRC's authority. I understand that there are different views on this among UP hunters, but by and large, people I've spoken with, and I think as we've heard, hunters who purchase the combination license really do appreciate the current hunter's choice model, which is a 4-point APR on the restricted tag and a 3-point APR on the regular tag. And what we've heard today, and what I've tried to describe, is that it's less about the desire or the expectation of harvesting $2. It's more about the opportunity to participate in hunting traditions that may be somewhat unique to the UP. And that's pretty special, and it's something that when considering the trade-offs, I certainly understand what the proposed $1 regulation means, and I can get behind it quite personally. I can get behind it myself as a deer hunter. I think it could work, but for the UP, I don't think that the trade-offs are entirely appropriate because of a variety of reasons. One being the diminished opportunity, another being revenue implications, and also just looking at the data, we know that 97 to 99% of hunters who have the combination license in the UP are harvesting $1, so it's pretty close. And so with all of that said, that's an explanation behind the UP specific rationale. The Lower Peninsula component of this is really try to achieve consensus among varying viewpoints among commissioners. We hear you. We all understand your passion. We all understand you have different views, maybe different values about deer hunting, and those are all valid. And in an imperfect process, this proposed amendment tries to get as close to possible to achieving what we're hearing and what the science is showing that we can support in Michigan. Thank you.
Commissioner Walters.
I'm going to vote no on this for a variety of reasons, but first and foremost, the amendment does not at all take into account and consideration of what the DAT proposed and recommended. It does not take into account and consideration of what the department has brought forward and in their recommendations. And it does not take into account what the overall, I'd say, slight majority of what at least I heard from Michigan hunters. We need Michigan hunters to help support what we're proposing, and this falls way short of that, number one. Number two, if Commissioner Nyberg does support OBRs, this doesn't address that whatsoever. And I recognize that he wants to make that recommendation for the UP, but when he brings it into the Lower Peninsula, that falls way short. So for a variety of reasons, I'm voting no.
Other comments?
Mom.
Oh, I'm getting a flag. Commissioner Easter?
Yeah, there's been we've had a lot of discussion about this, and it's been a difficult decision, I think, for a lot of the commissioners. Will be supporting this amendment. I think it definitely moves us in the direction of what the department's goal of getting more hunters to take bucks. I would think that that's something we should be striving for. I think that there are some measures we could take that would move us more in that direction. I think that we need to have some additional proposals put on the table. So I really favor the idea of having the the department develop a pilot program proposal for us to consider. I think that is a very good way for us to be able to try and figure out what is really going to move the hunters in the state. Because really what we have right now is we just have some people saying, we need to go $1. And then, we have other ones, and, you know, and if they support that, other people think that the, earn a second buck path is the better way to go. You know, my preference personally, but you know, we just don't have the data, I guess. I kind of like to nudge people along rather than hit them over the head. So I think we at least need to take a look at this earn a second buck option. And we need to get some decent proposals and have a timeline that we can work on these and then be able to measure results. And so I'm kind of hoping that's what we're able to get to.
He can't even get to the point.
Thanks for that. I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Other comments? Yeah. Commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
this morning I expressed some concern about the potential for hunters to flood up into the UP to try to get a second buck. Dr. Randolph said that he thought that was negligible. I still have that reservation. I'm also concerned that even though 2% up in UP only harvests a second buck, I don't know that we can really afford to be taking extra bucks off that landscape. I do worry about that, even though it's only 2%. Every small little lever makes a difference. Once again, this is the whole point of trying to introduce a resolution to get baseline metrics. And I feel like we're acting on imperfect information. You're never going to have enough, obviously. I understand that. And if we move forward with this amendment, and I do intend to support it, even though I have reservations with the UP portion of it, if we can establish a pilot project in a couple of counties and be able to compare that with some counties that are very similar in nature, we're building a data set that hopefully within a year, we'll have metrics from the department. And we can start to evaluate what direction these regulations are moving us. Are they moving us closer to our goals? Or are they moving us further away? If they're moving us further away, then we adjust them. I think having two data sets is extremely valuable. And it provides the commission, I hope, with a better idea on how to move forward in the future.
I'd just like to make a point here. There have been a lot of discussion. When we look at authorities in Michigan, the commission has authority that came to us through Proposal G. The agency has authority for managing this deer herd. And the legislative branch has authority for setting license fees. As we got into discussions after the department issued their recommendation, and after talking to the Deer Management Advisory Team, it was pointed out to us that while we're not changing the dollar figure on those license fees, by coupling some of the licenses in the combo license, we could effectively be doubling the price of a buck license and stepping into the arena that is legislative authority. So it's been portrayed as a real political move, when in fact it's a discussion item in terms of respecting each other's authority, since we share it across both the executive branch and the legislative branch. You can agree with it or not agree with it, but it does factor in. Quite frankly, I get called and asked opinions on legislation. And by the same token, when they have concerns, we want to listen to it. I hope in this state we can work together between executive and legislative. That's how we get good governance on the ground. Are there any other comments?
Real quick, Madam Chair, and I forgot to mention this as a point. The idea about moving forward with earn a second buck statewide or targeting public land, and in my mind, this is a tool in the toolbox to really tackle doe density and potentially disease prevalency. And so in my mind, this could be a tool that we could use in a surgical manner to try to tackle some of these problem areas. I think we heard a lot today from folks that were concerned about the scope of earn a second buck and how big that might be, and whether it's zone 2 and 3, and that's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at to see if this is a real tool that can be effective at doe density and disease prevalency, and that's what it is. And we should look forward to getting that data.
Yeah, just a brief comment on the same point. When we brought this up, it was purely to get data and look at tools to reduce density, to reduce disease, so that we could move forward with a healthy herd. It was not to force earn a second buck in the entire Lower Peninsula. That was never discussed. So I want to be clear and on the record that that was the case.
Any other comments, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed,
No.
No.
motion passes. Commissioner Walters.
I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment Number 6 of 2026 by rescinding DMU 351 and 352 effective May 24th, 2026.
Second.
Bunch of clowns.
The reason that I wanted to bring this forward is these are two blanket DMUs when we are going to be looking at managing antlerless deer by specific DMU in the UP and county and the Lower Peninsula. So the blanket is, in my opinion, ineffective.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same.
No.
Motion passes.
Next.
Yes.
I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment Number 6 of 2026, eliminating the limited firearm deer zone for both public and private lands effective beginning the 2026 season.
Support.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I would like just to take a couple seconds to reflect back on Chief Keefe's comments from this morning. I was very interested to hear from his perspective, in law enforcement division's perspective about any type of safety concerns, and his comments. It is providing me with the confidence to vote yes on this motion.
Any other comments or discussion?
Yeah.
Yes. Commissioner Meister.
Yeah, I was not on the commission for the January presentation from law enforcement. And I guess I've taken, and what I've heard since then, I don't have, not as, I guess I look at it, it's sort of like a half glass full, half empty, or, yeah, that's it. I've heard law enforcement just kind of indicate at this point that they really don't have evidence to say one way or the other how this is going to affect safety, which I think is different from saying that it's not going to affect safety. And I just, that's kind of the way I read the testimony. I'm down in zone 3, and I'm going to tell you, I strongly oppose this. I think this is a terrible decision to do. We have a lot of hunters down here that are hunting on small plots of land, are close to each other, are, quite honestly, some of them I don't think are the best hunters. I mean, just to be honest, I've had some buddies of mine that have almost gotten shot by people. And I think that this part of the state is just a little, there's too much, too many small lot hunters. There's too much pressure. In the time that I've been hunting this area, it's changed my habits, the way I get into the woods and leave the woods. because I'm concerned about neighboring hunters that where it just didn't, that pressure didn't used to exist. I'm on a different, I'm hunting on a different spot from where I grew up. I don't go in before the sun comes up. And because I don't feel safe anymore walking along. And it turns out I have to kind of walk close to the border on this property that I'm on. And I just don't feel safe coming in there. We're talking about, a 30-06 or 7mm that are dropping, 6 to 8 inches at 300 yards, whereas the 450 Bushmaster, which is what I use, drops 30 to 37 inches at 300 yards. I mean, the difference in the weaponry and the range is not something to just dismiss. I think that I think we're asking for problems. There's, people can, if they want to still use their 12 gauge, they can, but they've had the opportunity, like with the Bushmaster, with the other munitions. I'm not sure what they all are. That's the one I picked. I love that gun. And, at 300 yards, that bullet's in the dirt. But at 100, and I don't usually shoot beyond 100 yards anyways, but at 100 yards, it's dead on. Man, I am like, that thing is a serious killing machine. And by now, people have had a chance to buy their weapons. I mean, I don't know how many years it's been since they allowed for the straight-walled rifles shells, but, there's plenty of firearms to use here that have effective killing ranges that are as far as, most people. I mean, I don't like to shoot at long distances because I don't like tracking deer. When I take a shot, I like to drop that deer pretty much where it was when I pulled that trigger. And so, I'm not going to 120 yards. That gun will do it. And I'm not going to shoot beyond that. And then that bullet is going to land in the dirt at another 100 yards past that. But some of these other guns that we're talking about, you're putting guns in the hands of people that are close to each other. And to some degree, I just don't trust a lot of the hunters that are in the woods in southern Michigan. I think they're sloppy. I don't think they're...
No, I can't.
I don't think they're really cognizant of what's beyond what they're shooting at.
Because they have so much.
And
There's so much.
I think it's a mistake. I
Hey.
fear that it's going to result in some problems. So I would not be supporting this.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say the same or say nay. It passes.
I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026 by eliminating the extended late antlerless and January archery seasons, therefore concluding all hunting
So we're
for the
eliminating
seasons
the
after January
tribal
1st,
laws. Passed.
effective on May 24th, 2026.
Second.
Can I ask what the rationale is?
Commissioner Eister, were you had comments or?
I was curious what the rationale for eliminating the January seasons was.
Sure. Number one, there is reports of bucks being harvested during that season that have dropped their antlers. That's number one. Number two, the longer the seasons, because we start in September and we now go through, in some cases, as late as February, we are shortening the season to specifically target the shooting of, in this case, antlerless deer. Going back to the tradition of ending all deer seasons January 1st.
Okay, and if I understand the staff has recommended that we keep those gain races, and they want to add a few counties to it. I can't remember, was it 3 counties they wanted to add? Is that right? Can somebody tell me that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I believe that they showed a graph earlier today, which indicated the number of deer that take during January. I was having a hard time reading that. So can someone tell me, maybe from staff if they're still there, what the number of deer taken during that late January season was?
Yeah, it's already discussed this, right? Yeah, it was all discussed earlier. So what was this ambulance use?
Hang tight, we're checking on it right now.
What was that?
Yeah, I was having a hard time interpreting that this morning, and I wasn't watching you guys live at the time. I was catching up, watching it via YouTube, so I couldn't chime. I would have liked to have asked questions then. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry, but I couldn't.
How about you? I don't think I can say that out loud.
Pardon me, excuse me. So I do have here the 2024 harvest survey results. The extended late antlerless season statewide was estimated 16,746 antlerless deer. 15,650 of those were from the southern lower peninsula. And by one comparison, I can add additional if we would like. The late antlerless
Yes, you
season,
did hear that correctly.
2024 harvest was 22,502 antlerless deer statewide. So a little under 17 for the extended, a little over 22,000 for the late antlerless. From southern lower peninsula, the late antlerless season, 2024 was 14,445. So the extended late antlerless season was actually a little more than the late antlerless season just in southern Michigan in 24. So the figure I was presenting was that there's a similar number from the extended late season as some of the other ones, even though we know it's less area and later in the year where there's potentially some conflicts.
Okay, and then sorry, what was that number then for the 14,000?
Yes, in the late antlerless season, it would remain even under this amendment. It was 14,445 antlerless deer just in the southern lower peninsula.
Okay.
The extended antlerless season in southern Michigan was 15,650 just in the southern lower peninsula.
I mean, that just seems like a significant number. How many of those were you able to track? How many of those were bucks that had shed?
Don't have it from the harvest survey report. It would be from the registration info, and we can.
Was that a large number, or was that just a couple here and there?
I mean, it's minimal. We don't have the numbers in front of us to be able to look up, but it's a pretty small percentage that are shed bucks. Just an added perspective, the 2025 reported harvest. So Brent provided the 2024 harvest survey estimate. The 2025 harvest report, the extended late antlerless season, 12,134, and then the January archery season was 650.
Okay. Yeah, I did just make some quick comments here. John, since I'm not voting against you on this one, I'm going with staff on this. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of voting against other stuff. I don't mean to be kind of like voting against John or anything, but on this one, I don't see any reason to toss staff's recommendations out the window. That's a nice little season, especially in the southern part of the state. We got a lot of deer down here. There's a lot of does. And if we can take a few off, 20,000 or whatever that number was, 15,000, 20,000, we can take those things off the landscape. That helps us. That helps us get there. And there may be a couple bucks that go in there. It's probably, I don't see it as a justification for eliminating these seasons. I think staff presented the reason why they wanted them, and it seems legit to me, and I think we should be leaving it as staff recommended.
Any other comments of the commissioners or discussion?
Brent, can you remind us of the overall doe harvest for this season, and if that extended season made a measurable difference? Did you say that already?
Sorry, repeat that. The overall for all seasons combined, total antlerless?
For those extended, the two extended,
Okay,
the
yep.
late and the extended.
One more
Is there a
time.
difference?
So in 2024, the extended antlerless season, extended late antlerless season, statewide
Mhm.
was 16,746. And then again, in southern Michigan, it was 15,650. So that's the extended late antlerless. And then just the late antlerless season in 2024, statewide was 22,502. In the southern lower peninsula, late antlerless, 2024 was 14,445.
For clarity, the late season is December, correct?
Correct. Up till January 1st, so.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Same. Aye. Commissioner Eister, could you vote your,
I'm voting against the motion. Sorry, mate. That was
Sorry.
right there.
do we need to do a roll call on that? I think we had 3 opposed. We do need to do a roll call? Okay. Commissioner Walters,
Yes.
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Yes.
No.
I vote no.
And I'm a no.
It passes.
So they're eliminated.
Okay,
That
motion passes.
eliminates late
Thank you.
doe, all seasons and
Commissioner
January
Walters,
1st.
I think you have another amendment.
I do. I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment Number 6 of 2026 by authorizing the department to establish universal antlerless deer license use limits by DMU in the UP and by county in the Lower Peninsula in consultation
Yeah.
and with concurrence of the Natural Resource Commission effective May 24th, 2026. These use limits would be reviewed and published annually. In addition to being reviewed during the deer regulation 3-year review cycle.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
This is in regards to the quote unquote heat map.
Okay, hearing no discussion, all in favor, excuse me, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Amendment passes.
So there's no limit now.
Commissioner
I
Eister,
think
could you
that's
vote on,
to make the universal doe tags by DMU and not
No.
statewide.
Oh,
Hmm?
Aye.
In the
Sorry.
UP.
okay, thank you. Motion passes.
The other amendments that I have are moot because of Nyberg amendment.
They're talking about the amendments that are moot are the $1 rule.
All right, I'm afraid to ask it, but are there any more amendments?
God, no.
Okay. Pardon what? All right, I don't know that I have a copy of them here in front of me. I'm gonna let you go over them, the ones that have passed.
Here we go.
Okay,
listen
so
up.
first
No,
we
we
have
don't.
Commissioner Eister's UP crossbow amendment. So that's one. And Commissioner Nyberg, your amendment to keep hunter's choice in the UP. And then the Lower Peninsula would be $1 with an antlerless tag, no APRs. And you can also use the buck tag on an antlerless deer as well.
No, that's incorrect.
Can you restate that?
Yep. For the Lower Peninsula, it was the regular, a single buck tag would be a 3-point antler
the
point
single.
restriction. Yeah, yeah. A combo would be, yes.
3-point was on the single.
Yes.
And the Northwest 13 remains the same.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, I believe we had no change in the Northwest unit APRs, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, and then third one, Walters, we're rescinding DMUs 351 and 352 in the UP. The limited firearm deer zone is eliminated. And then the no hunting after January 1st. And then we have the antlerless use limit. So there's 6 total amended. Yep. So now you'll all vote on the order as.
All right, so this is voting on the order as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The order as amended is passed. Okay. Thank you for all of your hanging tight with us through all of those. We're going to move into committee reports. Do we have a fisheries committee report,
So I know
Commissioner?
there's a bunch of people right now that are
Goodwin?
sitting looking
Not
at
today.
computers saying, what just happened?
Am I allowed to say good?
We are eliminating the shotgun
Commissioner
rifle
Walters,
line.
a wildlife committee
We are
report.
eliminating late
Nothing
doe
to
season.
report
all
from the
hunting
wildlife
ends
committee because we've all
January
been
1.
talking amongst
We
each
have
other
universal
throughout, so nothing to
antlerless
report.
deer
All right,
tag
thank you.
in the UP are now
Commissioner
going to be
reports.
selected by
We're going to start with
DMU.
you, Commissioner Walters.
And then
So
we
I
have
attended the Pigeon River
Nybarg's
Advisory. If anybody wants to talk, please
convoluted
go outside.
pork fat added.
I attended the
Whatever the
Pigeon
hell
River
this thing
Advisory
is that
Council
he's doing
meeting earlier this month.
that we're going to dissect here
Lots
shortly.
going on,
Not really
including
sure. I know
discussions
3
on
points
Black
for a
River
single
Ranch, which
tag, but
there will be a
apparently there's still a combination
small
license that's
visit
available.
tomorrow by commissioners and
Yeah, we're going to find out
staff.
exactly what that means.
I
so
also
stay
attended
tuned.
the
We're-
Upper
we're
Black
gonna
River
figure it out.
Restoration Committee, which they are very lively and energetic and have a lot of great projects going on the Black River.
Okay, yeah,
I
I'm gonna
also
turn the meeting down, the volume.
met last Monday with the
It'll still kind of be playing in the background. I know that's what
Sable
everybody
River
was here for.
Citizens Fishery Advisory
Merle, I appreciate you being here. You got any idea how to dissect Nybarg's proposal thing here? Like what just passed?
Obviously, I was incredibly busy with
Okay.
emails, phone calls, texts.
So Merle's got an idea, but we're still trying to dissect it. So.
Thank you,
All right.
Commissioner
You
Walters.
want me on?
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
So I do have an idea. Essentially what we have to do is, I mean, where we're at is it is what it is, right? It happened. So we got to do exactly what Skeeter just said. We got to take a breath because we're not going to change anything today. Let's get the information from all this stuff and do a deep dive analysis on it. And I think I got an idea in my head. I got a couple people I got to talk to about a way that we can look at the entirety of what just happened. Because one of the things that is really important is that we as sportsmen hold this commission accountable to be what they're supposed to be and that they operate properly. And I'm not even talking about the whole proposal G, right, but just that they operate and function in a manner that has transparency and clarity that makes sense to us. We can understand what the heck's happening. And we just watched it and we're like, what the heck just happened, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
It's the added earn a buck rule that for 2027.
Yeah.
And this rule that what they just put through, he said that was for 2027, right?
Yeah.
Like, so this is not a 2026 rule.
No.
So for 2026, there's going to be no change.
I don't, yeah, because that was earlier in the year, they started selling licenses.
Yep.
And they were like, okay, well, because they didn't want to hold off on selling licenses. So they started selling licenses, and now they're saying, well, we can't change anything because we already sold licenses. Well, maybe they should have planned a little better. So, yeah,
Okay.
pretty frustrating, but I think at this point it's take a deep breath. Let's let's really do an analysis, a crunch on what just happened, because we got multiple things to look at.
Right.
We got Brandon's resolution for what it's worth, which there could be some potential value there, and then we just have all the things that just transpired. So I tell you what, I will get back to you.
Okay.
We can do another pod.
Yep.
And I will, if we're hopefully I can be ready pretty quick with that idea. And I can tell you this: the idea I got in my head right now. The crying shame of the whole deal is we just lost MUCC, and they were the organization to do that.
Sure.
So that might have to be part of our conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So what it sounds like to me is that we've got, if you buy a single tag, you will be at $1 with a 3-point antler restriction. And if you buy a combo tag, there will be no antler point restrictions. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But there's also a caveat in there that they want to do a study for an earn a buck. Right? And they're going to be in select DMUs. They're going to do that so they can start gathering information.
Whether or not it'll work. Right?
Whether or not it'll work.
Right. So.
Okay. So we do have $1, but no antler point restrictions currently.
Yep.
And that is for the entire state or just the lower?
Just the lower.
Just
the lower.
Yep, because
UP stays the same.
UP is staying the same.
Yep.
Okay. We didn't talk about moving rifle season date.
Nope.
Okay. So everybody who was worried about that moving rifle season date, that wasn't even brought up. We are eliminating the shotgun rifle line. So now you will be able to use center fire rifle for deer hunting across the state of Michigan. We are eliminating late doe season. So all deer seasons are going to end January 1. And the universal antlerless tags in the UP are now going to be broke down per DMU. That's how we interpret that information that just came through to us. But we will be discussing, dissecting, looking at all of that, and it'll be in follow-up podcasts. So make sure you follow us at Roam Outdoors Podcast or anywhere that you listen to podcasts. We'll be able to dive into this very, very quickly. Merle Jones, MTPCA, is going to be ripping into some things, and we'll be having a podcast here shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Merle.
You guys are awesome.
And I don't think that we're done, but yeah,
Oh, good
Lord. We got I did not hear OBR look like a lot of pissed off guys, top right corner. You're not wrong. We currently it looks like we're going to have a $1 rule, but there will
427.
427. Let's get that out there. 427. 2026, there will be no change to your combo license. They will act exactly the same as they are now. You'll have one for any buck, and you'll have one for a buck with 4 or more on one side. Sounds like the 2027 rules are going to move to, if you buy a single tag, it will be, and this will for the Lower Peninsula, the UP will not change. So the Lower Peninsula will have 3 points on one side for a single tag. If you buy a combo tag, there will be no antler point restriction, and your second tag will be good for a doe. So the influx of revenue from selling combo tags, you will be rewarded in their eyes by being able to shoot whatever buck you want.
Yes.
And then we didn't talk about doe tags going to 5 instead of 10. So, yeah, I don't know what it all means, but we are going to rip into this a little further and get some print where we can actually look at it. Or you know what? Maybe if Nyberg, I keep saying that, Nyberg put it forward, maybe he'll come sit down and tell us exactly what it means.
Yeah.
We've been sitting here waiting to listen to him. He can sit and listen to me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
No, we got time, don't we?
Yeah, we do have time. I think we can jump on the commission computer and probably knock that one down so that feed's not coming through and it makes us full screen again. So, I think we're still at the point where we're they definitely said OBR for lower. Yes, they did. $1 rule for lower. There'll be some, and that's 2027. And they'll be collecting some data on select DMUs where they're going to be figuring out if a earn a buck is going to work. But that was for 2026, right? Okay, 27. So 27, there will be a few select DMUs where we will be.
And that would be the southern zone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bow in September? I heard nothing of bow in September.
Tony says, I believe they said bow season starts in September now. He said hunting season starts in September.
Yeah.
Yeah, hunting season starts in September. I didn't hear anything about a bow season in September. But we were going to get a full list of rules and what they look like.
September 1st, baby. I heard it.
September 1st, I heard it. I did not hear it.
I heard it. I'll go start.
But no matter what, we can say whatever we want to on this podcast. You definitely need to look into the rules before you step into the woods and know exactly what you're allowed to and not allowed to do.
Very much
But
so.
agreed, kind of a shit show. Not you guys, just in general. I appreciate that.
I'm a shit show.
I don't know how to get the layout different. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to figure it out.
I just left.
There we go.
Got it. Clicked it.
Yeah, very, very different. Why is yours like that?
I think it's got to catch up.
Okay.
So here I am clicking on it and then whoop, slides over. So here's from somebody from Reese's Pieces. So I joined late, but how is this communicated to where we're seemingly piecing this together? This should be clear AF. You know what?
It's not.
It's not. It's clear as mud. This was proposed today. No, $1 does not go into effect this season. It would be 2027 at this point. So, dumb question. You can't buy a buck tag and a combo, right? Sorry. No, you cannot buy a buck tag and a combo tag. You get the either or. So if you buy a combo tag in 2027 in the Lower Peninsula, you will not have an antler point restriction, but one of those tags will be good for a buck and one will be good for a doe. If you buy a single tag, if you take that option, that tag will only be good for a buck antlered with 3 or more on one side. Things are finalized now. Voting and voting and decision making has been done. We are just unclear the exact verbiage because we don't have it in front of us. This was proposed today, so we have not seen the amendments. They're not printed. They're not in front of us. And it says some things about the earn a buck rule that they're talking about bringing in. They're going to be doing some studies in the Lower Peninsula in select DMUs. Comments are flowing now. Zone 3's tag structure is essentially the same. Well, for 2026, yes. Zone 2 is going to $1. That's not what I heard. But again, we don't have it in front of us.
What a shit show.
Let's see, Earn a Buck pilot program. Yes, we heard about our Earn a Buck pilot program.
Facts.
Yes, those counties will be determined, or DMUs will be determined in July. We did hear that. No more rifle zone, correct, or shotgun zone. So, and no more January hunting. Yes. Super confused about Nyberg's proposed.
Yeah. They did not move the firearm date for November 15th.
They did not move the firearm date. Rifles in lower will affect this year. 2026 is what they said.
So they banished the
Thanks,
line.
Rick. We appreciate that. We're hoping that we can continue to do this. Was there baiting talk?
None.
None. There was no baiting talk.
There was on public comments.
Yes, public comments talked about baiting. Okay, so let's see. I'm confused. Did $1 pass? Kinda. We're confused about it too. So we'll go through that one more time. What was proposed was no change to the UP in 2027, not in 2026. So 2027, no change to the UP. Lower Peninsula is to change to a $1 with a 3-point antler restriction if you buy a single tag. If you buy a combo license will be good for $1, no antler point restriction, so any buck and a doe. Bow opener September 1st. I did not hear that. Did they say bow opener September 1st? They did not say that. No, that's just popping up. So no bow opener September 1st. And as always, when you get us on here, we're trying to be as informed as possible, and we're taking in this information and trying to put out a good product for everybody to be informed. But know that these rules will come out, and you will want to read them again, and make sure you are abiding by the laws that are put out. As long as people can't shoot $2. It's okay. So I do feel like you are right. This is a win. But there's some weird caveats in there, like this whole Earn a Buck program, the pilot program that they're going to put together. That was proposed. That's a weird way to pass laws. I always think that, if you want to do something, you should do it as a different proposal instead of sliding it in there like that. But they did wrap all of that together, and I think that's why we're a little bit confused on how that was put forward. The Liberty and Youth Hunt is still in September. Yes, bow season does remain October 1st. You are absolutely correct. Michigan Lower is $1 shoot a doe and earn a buck. Wrong. That is not correct.
I never go that low on the total. Hey, it's good meeting you. I'll shoot you a text.
Earn a buck for certain counties. Did that for sure pass, or is it still in question?
Did not pass.
It did not pass. They are talking about putting a pilot program together or a pilot study together where they'll select DMUs where they can get the information that's needed to see if something like that will work. So there could be select counties or DMUs that will end up being an earn a buck program for 2027, not for 2026. 2026, you're not going to see any changes other than the elimination of the shotgun rifle line. Welcome to high-powered rifle everywhere in Michigan. They are going to eliminate the late doe season. All deer seasons are going to end January 1st. Universal doe tags are going to be by select DMU in the UP. So it won't be a universal tag across the UP. There'll be antlerless will be selected by the DMU and by probably quota. So let's see, did they change firearm opener? No, they did not. They didn't do anything with firearm opener. They did not do anything with the youth or the Liberty Hunt. 2027, it will be $1 rule. I'm reading a question here. So in 2027, it will be $1 rule. And then in 2028, they'll circle back for earn a buck possibly. Their studies usually go for well more than 1 year. 1 year's not enough for them to collect data. We're dealing with a lot of data that's been collected up to 2024 at this point, and that's what these decisions are made on. So they're going to run that pilot study for earn a buck for more than 1 year.
They have to.
Yeah, they absolutely have to.
But you never know.
Yeah, well, you got to get law of averages. You can't do one thing and go, we got the number.
Yeah.
This is average.
Yeah.
I was kind of pissed that he was talking about when he I can't remember which guy it is, but I'll have to figure out what commissioner.
Me too.
Hey, we'll see you. Thanks for stopping by, man. When he started talking about hunters in Michigan and then said he was scared to walk to his deer stand, like when it was dark outside. But he said that he had a 350 Legend and he absolutely loves it. And it's like, you have a 350 Legend, but you don't have a flashlight because there's not a lot of deer that are carrying flashlights. Like I think that would eliminate a lot of the danger, correct?
You're not wrong.
Yeah. So how many does can I harvest? We're still at 10.
Yes.
10 universal doe tags that will not apply in the UP. It'll be by DMU in the UP. Did they change muzzle season? Nope. Muzzle dinger is still the same.
Yep. Any legal weapon?
Any legal weapon.
Any legal weapon. High-powered Michigan muzzleloader season.
For the whole state now.
Yeah, and then you can use a fucking Barrett 50 cal muzzleloader now.
Did they change muzzleloader second rifle season? Well, depending on what you call it, there's no more hunting deer in Michigan after January 1. But we still have a muzzleloader season, and it sounds like it's still going to be any weapon muzzleloader season. Only saying that because they didn't address it. That doesn't mean that they can't change the rule right up to the date.
They will.
Oh, yeah. That's sweet, dude. I didn't like how that guy called Zone 3 hunters sloppy.
Sloppy. Zone 3 hunters sloppy. That was actually said out loud.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for you, Joe.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
You were sloppy.
I think that was sloppy representation is what it was.
Oh, well, my 6.5 PRC is it'd be real sloppy at about 600 yards this year.
Yeah, but even at, at 600 yards, you look at the ballistics. Thank you, Mr. Walters.
Yeah.
There's an advocate for the hunter right there.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
He's a good guy. You should ask him to be on here when he comes back.
Yeah, for sure.
You should.
No, looks like he's got to go take a leak.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right when he comes back. Hey,
Yeah.
you got a minute?
Yeah.
I'm for it.
I got a camera right here.
You want to hand me those so I don't misplace them things?
Your glasses?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right,
Thank
let's see. I normally only shoot one buck because I suck at it. LOL. Harvested 3 or 4 does. So it works out for me. I'm anxious to see the changes in genetics growth for bucks. Absolutely agree with you. Got the real thirst.
Yeah. Yes, 100%.
Commissioner, you want to sit down and tell us what just happened?
I really can't. I'd love to. My wife is expecting me, so.
Okay. Yeah, we're trying to figure out exactly what NYBARC's proposal is. I think we get it, but we don't know all the way. Sure, you don't got 5 minutes?
Status quo in the UP.
Yep.
And 1 buck in the lower.
Yep.
With the combo tag.
Yep.
No APR.
Okay.
With the single tag.
3-point restriction.
Starting 2027.
2027. So no changes for 2026. Our combo licenses still work the way they did yesterday.
Correct.
Fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe.
Will.
Yeah.
Did you see what Billy put?
What did Billy put?
Silly Billy.
Where's Billy at?
Bottom.
Oh, Sloppy Joe's. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be. Ah, man.
Yeah, I'm not real sure. I mean, we're not getting any better explanation, so I think we have the gist of what it is.
Yeah, no baiting. No, nothing on baiting.
Nothing on baiting.
That's crazy. I feel like there was like wasn't there like proposals in like the Congress or whatever? Or
Yeah. And again, we love the public comment forum, but you hear a lot of good points come out. But the decisions have already been made.
Oh,
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, when John Walters is sitting there saying, no matter what we've decided, when you use words like decided, when before the public comment, it's like, hey, all these things are already done. Baiting was not discussed. Does Dolly Parton sleep on her back?
I would hope so.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, everybody's worried about baiting.
Where was the baiting
Let's see,
advocates?
Nothing, just public comments.
I'm so glad they didn't change rules in the UP. You trolls are trying to fix problems that are not problems in the UP. I can't disagree or agree with you. I don't spend much time up there, so I don't have a base of knowledge for the UP.
I bet you Jordan would have a say in that.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Brown?
No, Hoover.
Oh, Jordan Hoover. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, he's got it. He's got something to say. I was looking at Jordan Brown just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm sure Billy had something
We're
to
trolls?
Absolutely. We live under the bridge, bro. We're
Dude,
trolls.
what are we getting called all these names? Sloppy?
I'll take it. I don't
Sloppy trolls.
That should be our next song.
Yeah.
Dude. Sloppy trolls. Oh, man.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I don't know how that was not informative and insulting at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are too stupid to have high-powered rifles, and I don't walk to my stand in the dark.
Wow.
But I use a 350, and it ends up in the dirt after 100 yards. Or no, he said 200 yards, it ends up in the dirt. 300? Okay. Well, Yeah, I think, what is it?
He said at 300 yards, it drops 36, 37 inches. It's
That's
in the dirt.
maybe out of a 14-inch barrel.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. I see something's going well over that.
Shoot some steel. I don't think it doesn't take a whole lot of skill with the rifles and the ammo that we have now. I mean, I'm shooting a 350 on a 22-inch barrel, and I can ring steel at 250 on an 8-inch gong pretty consistently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And I think there's 6 inches of drop from zero, like is what I have sighted in. Yeah, I don't.
I'm not a real big gun guy, but what's the math on that when why are you afraid to walk in the dark? No one's shooting 200, yeah, in the dark. Yeah.
Well,
And
yeah.
what's the matter if it's a 350 Legend or a 6.5 Creedmoor? If you're getting shot, you're getting shot, dude.
Yeah.
They all suck the same.
I do think it's probably probably a bigger point that if you're carrying a high-powered rifle and you're going into the woods, you know what? If you're going into the woods, you may want to carry a flashlight. And I don't think getting shot with anything would be good.
No.
Yeah.
I just don't see the argument is mute when you say that stuff.
It is. And I'm not sure it's the hunters that are in the southern zone that should be called sloppy.
Oh, nice. Congratulations, Jake.
Yeah, I don't want it.
All right, so let's just look at the drop here on I'm pulling up a 350 chart right now, just so I know exactly what it is. 350. Let us look at this.
Please come sit.
Oh, it's one of them trolls.
Oh, hey.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you feel about, you want to jump on? No swears. Okay.
Please enlighten us what you thought went down in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So I know that barrel length comes into it a little bit, but if you're, let's see. Where the hell is my 350 chart? I know I had one saved.
I had to go to the wildlife chief.
Oh, did you get something?
Get clarity.
Okay.
I said, write it down in plain English because no one knows what the F just happened.
The wildlife chief wrote this down?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Perfect. So this right here, take a screenshot, do whatever you want.
Okay, so here is the wildlife chief said 2027. So the UP won't be touched, correct?
Status quo.
Status quo in the UP for 2027. 2027, Lower Peninsula, $1. If you buy a combo tag, you will get a regular tag for any buck and a doe tag. If you buy a single tag, it will be a 3-point antler restriction for $1. 2027, Lower Peninsula, $1. $1 is allowed. Did I read that right?
You read it as right as anybody else possibly could.
Okay. Because when he said it out loud, it kind of sounded like Japanese arithmetic to me.
Yeah, I think the intention there was to be confusing.
I think so too.
I think this is subterfuge. I think this is political smokescreen, and I mean, obviously, these individuals that serve on the commission, they're not ignorant people, right? Like this isn't Buford working at the muffler shop, right? These are professional, educated people, and they understand very clearly how to communicate effectively.
Yes.
They did not, and I believe that was a conscious choice.
Sure. What do you call us? Sloppy?
Oh, yeah.
Sloppy
You
hunters?
know, Commissioner Eister there, that was truly remarkable. I don't think I have ever heard a sitting commissioner openly disparage Michigan hunters and refer to them as slobs and that kind of stuff. And I'll tell you, I'm very disappointed in the chairwoman as well, because as far as I'm concerned, even if another commissioner got out of order, as the leadership individual on the commission, the chairwoman should have gavelled him down. That was out of order.
Absolutely.
And I question if that's how you regard Michigan sportsmen, and you're willing to say that publicly, what are you saying in private? What are your real feelings?
Oh, for sure. Like, yeah, tell us how you feel. Because that was, now, out of all of that, that stood out as a highlight because you go, okay, this is our representation as sportsmen up there who are saying that we're sloppy.
Well, I like the comments that he had earlier on, too. He was going on about, if you want to catch a trophy largemouth bass, then you just have to go to Florida. And he cross-referenced that with those of us that want to see some age structure in the Michigan deer herd, God forbid. Essentially, paraphrased, Commissioner Eyster said, well, if you want nice deer, then go hunt someplace else.
Right.
So take our money elsewhere.
He told Michigan hunters, if you want good things, just leave.
Yep.
That is absolutely heinous and unacceptable. He ought to be absolutely drugged through the mud on social media, on every podcast. That is pathetic. It is disgusting. And
we can't get there.
I'm trying to keep the profanity from flying out of my mouth right now for your
Please
benefit.
do. But thank you.
But it's upsetting. It's very upsetting. And again, you can. This is tacking onto that, right? But you can insinuate from that we don't want to do the things that it's going to take to make Michigan successful. We're not willing to put in the work. We're not willing to do the things that we know we have to do to produce a quality product for Michigan sportsmen. We're not doing it, so just leave. Unbelievable.
We're not asking them to grow apples in the desert.
No.
Like we have it here. We have the animals, we have the habitat, and you can, argue around some of that, but you can't just dismiss it and go, can't happen. We're not going to try anything, can't happen. You assholes go somewhere else and shoot big deer if that's what you want. Because that's what I heard. That's not what he said entirely, but that's what I heard.
I believe that was the spirit and the intent of the message.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's obviously very disappointing to see how today went down, but not unexpected. We talked earlier in the day, and it was pretty clear that I thought things were going to go in this direction today. So there's going to be a lot of big emotions in Michigan right now. There's going to be a lot of upset, a lot of angst, a lot of anger. And here's the big one. There's going to be a lot of sportsmen that look at what happened here today and go, this is why I don't get involved.
Sure.
Because the system is broken. Look at these people representing us. They hate us. I'm not burning PTO. I'm not driving to a commission meeting. I'm not sending emails. I'm not making phone calls. I'm going back to my tree. I'm going to mind my business. I'm going to do me, and I'm done.
No, I absolutely hear that. And that's unfortunately, if you let them break you down to where you're not going to stand up and fight, this will continue to happen.
Precisely.
These NRC meetings are meant for public. They're making decisions for us. If you're not here to represent yourself, you are going to get run down.
Right.
Change or die.
Change or die.
Yep. So what I don't want Michigan sportsmen to do is succumb to that urge right now. We just got punched in the mouth.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming at some point in both of your lives, you've been in a fist fight. And as have I. And when I get hit in the mouth, I'm going to hit you back. And that's what Michigan sportsmen need to do right now. Well, how do we do that, Jordan? Because these are unelected bureaucrats. We can't just fire them. We can't, what are you saying? What's the next step? Well, I can tell you for myself and our fledgling organization, Michigan Whitetail Legacy, we're taking this fight to the legislature. That is the next logical step. I believe that there was wrong done here. I believe there was collusion. I believe there was things done in the dead of night that probably an ethics committee would have a real problem with.
Yes. Do you think that this proposal was wrote on a bar napkin to start?
I believe so,
Because I
yes.
believe that.
Oh, absolutely. And
Yeah.
it's got some old fashioned stains on the napkin.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah.
that's pretty much how this went down, in my opinion. And I think that the legislators have more than enough cause, given how things transpired, the timeline, the personnel involved, what went on here today, sportsmen being disparaged. The legislature needs to get involved and they need to ask questions. I think that's righteous.
Yep.
You know, these people serve at the pleasure of the governor, yes, but the legislature does have subpoena power. They can bring these individuals in, they can question them, they can utilize FOIA to obtain email conversations, phone records, all these sorts of things, and I'm going to urge them to do just that, because I do believe if they start digging, it's not going to take long to find where the bodies are buried.
No, for sure.
Because we can all smell the stink.
You know where it is.
And I'm just going to say it. It's an election year, right? Yep. And the House GOP has been really loud with the DNR and outdoor issues already this year. What have we heard? Waste, fraud, abuse. That's the big three, right? Like, we're going to hold these agencies accountable. Wait till they find out what happened here today.
Yeah, no,
it's going to be a piranha tank.
Yeah. So, like, just going over it again, the $1 rule thing the $1 rule did pass for 2027. UP is going to be left alone, so that is out of the $1 rule. If you buy a single tag in 2027 in the Lower Peninsula, you will have a 3-point antler restriction for your $1. If you buy a combo tag, you will have no antler point restrictions. You can shoot any buck that you want to shoot. Your second is going to be for a doe. So that is to supplement that revenue there.
Right.
So reward to you, if you give the state extra revenue, you have to buy a doe tag. Doe tags didn't change. They're at 10. Nothing changed for 2026 when it comes to the tags. We did, in 2026, eliminate the shotgun rifle line. So high-powered rifles are now able to be used in the southern zone, even though one commissioner said that southern zone hunters are sloppy. We are eliminating late doe season. At January 1st ends all deer hunting in Michigan. Universal antlerless doe permits in the UP will now be driven by DMU and not as a blanketed permit across the state.
Yep, they got rid of 351 and 352, which were conglomerates of several DMUs. Those were dissolved.
Yes. So, I think that's where we are. No more rifle line. Just make sure we don't have any.
We also have in the Lower Peninsula, and this will be effective 27, they voted in test zones.
Yes.
For earn a second buck. And interestingly enough, what should really disturb people is nobody defined what those zones were. Not clearly.
They did not. And they said that they would have those zones defined by July 2nd. So they're going to start their pilot study. And I think we talked about, and somebody asked if that pilot study was going to be 1 year. We don't know. I would hope not, because if you're going to average something out, you can't do it by using one number. You have to have multiples.
For sure.
So I'm guessing that there'll probably be a similar study that we saw with the APR when it first started in Michigan. You're going to have a 3-year study, or we hope that. But who knows? Science, that whole thing. So we're gonna.
I thought it was really interesting. One of the commissioners was harping on the deferring to the department's disposition on the late and extended late antlerless harvest and the science that the department brought forward. That the commissioner said several times, I'm going to defer to the department's expertise in this matter, the department's science. Well, that's funny. Why didn't you defer to the department's recommendation and the department's science for statewide $1? Is that different? Is that science not as viable as the other science, even though it comes from the same department? I'm lost here.
Things are going awry when they're trying to justify it before they even say something, right?
For sure.
So, anybody that's tuning in, we appreciate you tuning in, and make sure that you follow Roam Outdoors Podcast anywhere that you listen to a podcast. We will be following up on all of these things. We'll be getting some more clarity as time goes on. we've got some time to gather that up. Merle Jones is from MTPCA is going to be doing some digging. I know he's sitting with John Walters now, going through the actual written, which none of us have seen, written down policy, dissecting that, and we'll be sitting down with Merle and getting some answers. So follow our socials, Roam Outdoors podcast, Roam Shoot, Roam Hunt, Roam Land, and Roam Fish. We're all wrapped up into one, and follow Roam Syndicate. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. If you have any questions, we're gonna try to go through them. We're gonna see if anybody. I'm supposed to do an interview with Jimmy and Jordan. So we're gonna head down there. I think we're gonna end this. So we appreciate everybody stopping by. Thank you, sir.
Hey, I hope you enjoyed NRC Survivor 2026.
Absolutely.
I got immunity. I'm not doing any of this.
There we are. That was a great speech. So we appreciate it. Thanks all for stopping in. That's what I got. I'm Skeeter, and I'm out of here.